Monday. My name is Renee Gilmore, but really, this is Danny's story. Danny, the one who saved me. The one who helped me believe in love again. My precious Danny. My priest who was no longer a priest, because he never really had much love for religion. My mentor. My rock. My lover, who was locked away in prison because of me. For 3 years he was behind bars. During this time, and with his patient help, I put all my guilt behind me. My mind was sound, my world was whole, my bank account was full, my debt was paid, and my enemies were long gone. Or so I thought. The truth is, my greatest enemy was always myself. I was always a calculating person, carefully managing my life to keep everything in order. I have an inordinate capacity to rise up with strength and deal with the fires of crises when I have to, but my first reaction to the most severe crises looks more like a meltdown than an uprising. Like an engine woefully cranking and grinding before it fires and comes to life with an ear-splitting roar. On the morning that my world melted down in earnest, I was standing in my kitchen, trying to decide what I should eat for breakfast. Normally this was an easy task, because I was a person of habit. If I didn't perceive my world as ordered, anxiousness could creep into my mind like an obsessive ghost. It's often small things that bother fractured people, because we're convinced that small things always add up to big things, and those big things turn into goblins that gobble us up if we're not careful. An unmade bed, for example, soon becomes sheets on the floor. Then pillows on the carpet, joined by dirty socks and shoes and books and belts and newspapers and empty cartons and dirt, all adding up to heaps of garbage attracting rats and roaches. A dirty plate in the sink soon becomes a pile of moldy dishes surrounded by half-eaten pans of lasagna and crusted silverware and leaking bottles of liquid soap and oily pots and pans, providing lots of places for all those rats and roaches to nest and feed as they plot your demise. The bathroom. Mercy, don't get me started on the horrors of where a wet toothbrush might ultimately lead. A little disorder gives way to complete chaos, and before you know it, you're holed up in the last corner, armed with an old .38 special and only 2 bullets to fend off the army of rats daring you to take a shot while they scurry over the piles of moldy rubbish. The way to avoid chaos is to maintain perfect order in all things, including what you put in your mouth. I know that people who don't deal with obsessive compulsions find this a tad annoying, but the truth is, we're all fractured in some respect. We just demonstrate our brokenness in unique ways. Some with a steely resolve that covers up the wounding but keeps even the closest friend out. Some with food or other sensory addictions. Some by keeping so busy they don't have time to really know themselves at all. Others simply live in denial. Danny, the man I loved more than my own life, believed our thoughts and emotions aren't really us at all. We are consciousness separate from thoughts, beliefs, and emotions, temporarily cohabitating with them until the day we die. In reality, we are love and can best find God's love when we are still and aware in the present, beyond thought and emotion. But then, Danny was a priest. Breathe, Renee, he often said. Let it all go. Live in the present, not in fear of the future, which is only an illusion. Easier said than done. I tried, trust me, but for the most part one was bound to maintain a semblance of peace by keeping my world straight. For me that had somehow translated into starting every day with a breakfast of 1 hard-boiled egg, half of a grapefruit with a light sprinkling of sugar, and a single glass of orange juice. Dressed in yellow checkered short flannel pajama bottoms and a matching top, I stood in the middle of my 2-bedroom condo kitchen on Long Beach's north side, staring at the refrigerator, thinking that I really should get a life and eat something other than my habitual breakfast. The refrigerator was white, as were the toaster, the GE electric can opener, the wooden paper towel holder, the Black & Decker coffee machine, the dishwasher, and the stovetop. All as spotless, gleaming, and shiny as the polished chrome faucet. I stepped up and pulled open the refrigerator. Eggs. 2 dozen, stacked in 2 clear plastic trays on the right, flush with the forward edge of the glass shelf. Orange juice. 1 half empty, clear plastic container beside the eggs. Grapefruits. 3, in a wooden bowl below. There was more in there. Zico coconut water. Way some of us tend to. It took me 7 minutes to boil the egg, cut the grapefruit, and pour the orange juice into a tall, narrow glass. Then another 3 minutes to wash and dry the boiling pot, clean the serrated knife, wipe down and shine the counter, the sink, and the faucet. I called it my 10-minute breakfast prep. Satisfied, I slid onto the high-backed bar stool at the white-tiled breakfast bar. Crossed one leg over the other, and ate my breakfast as I always did, beginning with a sip of orange juice followed by a bite of egg. My therapist, Laura Ashburn, claimed that I had at least borderline obsessive-compulsive disorder characterized by persisting thoughts and impulses that caused severe anxiety, despite the realization that those thoughts were irrational. Evidently these thoughts translate into worries about cleanliness and order, among other things. I followed her advice and tried Zoloft, then Prozac, but neither helped much and both gave me a case of nightly sweats. They say the average mattress is home to entire colonies of microscopic, squirming mites that if not routinely eradicated quickly multiply to half the weight of the mattress. Give them a nightly diet of sweat and you'll soon be sleeping on a swarm of mites who might prefer you to the mattress. Worse, the Prozac leaking out of your pores as you sleep doesn't calm down mites the way it soothes humans. It turns them into vicious little mutants that grow into rat-sized fiends with a taste for flesh. This theory grown from my overactive imagination wasn't based on any actual research, naturally, and I didn't really believe it, but it kept me seeking alternative solutions. Danny would say those fears weren't the real me, no more than the anxiety was. Truthfully, I'm quite normal. My mother and father divorced when I was a teenager, at which time my father vanished from my life. I left Atlanta at age 20 after my mother was killed in a car crash, and I made my way to California with $15,000 of a life insurance payout in my pocket, determined to begin a new life in the world of cosmetology. That didn't quite work out as planned. For a couple of years I seemed to have it all. Classes at Beautiful Styles Cosmetology in Burbank, a livable apartment, cash for what I needed when I needed it. But my money ran out before I could properly monetize my new skills, and I'd somehow for the life of me I still can't figure out why hooked up with the wrong crowd. What had started out as just another way to make ends meet led me to, well, sort of. I lifted my glass and washed down the last of my boiled egg, then got up and washed the plate, the spoon, and the glass. They all fit nicely into their respective cupboards and drawers. I walked into my bedroom and glanced at the green and yellow checkered comforter pulled smooth under twin matching pillow shams. Atop this was a fluffy white tiger. There were 2 nightstands holding crystal lamps, the oak rocking chair in the corner, the small walk-in closet filled with every article of clothing I could possibly want, which wasn't all that much. The golden corduroy covered sofa set in the living room, the desk and computer in my office. None of them was really mine. Danny had bought them for me. Danny Hansen, the priest who was no longer a priest, incarcerated in my place, serving a 50-year sentence. My husband who had never legally been my husband, though that made no difference to me. I didn't need a piece of paper to prove my love for him. The phone out on the breakfast bar rang and I swiveled my head. It wasn't. Often I received a call at 9 o'clock in the morning. My first thought was that it would be a sales call of some kind. Either that or the prison, calling to inform me that something terrible had happened to Danny. Ring. I hurried back to the kitchen and snatched up the receiver on the 4th ring. Saw that the caller ID read private, and pressed the handset to my cheek. Hello. For a moment I thought I could hear gentle breathing. I was tempted to feel some alarm, but I let it go, reasoning that it was only the hiss of distant static. I was too paranoid. My imagination knew no bounds. It was no one. Or maybe it really was. Someone breathing. No, only static. I hung up and turned back toward the bedroom, dismissing unreasonable thoughts as they strung through my mind. Danny was calling me from a guard's cell phone, bloodied and lying on the side of the road where the transport van had tipped over, killing everyone but him. He was hurt and couldn't speak. He needed my help. But I knew it wasn't anything like that. It had to be a wrong number. A knot tightened in my gut as I headed into the bathroom. It's hard for me to express just how much I loved Danny. Maybe if Christians rape and murder his mother and sisters. Danny had done what any devastated young man might do in such a violent setting. He found a gun, hid behind the stove in his house, and then shot the men who killed his family. Over the next 4 years he threw himself into the war and became one of the best-known assassins in that gut-wrenching conflict. When the fighting ended, he came to the United States and became a priest in honor of his mother, a devout Catholic. He wanted to do his part in righting what was wrong in the world from the vantage of someone who'd seen horrible injustice. But Danny's desire to help brutalized victims like his mother and sisters was his undoing. It began several years after he'd become a priest, while he was aiding a boy who'd been victimized by a pedophile. The pedophile managed to get out of prison, thanks to his father, who was a judge. Then he killed the boy whose testimony had helped convict him. Outraged, Danny had forced the pedophile into a warehouse and cut off his penis. He didn't mean to kill, but the man had bled out. Rather than turn himself in, Danny justified and covered up the murder, something he came to regret years after meeting me. That was Danny's first victim in this country. Over the next decade there were more, many more, all as deserving of harsh judgment, all untouched by the law. He always gave his subjects one chance to change, and if they refused, he changed them permanently, as he put it. He wasn't a serial killer with a pathological compulsion to kill, but a vigilante of sorts, all the while also serving the oppressed as a priest, however unorthodox his methods. He was an outlaw, in the same way those who assisted Jews in Nazi Germany had been outlaws. In the same way Martin Luther, Gandhi, and Jesus had all stepped beyond the law to serve truth and justice in their day. In that way, Danny and I were similar. I was one of those abused victims he'd come to save. I too took the life of a man who would have otherwise destroyed his wife and children, knowing the law would never save them. I'm not trying to justify what either of us did. It was terribly wrong. I had accepted responsibility for my crimes and fully intended on paying the price, really, I had. But Danny and I fell in love, and at the last minute he stepped in and took the fall for what I had done, demanding that I remain free. He knew war. He knew prisons. He insisted that the prison system would chew me up and lower left molars. Teeth are far more delicate than most people realize. Even a small speck of food can quickly cause a rotting mess if left alone. Danny was in prison and I was alone. Desperately alone and all too aware that it was my fault. The phone rang again and I hurried to rinse my brush and mouth. An image of Danny struggling to push the buttons on a cell phone as he lay in a pool of blood next to a transport van returned to my mind. Or maybe he'd crawled into the tall grass by now and was hiding from the guards until I could come to his rescue. Crazy, I know, but that's what went through my mind. I rushed back through my bedroom, rounded the door frame, and snatched the phone from its cradle. Private. This time there could be no mistaking the sound on the line. It wasn't static. It was breathing. I listened for a long moment, undeniably unnerved. The difference between static and heavy breathing is actually quite distinct, and when the certainty that I was listening to the latter settled into my mind, my own breathing became shallow. It could be some morning drunk who'd called the wrong number twice in a row. It could be Danny hidden in the grass, unable to speak because his throat was cut, or afraid that he'd be heard if he tried. It could be a maniac breathing down my neck. I had to know which. Danny. More breathing. Heavy. A man filled with perverted fantasies. One of my neighbors peeking at me through a hole in the wall. A grocery store clerk who moonlighted with a knife and a rope. I started to hang up the phone but only got as far as the first twitch of my bicep when the breathing became a low, thick voice that short-circuited the nerves in my arm. I know about you, Renee. Another breath. And then, the priest is going to die. Click. The two. At the precise moment that Renee Gilmore heard those fateful words, Danny Hansen sat in a waiting room outside the warden's office in the Basel Institute of Corrections and Rehabilitation, southeast of Wrightwood, just west of Interstate 15. The transfer from Ironwood State Prison had started at 2:00 a.m. and taken 7 hours, fewer than 3 of which were spent in the transport van, or the chain as some called it. He'd followed instructions without misstep as he always did. He was polite, spoke only when spoken to, stayed to himself, and arrived a few hours earlier in relatively good spirits. 3 years of incarceration in the overcrowded California prison had convinced him that he truly was an outlaw, on the inside as much as on the outside. He would do his time as required by the law, but in his heart he still lived beyond any law that conflicted with the greater truth. The system liked to say that an inmate had the choice of doing either hard time or smooth time. Danny had done neither. He was doing his time. Nothing more, nothing less. They said that in prison it is better to fight and gain respect than to run and lose your dignity. They said that steering clear of trouble has a price. That the fight picks you. You don't pick the fight. All true, of course, but Danny didn't care about the injustice inflicted upon him and didn't try to change the convict code that administered it. He took his abuse in stride, like a concrete wall, without retaliating and without suffering more than one shallow wound from a shank in his side. Compared to the physical and mental wounds he'd suffered in the Bosnian War, the abuse at Ironwood had been wholly tolerable. The suffering of other inmates preyed upon by the hustlers and gangbangers who ran the prison, however, had been much more difficult to stomach. And even more, his separation from the one person he loved more than his own freedom tore through his heart like a strand of barbed wire. In so many ways, Renee was his life. Concrete walls stood between them, but they lived together as one in his mind. Her voice whispered in his ears without end. If something bothered Renee, it bothered Danny. If bedbugs were overtaking her world, they were consuming his. If she preferred grapefruit over oranges, he wanted 2 of them, no matter how bitter they tasted. If she wondered why the world was upside down, so did he, always with a gentle reply and a nudge toward a less fretful analysis, but he could never simply dismiss her concerns. They were her truth. She could not know how desperately he missed her, how her safety and happiness consumed him, how deep the sorrow of their separation ran through him. If she knew the full extent of his concern for her, she would only suffer more than she already did, because Renee loved him more than she knew how to love herself. She paced through his heart every waking moment, occupied with inconsequential concerns that meant nothing to him except that they were hers. The rest of him was doing time in a society called prison, hidden away from the rest of the world. A totally self-contained culture, as alien as Mars to those who lived on the outside. A universe unto itself with a whole different set of rules and values. As members of this subculture, inmates became a new kind of creature. But what kind? 90% of all those incarcerated would re-enter society, as they should. If all those incarcerated were kept behind bars, a full half of America's population would be in prison. The real question was, in what condition would a person released from prison emerge? Would he be a properly punished and reformed person ready to tackle life's challenges while following the rules, or an embittered, hardened person armed with new, more violent survival skills. The puppies, as Danny sometimes thought of those called newbies, worried him the most. You could slap a puppy for jumping up on your leg and peeing on your foot in their exuberance to experience life, much like you could slap an 18-year-old for possession of pot. But put the puppy in a cage with raging bulldogs for a few years and they would come out far less playful and far more apt to bite. In the American prison system, the weak were often forced to become strong. To survive the preying wolves, too often becoming wolves themselves. Nonviolent offenders often learned violence. Young prisoners who had been caught on the wrong side of their pursuit of pleasure often learned that aggression and anger were required to survive. Some called the American prison system a monster factory, an environment that far too often fractured those who entered it. At Ironwood, Danny had expected nothing because little was offered. He'd learned to live in a quiet place deep in his mind, compromised only by the intense suffering of others whom he was powerless to help. Unlike most prison puppies, with his situation. But after only a few hours at Basil, he wondered if his determination to be content with nothing might be compromised here. If Ironwood was a prison that offered nothing, Basil appeared to be one that offered everything. Awareness of this hit him the moment he stepped from the van beyond the Sally Port and breathed his first lungful of mountain air. Having survived 3 deadly summers in stifling 100-degree weather at Ironwood, he'd lost sight of how pleasurable clean, cool air could feel. The lawn wasn't brown or gray, but green. The building itself was constructed in the shape of a massive cross. 4 wings to accommodate the inner workings of the prison. The outer walls were formed of beautiful stone blocks, and steps that led up to an arched entry might have been mistaken for the welcoming gateway to a picturesque cathedral, if not for the words stamped above bolted black iron doors that identified it as a correctional facility. Ironic, he thought, a prison built like a cathedral. A single motto embossed in the iron framework identified the prison's ideology. An eye for an eye. Let's go. The guard's voice brought him down to earth, and he'd followed the man through the main entrance into Basil. The processing room was carpeted, and the furnishings were made of expensive wood with bowls of candies on the counter. The guards were dressed in smart black slacks and could have been mistaken for hotel concierges rather than trained security personnel overseeing hardened criminals. As the only transfer that morning, he'd met no other prisoners. After an hour of waiting in the comfortably furnished reception room, he began to wonder if Basil was actually a facility for the mentally ill. A new kind of sanitarium. Perhaps he'd been admitted to test his sanity. Other than the fact that it was a new experimental prison with better accommodations, he knew little about Basil. No one spoke to him other than to give him simple directions, another oddity compared to the constant orders of Ironwood guards. When he finally approached the counter and politely asked the woman if Basil was a maximum security prison, she'd simply informed him that the warden would explain everything when they met later that morning. Warden Marshall Pape personally saw to the welcoming and indoctrination of each new member, she said. Member, not inmate or prisoner. The entrance examination consisted of a thorough physical and a medical history questionnaire administered by a white-coated physician in a small room that might be found in dressed in new blue slacks and a tan, short-sleeved button-front shirt they'd given him. Danny now sat in an upper-level waiting area that would make a fine addition to any downtown Los Angeles attorney's firm. The 6 chairs were padded, the brown carpet was new. There were brass lamps on both end tables, a bookcase full of law books, 3 ficus plants in off-white ceramic pots, and 2 recent copies of National Geographic magazine on the oak coffee table. A guard sat in a chair by the door, reading a copy of Sports Illustrated. Danny could have easily rushed him and taken him out before other guards responded, if he were predisposed to do so. They hadn't taken the typical precautions of placing him in chained ankle or wrist restraints. Odd. Why? There were at least half a dozen objects in the room that someone with Danny's training and skill could fashion into a weapon. The ceramic pots could be shattered and a shard used as a shank. The heavy wire harp used to support either lampshade could be used as a lethal whip or a spike. The Book.1-2 overhead dome lights as well as the glass from any of the incandescent bulbs would be as effective as razor blades in the right hands. For example, from what he'd seen so far, the only clear indicators that Basel was a high-security facility were the series of locked doors that separated the administrative wing from the rest of the prison, the twin heavy-gauge doors at the entrance, and the 3 impassable perimeter fences around the entire compound. The warden's door opened. A tall man with a balding head, dressed in dark brown slacks and a white shirt, filled the frame and stared at Danny with drooping blue eyes. This was the warden, Marshal Pape. Danny stood. The man's cheekbones were high, hardening his long face, but otherwise he looked like any middle-aged executive who might be seen entering or leaving a bank. "Welcome to hell," Pape said. His eyes held on Danny for a long beat before a smile brightened his face. "So to speak. Please, come in." Danny dipped his head and walked into the room. The door closed quietly behind him and an electric latch fell into place, sealing him off from any attempt to get out using the warden as a hostage. 3 red camera lights winked at them from the corners of the ceiling. Whoever had constructed this new facility had surely covered all the bases using less conventional and far more sophisticated measures than in older prisons. For all Danny knew, there was a gun trained on his head at that very moment, waiting for him to grab a pen on the warden's cherrywood desk in an attempt to stab him. The office was large and plush, with dark wood-paneled walls, bookcases, globes, several lamps, and 2 large family portraits. These showed a gray-haired woman, presumably the warden's wife, and 2 adolescent children, a boy and a girl. A sheer lace curtain covered the room's only window. "Have a seat, Danny." The warden's voice was low and soothing. He indicated one of 3 high-backed leather chairs positioned opposite his desk. "Just so you know, this interview is being watched and recorded. Do you have a family?" "No, sir. No." He looked at one of the family portraits. "That's too bad. Everyone needs a family. There's nothing more important in this world than loving and being loved by your family. It's why I do what I do, you know. To keep families like mine safe. Society demands this from me, and I would give my life for it." Danny said nothing. The warden slowly opened a file folder, studied Danny for a moment, then settled into his chair. "Let's start at the beginning, if you don't mind. Do you know how many people in the United States are incarcerated, Mr. Hansen?" "No. According to the latest statistics, 1 out of every 100 adults in America is behind bars at any given time. Purely by the numbers, the average adult male in this country stands a 15% chance of being imprisoned sometime during his life. Does that strike you as high?" He'd heard it was 10%. "It does. Yes, it does. And thank you for being so direct in your responses. I appreciate that." Danny nodded. The sheer number of people imprisoned in this country becomes truly alarming when you consider that, although the United States makes up only 5% of the world's population, it has 25% of the world's prison population. On average, our incarceration rate is 5 times the rest of the world. Per capita, we have 6 times the incarceration rate of Canada, 20 times, 70%. As you know, the gyms at Ironwood are no longer used for recreation but to house hundreds of bunk beds, an attempt to handle more than twice the number of prisoners the facility was designed to hold. And through it all you have to ask yourself one question. Why? Why are so many people going to prison, Danny? And why are 70% of those released being dragged back into prison? It sounded like a rhetorical question, so Danny said nothing. Go ahead. Take a stab at an answer. Because they exit the system more hardened than when they entered it. Danny said. Survival in the system requires adaptation to the environment. It's only human. Only human. Very good. It's America's biggest tragedy. We have these manufacturing plants called prisons that accept deviants, turn them into hardened criminals, and send them back out into the world to wreak havoc. It's like boot camp for stormtroopers. Not everyone who comes out. Shut up, Danny. The man's tone surprised him. But then Pape smiled. This is a nice prison. You'll see that, but we have rules. One of those rules is that you will speak to me only when I ask you to. It may seem harsh, but it is one of the ways we maintain order. Fair. Fair. The warden continued. Now, not all those who enter the monster factory come out as hardened criminals. But you, being a man of the cloth, surely realize that we are all monsters in need of help, don't you? Danny remained silent, not sure if he was expected to respond. That was a question, Danny. You may respond. I would say everyone needs help. Because we are all monsters. I wouldn't necessarily go that far. Pape kept his eyes steady above a gentle smile. Then maybe you'll learn that. In here. To the earlier point, you're right. A third of those who leave prison never return to it. But that leaves 2/3 who yield to the machinery and come out ready to prey on the weak. It's not society's intention, naturally, but it is real, nonetheless. You have to wonder why society, no matter how you look at it, the system in this country's a hopeless mess. Pape said. And no one has the will to fix it. That, my friend, is where I come in. Basel is the first facility to look the problem square in the eyes and fix what's broken, from the ground up. It's why the Department of Corrections signed off on spending $150 million to build and operate Basel. It took too many years and far too much political maneuvering to line up everyone, but now we have it. It's my turn to help fix the world. His voice was like a purr, comforting, engendering trust. The warden looked down at the file and picked up a sheet of photocopied snapshots that Danny recognized from his original processing. I see you've put on a few muscles since they first sent you away. You like working out. It helps me focus, yes. Good. You're going to need that focus to become a better man in here. Danny. All of it. The warden set the pictures down and folded his hands on the desk. I'm guessing that you're wondering why you were transferred to our facility. Am I correct? The question has crossed my mind, yes. For starters, you should know that I'm very particular about who I invite into the program. Each candidate is carefully vetted. No attitudes, no violent criminals, no gang members, no racists, no drug addicts. We operate near full capacity. You're the first transfer in 4 months. I accept only 2 kinds of members. Those with very long or indeterminate life sentences who have proven they can follow rules, and the newly incarcerated who believe they are innocent. It's critical that all of our members get off on the right foot, which is why I personally indoctrinate them. Consider this your gateway into a new world. Within these walls you will find true life or you will find hell. Do you understand? Yes. Danny watched him, intrigued. Do you know what the word Basel means? It means basic. That's right. I like to think of it as foundational. Everything at Basel is about getting back to the basics of the human condition. The foundation of our souls. Who we are and who we are meant to be. As a priest, I'm sure you can appreciate that. I'm no longer a priest, Danny said. But yes, I think I understand. At Ironwood you were seen as a number. FX 49,565, to be precise. But I look, and blue eyes. You're 36 and weigh 217 pounds, most of it muscle. More important, you seem to have the intellect of a scholar and the resolve of a thoughtful, disciplined man. Danny wasn't quite sure how to take the warden. He spoke sincerely with a calm and soothing voice, but there was something odd about his stare. Still, let's not mince words. You've slipped, fallen. You are broken and it is my job to fix you. This is Basil, and in Basil we go back the basics. The very basics. Do you understand? Most of it, yes. Not all of it. Some things take time to understand. You don't think you're broken. As you said, aren't we all? Yes, but not all of us are priests who murder. And if I were to guess, there are more than 2 bodies out there killed by your hand. So the warden knew about that as well. I was in the Bosnian War. Did I ask you to explain yourself? You have a way with judges as well, I understand. The man drilled him with his blue eyes. And district attorneys, Pape said. You cut a deal. In exchange for your confession to the murders of Jonathan Bourke and Darby Gordon, the DA agreed to no press. No death penalty. 50 years in prison. You waived appeal. Why? Probably because doing so typically limits the inquiry to a simple identification of the victims' bodies rather than a full investigation, which would produce evidence needed in the event of an appeal. Which leads me to believe you're hiding something. Are you hiding something, Danny? The man's assumptions were correct. How he'd come to the conclusion so easily was disconcerting. A full investigation of the facts surrounding the victims might have produced forensic evidence that incriminated someone else. Someone Danny loved more than he loved his own life. Perhaps you're hiding something about Renee, the warden said. A chill rode Danny's spine. What had a moment ago been deep concern immediately grew to alarm. How could the warden even guess such a thing? Pape picked up a sheet of paper from the file. A Renee Gilmore, if I'm right. Ring a bell. She's a very good friend, Danny said. We go way back. Yes, I bet you ways. As the book says, any man who falls from the grace of his brothers is no brother at all. Isn't that right? I'm sorry, I don't recall that passage. Where's it from? The warden wagged his head at the bookshelf to his left. Take your pick. The books on the middle shelf made up what appeared to be a nearly exhaustive library of holy books from all the world's major religions, and as many smaller ones. The Muslim Quran, the Christian Bible, the Jewish Talmud, the Hindu Bhagavad Gita, the Analects of Confucius, and more, all lined up in no particular order. My point is simple, Pape said. Basil isn't here to destroy you, however deserving you are to keep you away from society, but to fix you while you can still be saved. To rehabilitate you in a way that no other facility can possibly hope to. You won't simply do time here, Danny. You will either find a new life and a reduced sentence, or you will find real trouble. Are you agreeable to that? Danny couldn't mistake the irony of the warden's words. As a priest, he'd been the defender of the abused, the weak, the outcasts trampled under the heavy feet of powerful men. He'd confronted such powerful men, given them one chance to change their oppressive ways, and if they failed he'd change their ways for them. Often with a bullet to the head. And now he was being confronted with the same choice. Change or be changed. Forever. As you see fit, Danny said. And I see fit that every man must first recognize their true nature and come face to face with who they really are in full confession. This must happen before they can turn around and begin the true path of repentance and rehabilitation. As the good books say, only when you realize just how wretched you are can you climb to freedom. Will you allow me to take you on that journey, Danny? As long as I'm in your facility, my life isn't my own, Danny replied. It's yours. The warden stared at him for a few seconds and then slowly offered a slight smile. And so it is. In Basil, I am God. And if you're going to re-enter that fallen world out there, you must first understand the true nature of reward for good behavior and punishment for deviant behavior. He slid a piece of paper across the desk and set a pen on top of it. You are required to sign this waiver to participate in our program. Basil is outside the rest of the system, and as such there are special restrictions and rules. Take a moment to read it before you sign it. Danny scanned the one-page document, which consisted of a list of behavioral rules and the forfeiture of several basic rights, phone calls, and due process. Most lifers who'd spent time in another prison would see the waiver as a small price to pay for a more comfortable stay and an earlier release. Fish. New guys who believed they were innocent might be less likely to sign, unless they had no case or representation. Clearly, the warden only wanted those who fit a particular profile in his prison. The waiver's restrictions might make contact with Renee more difficult, but there was now another consideration boring through Danny's mind. The warden seemed to suspect more about Renee than was on the books. How? Danny didn't know, but the fact that Pape might represent a danger to Renee compelled Danny to learn more about the severity of the warden's threat. He couldn't do so locked down at Ironwood. Danny signed the waiver. "Thank you." The warden stood, slid his chair under his desk, and began to pace, hands now behind his back. "My prison is unlike any other, hidden from prying eyes, and I intend to keep it that way. Consider yourself fully isolated from the influences that corrupted you. That includes phone calls, mail, and visitation, which are earned privileges. Not easily earned, as you will see. I have the full support of the director who oversees this prison, and he's given me full authority. Due process is in place, but it is quick, and my word stands without question." He pulled the translucent lace drape aside with a long finger and peered outside. "As you have likely noted, we don't favor typical prison slang. It's critical that members forget everything they think they know about prison. This isn't a prison, it is my sanctuary. It's a proper reflection of authentic life. I'm sure a man of the cloth can appreciate that." He released the curtain and continued down the length of his desk. "We have 3 populations in our sanctuary. The Commons wing is occupied by what's called the general population at other institutions. A smaller privileged wing is for those who reject deviant behavior and demonstrate sincere progress. And then we have the meditation floor, what you might think of as administrative segregation, or the whole. It's a travesty that inmates aren't rewarded for good behavior in most prisons, wouldn't you agree?" "I can see that. It's an equal travesty that they aren't punished for deviant behavior. In our sanctuary, reward is both earned and coveted. Do good and you will be richly rewarded. But fail me and you will suffer. As the book says, an eye for an eye. Isn't that how it works?" Danny's mind was still on how Pape seemed to know so much about him. Typically, a warden knew only what was in a prisoner's file, which rarely held all the details of his crime. In the warden's careful vetting process, he had obviously dug much deeper. Everything he'd mentioned was a matter of record somewhere. "I asked a simple question, Danny. Please answer. You would like my true opinion. Would I have asked for it if I didn't? Then I would say an eye for an eye is best replaced by forgiveness, love, and mercy." The warden nodded. "Yes, you would. We may have challenges, you and I. But in the end, you will see my wisdom. We don't have an orientation period. You will leave me and go straight to the Commons, where you will either learn the way things work on your own or be helped along by my staff. A handbook in your cell will lay out all of our rules, but let me highlight a few I'm partial to." He cleared his throat and brought the back of his hand across his lips as if to dry them, then placed his fingertips on the desktop. "Foul language is not permitted under any circumstance. It only reinforces learned behavior. Violence of any nature is strictly prohibited unless approved by me. Any form of sexual conduct is strictly prohibited unless I deem it to be appropriate. This includes any form of homosexuality, masturbation, or inciting lewd discussion. Is that clear?" "Yes, sir. Some of the rules may seem pointless. I would advise you to follow them all to the letter. They're in place to help you learn obedience, regardless of the nature of that obedience. Any infraction will be grounds for swift disciplinary action in a manner I see fitting. Is that clear?" "Yes. Good." He pressed the button on an intercom to his right. Sherry, please send Bostich in to transfer our new member to the Commons. He returned his attention to Danny. As I'm sure you know, priests on the inside are often misjudged by others. They will see you as scum, an understandable sentiment. One of our members, a lifer named Bruce Randell, has a particular dislike of your kind for good reason and will try to make your life complicated. He's not a kind. Our collective goal, a wolf or two in the sheep pen, keeps everyone on their toes. Danny had kept his former occupation to himself at Ironwood, because a priest in prison was too quickly suspected as a sex offender, the worst possible classification among prisoners. Even the most hardened criminals refused to tolerate rapists and pedophiles. It was senseless that a murderer could so harshly judge a rapist, but the society called prison had its own code, as unflinching as any law. It was ironic that Danny's first victim had been a sexual predator. The latch on the door hummed and snapped open. Bostich stepped in and looked at Danny. The man was in his 30s and wore a buzz cut, black slacks, and a black short-sleeved shirt. His hair was bleached, if Danny was right. Yellowish brows hung over dark eyes, which were an oddity in his pale, blotchy face. The man was average height, but strong, with thick fingers. His eyes skirted to the warden. Sir, take our priest to his quarters, Pape said. Yes, sir. Danny stood and walked to the door. He knew nothing about Bostich other than that he was likely the primary enforcer at Basel. Already, he didn't like the man. But this was his old judgmental nature rising. He set his disfavor aside and offered Bostich a nod, which was returned by an unflinching stare. Oh, and Danny, he turned to face the warden. There's a rapist in our sanctuary who continues to insist on his innocence. A dense young man named Peter Manning. I want you to see to him, help him understand his true wretchedness, the first step toward rehabilitation. Can you do that? Danny hesitated. I will do my best. Pape tapped his fingertips on the desk and smiled. Surely you know. 3. As I said, my meltdown really began with that first breathy phone call. The priest is going to die. Danny. He was talking about Danny. I stood rigid for a count of 3 and then I was flying toward my bedroom. My first thought was of the 9mm. The gun in the back of my closet, the one I hadn't touched in 3 years. But my determination never to touch it again was already halfway out the window, because the 9mm was the only thing I had that could blow a hole through the head of the man who'd just spoken to me on the phone. I wouldn't hesitate if it meant protecting Danny. I made it to the edge of the bed before my mind caught up. I didn't need a gun. I needed Danny. And Danny was in prison. I spun around and hurried back to the phone, thinking that Danny was probably already in transit to Basel. The images of that overturned transport van winked on, then off. Too neurotic. Impossible. The phone was harping its disconnect alert when I snatched it off the counter. I got a dial tone and with a shaking finger dialed the all-too-familiar phone number for Ironwood State Prison, whispering reason to myself. The line began to ring. I scanned the walls of my condo for holes in a peeping eye, but I would have noticed. I was too observant in my own environment to miss something so obvious. Who would want to watch me? One of Danny's old enemies. Or mine. Ghosts from the past, that's who. Calm down, Renee. Take a deep breath. Ironwood State Prison. Yes, can you connect me with the warden? A pause. I sounded like a frantic girlfriend or wife. The prison probably got them all the time. May I ask who's calling? I calmed my voice as best I could. Renee Gilmore. The phone clicked, then began to ring through to the warden's office. In prison, the warden might be God, but to get through to God you had to get through his secretary who, in this case, went by the name. Thank God. Thank God. Still way too hyper. I'm sorry, this is Renee Gilmore and a friend of mine is incarcerated there. Danny Hansen. FX49565. He was scheduled to be transferred today. What can I do for you, Ms. Gilmore? Her tone was flat, the kind you might expect from someone trying to cope in a prison stuffed with twice as many inmates as the 2,000 or so it was built to hold. I need to find Danny. I'm sorry. I know you can't just put me through, but I just received a threat on his life. And if anything happens to him, I swear you've got to get a message to him. I'm sorry, but at least put him into segregation. Calm down. If you'd let me get a word in edgewise, I'd tell you that my records show that he was taken out at 4 this morning. 4. He's gone. Try Basil, Mrs. Hanson. Gilmore, I said, barely hearing myself, and hung up. I'd never been to Basil. No reason to. But I'd looked it up a few days earlier. And printed out a map when Danny told me he was being transferred. There was no helpful information on the internet, only a sentence saying that it was an experimental state facility geared toward rehabilitation for 300 inmates. The prison system in California was stressed beyond capacity, in large part due to the fact that half of the prisoners who served their time came out of prison more jacked up than when they went in. The state had the highest recidivism rate in the country. The state aimed to change that and was searching for answers. Basil had gone. Lived 3 years ago as part of that effort. As far as I was concerned, that much was good news. A prison devoted to rehabilitation had to be better than the overcrowded gangland called Ironwood. Then again, that was all I knew about Basil. All the other prisons in the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation had websites that provided at least a peek into their mysterious worlds. Not Basil. It was sealed up and locked down like Area 51. Tucked away in the drive from Ironwood to Basil would take only a few hours. Danny had arrived and was probably already processed by now. Why would someone call me if they wanted to hurt Danny? Maybe it was a prank call. Or a ghost from the past come back to haunt Danny on the outside. Danny and me. I know about you, Renee. That first part of the call ballooned in my head, and for a moment I wondered if it was part of a dream. No, I was awake. I might have had something close to OCD, and sure, I was a bit neurotic, but I wasn't crazy and I wasn't hallucinating. I thumbed in 411 and paste. When I asked for the number for the Basil Institute of Corrections and Rehabilitation, the operator put me through. A warm female voice answered my call. Basil. Yes. Hi. This is the prison. The Basil Institute. That is correct. How may I direct your call? I'm looking for a prisoner who was transferred this. Hold on. She shuffled me on to the appropriate party. It was a real place with a real voice that didn't sound like it belonged to a Nazi doctor. That was good, right? Basil. This second voice didn't sound so warm. Yes, I'm trying to reach an inmate who was transferred to your institution. From Ironwood this morning. A Danny Hanson. Can you tell me if visitation is by approval only, every Tuesday? Well, fine, then I would like to schedule a visit. I'm sorry. It doesn't work like that here. Visitation is an earned privilege. Once the member in question has earned visitation rights, you may request a visit, assuming you are approved. I've already been approved. Not for Basil, you aren't. The revelation set me back. It had taken me weeks to get approval to visit Danny at Ironwood. Why not? The regulations at other institutions don't apply at Basil. I'm sorry, but you'll have to wait, like everyone else. Then I can schedule a call with him. No, ma'am. Phone approved. How long does that take? I can't make any promises. How long? I snapped, aware I was starting to boil over but unable to calm myself. A month or two. Her tone was now not only flat but unyielding. I'm supposed to wait 2 full months before I talk to him. That's ridiculous. We're not a resort, ma'am. Can I get him a message? Once he earns male privilege, I don't have time to wait for him to earn his privileges, or send a letter. I need to get him a message now. His life depends on it. Are you his attorney? No, I'm. Then you'll have to wait until he earns the right to receive messages. Now if you'll excuse me. Wait. I'd been pacing back and forth in front of the breakfast bar like a caged cat. Hair on end, and I knew that I wouldn't get anywhere with this Nazi unless I calmed down. So I stopped, took a deep breath, and placed my free hand on the counter. Fine. Okay. Can you at least tell me if he arrived? I heard the faint clatter of keys on a keyboard. His name. Danny, I said. Danny Hansen. FX49565. We wouldn't use his corrections number. Danny Hansen, you said. Yes, Danny Hansen. The phone went silent. In an age when the internet is faster than light, I always wondered why the prison computers are so slow. He's here, she finally said. He's safe. He's here, that's all I can say. My hand on the counter trick failed me. My fingers coiled into a fist. Someone called me a few minutes ago and threatened to kill him. Now don't just sit there and tell me I can't get that message to him. I want to speak to the warden. I'm afraid that won't be possible. Why not? The warden doesn't take unofficial calls. This is an official call. I'm sorry, but I have to terminate this call. Wait. At least tell the warden what I told you. She didn't respond. But neither did she hang up. So I surged ahead. Please, I'm begging you. Someone wants to kill Danny. You have to tell the warden that much. Aren't life threats part of your concern? I'll tell him, she said. You do that, I snapped, and I disconnected. I was a mess, and it took me 10 minutes to calm down enough to start from the top and start thinking straight. The way I saw it, I had 3 options. 1, I could sit around and wait for another breathy phone call, which in my condition was a clear impossibility. 2, I could hire an attorney and get a message to Danny that way, but it would still take a day or 2, at least. Or 3, I could go to where Danny was and try to make something happen. Another way. What way? I had no idea. And that was a problem. Which brought me back to option 2, which seemed as pointless to me. I was pacing when the doorbell startled me. Other than UPS deliveries from Amazon or a visit from either Jane or Sarah, my bell rarely rang. Jane, who'd rescued me from a dead battery in the parking lot 2 years earlier, had become my closest friend, and although she lived in a unit at the end of the complex, she knew to call first if she wanted to swing by. Same with Sarah, who I'd met at the school for truckers. Long story. I crossed to the door and cautiously peered through the eye-hole. On the landing stood a rather large woman, warped by the lens so that she looked like a bowling pin wearing a blue dress. I released both deadbolts, cracked the door a foot, and peered out. Renee Gilmore. The woman asked. I'm sorry, who are you? In her hands she held what appeared to be a shoebox. She glanced around, nervously. Her brown hair hung to her shoulders, crinkled by a bad do-it-at-home perm. Surely she hadn't actually paid someone to do that to her. She towered over me, all 250 pounds of her. You're Renee Gilmore. Yeah, she hesitated, fiddling with her thick fingers. Her pink polish was a good 2 weeks old, judging by the growth at the base of her nails. Chipped and scratched. Do you know a priest at Basil? She asked in a husky voice. Every alarm in my mind clanged to life. First a phone call, and now this. The woman went from being messy tramp to lifeline in less time than I could think it. I scanned the parking lot and sidewalks. You're alone. Yes. Who are you? How did you get here? Constance. I got here on the bus. That's all I can say. She looked around. Again, like someone frightened she might be seen talking to me. If she was scared, I had even more reason to be. I pulled the door open. Hurry. Thank you. As soon as she stepped in, I closed and locked the door. Don't touch anything. That sounded rude. I mean, I just cleaned. So what do you know about Danny? Have you seen him? No, it is not like that. But you've heard from him. Or about him. I was told to deliver this. She held out the shoebox. What is it? I don't know. Will it explode? Hasn't yet. Please, just take it. I took the box from her and examined the lid, which was sealed shut with masking tape. No name, no address, just an old Nike shoebox that held something other than a pair of shoes, judging by how light it was. I should open it, I asked. Not now. I have no idea what it is. I was just told to give it to you, that's all. Where do you get it? You have to believe me, I have no idea what it is about. She hesitated. But there's something else. What? She glanced around as if putting off saying what she really wanted to say. Do you mind if I have a drink of water? Not sure what else to do, I set the box on the counter, crossed to the cupboard, pulled out a glass, and filled it from the filtered water spout at the sink. I handed her the glass. Here. Can I sit down? My first thought was no, we don't have time for sitting, just say it. And why you bring me a box? But I immediately realized how absurd that would sound. So I rounded the counter and waved her into the living room. Sure. Sit. I have to get back. If Bruce finds out I told you this, he'd flip his lid. Bruce who? Tell me what? She'd crossed to the couch but hadn't taken a seat. Sit down. Constance settled to the couch. Her glass was still full. She was trying to work up the nerve to tell me something. Already, my mind was seeing Danny lying in the center of the prison yard, bleeding on the ground with a shank sticking out of his back. Please, just say it. What's happened to him? Nothing that I know of. But he might be in some trouble. What trouble? I talked to Bruce 2 days ago. Bruce Randell. He's in Basel. Your husband? No. Girlfriend. Sister. Let's just say we know each other. He went down on a distribution conviction 8 years ago and was transferred to Basel after it opened. I sat down on the edge of the stuffed chair facing her. And what about the priest? If this gets back to Bruce, he's got connections on the outside. Whatever you tell me, I swear, not a soul will know. She nodded once. Bruce once told me he was sexually molested by a priest when he was a boy. No one can know that, or he'd hit the ceiling. For 2 years, when he was 13. He went back when he was 18 and killed the priest who did it. I'll deny that if it ever comes back on me. It won't. I promise. I'm only telling you so that you know why I'm here. Which is what? He hates priests and Danny's a priest. He talked about the priest transferring to Basel and said I'd be getting a box. He wanted me to deliver to someone. He said I'd know who when I got the box. Me. She stared at me and nodded once. My heart was pounding. The phone call suddenly made more sense to me. But why me? How could Bruce know about me? Or get my number? 2 thoughts crammed into my mind. The first was that he knew more than a few things about me. The second was that I swear, I don't know what's in the box. Money, for all I know. I shouldn't be telling you this. In that moment, confronted by what seemed like certainty, I felt my mind rewinding, becoming the mind of the woman I'd been 3 years earlier, before Danny had fixed me. Why didn't you go to the warden with this? I asked. I can't. You don't understand. I should have just dropped the box off and left. Who gave it to you? I don't know. What do you mean, you don't know? They gave it to you, right? They were wearing a mask. It was left for me with a note with your name and address on it. I'm not going to sit here and tell you how or why I have to do this. Let's just say I have a conscience. But Bruce can hurt anyone he wants to, including me. So then, there it was. We were dead. But I wasn't feeling fear. I was feeling rage. The kind I hadn't felt for 3 years. And that box was calling to me, daring me to open that lid. I sat down and drilled her with a stare. That's it. I had to tell you. So what am I supposed to do? She shrugged. Warn the priest. Warn him. I can't even get a phone call through to him. They've cut me off. The woman pushed herself up using the armrest. Can he handle himself? I couldn't believe she was just going to dump this on me and leave. He's in for murder, isn't he? I said. But he doesn't like to hurt people. You don't know anyone else on the inside I can get to. Someone in food services. A cop. A guard. Not at Basil. No way. I'm sorry, honey, I don't know what to tell you. I did what I had to. You understand. With any luck he sees it coming and gets himself put in segregation. She headed for the door, stepped outside without a backward glance, and left. Me alone in silence. I locked the door behind her and stared at the old shoe box. I knew whatever it contained couldn't be, so I withdrew a knife from the drawer, sliced the masking tape, and lifted the lid. Inside the box lay some tissue paper. On that tissue paper sat a small plastic bag. There was a bloody finger. Beyond the administrative wing, Basil looked fairly typical for any newly constructed prison, Danny thought. But as Bostich ran down a short summary of the layout and basic expectations, it was clear that there was far more to the facility's inner workings than first met the eye. The large cross-shaped structure was divided into 4 operational wings, referred to by their compass location, with a large, domed common area at its hub. The 2-story north wing, where Danny was admitted, held all administrative functions, which centered on the warden. The south wing was used for services including the infirmary, food preparation and dining, laundry, maintenance, commissary, and programs. Members were housed in one of 3 wings. The longer West or Commons wing consisted of 90 cells with a maximum capacity of 180 members. The shorter East or Privileged wing consisted of 50 units called rooms rather than cells, many of which were single occupancy. And the basement or meditation floor was reserved for up to 50 less responsive members. There were 2 yards, one small patch off the hub, and a much larger park that surrounded the entire facility, a privileged area reserved only for the East Wing members accessed through the back of their quarters. Bostich led Danny through a secured door into the hub, where perhaps 40 members loitered around fixed tables or on brown couches that faced a small television playing HGTV. The rest were either on the yard, in the rec room, or in their cells, Bostich said. Commoners weren't permitted to work. Most prisons had work programs ranging from common maintenance to skilled labor. Employment that kept inmates occupied for 6 to 8 hours a day, earning a maximum of 95 cents an hour, half of which went to pay fines. A man dressed in jeans and a blue button front shirt paused his mopping of the gray floor and leaned on his mop to watch Danny. Jeans. An employee? Yes, but an inmate. The privileged class. Odd. Work, however menial the task, tended to keep prisoners occupied and out of trouble. Here, that privilege was reserved for those who'd graduated to the East Wing. The employed would control the prison's entire underground commerce, which in most prisons consisted of extorting, hustling, and trading of both legal goods, such as potato chips or coffee, or contraband, such as tobacco, prison brew, or drugs. Goods smuggled in or purchased by the wealthy at the commissary were the currency in most prisons, and those prisoners who had the most to trade typically had the most power, just like in all societies. Giving those in the privileged wing that balance of power by offering them an easy way to make extra money would create class envy. Violence or threats of violence would be used to extort or rob the upper class in many prison systems. Evidently, Basil wasn't home to typical prisoners. The walls and floor were concrete, painted a shiny gray. Guarded steel doors. Controlled passage into each of the 4 wings. Black and yellow striped tape ran along the floor, marking walkways and restricted areas. No pictures or images on the walls, no plants or decorations of any kind. The silence struck Danny as he followed Bostich across the hub toward a guarded door with a sign that said Commons above it. The hub was massive, hollowed like an echo chamber beneath a large glass dome, and yet an eerie quiet hovered about the several dozen members who quietly watched him. No one seemed to be speaking. They were all dressed in the same blue slacks and tan short-sleeved shirts. Staring with interest. A cross-section of ages was represented, but fewer younger prisoners than at Ironwood. Respect was critical in prison, not of correctional officers as much as of other inmates. Cross into the personal space of a company and you were likely to be ignored unless you were belligerent. But disrespecting another inmate with anything from a harsh look to an angry word could earn you unending trouble. Take a man's freedom and he will cling to those few needs that make him human. His need for respect and his need for dignity. Take those and he will become an animal. Treat a man like you treat an animal, and to the extent he is able, he will treat you like one. Respect and dignity. These were the lifeblood of the convict code, a convention that had as much if not more bearing on how a prison ran than the official prison protocol. What few on the outside seemed to realize was that humans were human, regardless of which society they lived in. Government, hierarchy of power, and expectation of social conformity were as real in the prison society as in any other. Rob the members of their dignity and they would only learn to rob others of theirs. Hence, the monster factory. Bostich nodded at a brown-headed, lanky CO standing by the entrance to the Commons wing. Danny Hansen, 297, new arrival. The guard checked a box on his clipboard. 71. Let's go. Bostich led him down a wide hall with 2 floors of barred cells on the left. Metal stairs rose to a second-tiered row with a 4-foot walkway for access to cells set back from the railing. Same gray floor, same painted cinderblock walls as in the hub. All of it scrubbed clean and shiny new. A guard station manned by a young officer who leaned back in his chair behind several monitors was centered on the opposite wall. Beyond him was a passage to what Danny guessed to be the showers. He'd seen no public phones yet. The cell Bostich took him to was located on the second tier, 3/4 of the way down the hall. The front wall of each cell consisted of vertical bars and a barred door, allowing unrestricted view of the interior. Here you go. Bostich opened the unlocked door to a cell with the number 71 stenciled above it. Everything you've been issued is on the top bunk, including a handbook with the rules. I suggest you familiarize yourself with it. Thank you. Danny stepped inside and scanned the cell. 8 feet wide if you wore large shoes, maybe 12 deep. 2 long strides. By 4 shorter strides. A bunk bed on the right, opposite 2 standing lockers. Beyond the bunk, a single metal sink attached to a single metal toilet, no seat. On the top bunk, his kit. 2 additional pair of blue slacks, 2 more tan shirts, 2 white t-shirts, 2 pair of white boxer shorts, 2 pair of black socks, 1 yellow towel, 1 yellow washcloth, 1 set of white sheets, 1 gray blanket with blue stripes at the top, 1 bar of soap half the size of his fist, a tube of Crest toothpaste, 1 yellow toothbrush, 1 red disposable razor with a worthless blade, and 2 rolls of single-ply toilet paper. These and the clothes he wore were now his only earthly possessions. They'd taken the rest when he'd entered the facility. His cellie was an organized, educated man, judging by the clean sink, the folded clothes on the end of his bed, and the philosophy books stacked neatly on the top of the first locker. No TV, no music player, no electronics of any kind in sight. The cell door clanked shut but remained unlocked. Lockdown would come at night with lights out. When Danny turned around, Bostich was gone. There was no further explanation of the prison protocol, no introduction to the facilities, no assembly line pickup of issued items. But clearly, that was part of the program. He was being watched carefully. What he did now would determine what happened to him. And he would do what he always did. Time. He would go through the motions, naturally. He would eat what they gave him to eat, try to sleep when they told him to sleep, walk around the yard when they allowed him to do so, avoid the hustlers, read anything and everything he could get his hands on, make polite conversation with whoever was predisposed to join him, and he would think. But mostly he would simply do his time, decades of it, trying to figure out who he really was and then attempting to live a life behind bars that allowed him to be that self. Because truthfully, behind bars a man has only himself and time. His memory of his past life hung in his mind like a distant fog, surreal now. After 3 years, it was hard to believe he'd been that 15-year-old boy in Bosnia whose mother and sisters were raped and killed, that child who became a man when he took a pistol and shot the men who destroyed them, that young soldier who became feared for his efficiency. And that priest, who took the lives of far too many people when he became their judge, jury, and executioner. Through it all he'd learned 2 things about himself. The part of him that had been buried under years of suffering and rage in a brutal war. He would far rather be a lover than a fighter, and he made for a terrible priest. And yet he would always be known for that, wouldn't he? The priest who killed. Danny had finished making his bed and putting his few items in the second locker when the rap of knuckles on steel interrupted his thoughts. At the door stood an older, skinny man with gray hair and a matching goatee, grinning. One tooth missing. Eyes as bright as the blue sky. "Hello, Selly." The man opened the door, stepped in, and extended his hand. "Simon Godfrey's my name. Welcome to your basal cell in Carcinoma, home of the diseased, deviants unfortunate enough to be caught. Basal, Institute for the Wayward." Danny took the cool, thin hand. "Danny Hansen. Good name," the man said, still grinning. His eyes sparkled with life. "The word is you're a priest. Now, what on earth is a priest doing in this sanctuary for the wicked?" The man was either daft or exceptionally witty, and Danny thought the latter. Translation. What are you in for? It was typically a guarded question on the inside, not the first question asked. Godfrey was either too new or too long in the system to care. "How did you know I was a priest?" "Everyone knows, that's why. The captain announced it 2 days ago." "A priest is coming," he said. "The captain. Bostich. He said that." "He did. And you know what that means." "He announced that." "He announced that. How?" A man with many questions. He slapped Danny on the shoulder and stepped past him. "I like that, Father. I like that a lot." He told Randall, who told his bunch of knuckleheads, who told the rest. Knuckleheads, prison slang for those bucking the system and doing hard time. Godfrey faced the metal toilet, unzipped his trousers, and let loose a stream into the toilet bowl. Loudmouth works better than the loudspeaker inside. Problem with the loudspeaker is, no one listens. But put it out on loudmouth and in 5 minutes the whole club knows. He zipped up and turned around. "Wouldn't you agree? Makes sense. How long?" 50 years. The man whistled. "Me, I got life. Do you want me to wash my hands?" Danny found the man's unpretentious audacity disarming and oddly comforting. "I want you to do whatever it is you need to do." "Then I won't bother," Godfrey said. "Not to worry, I didn't touch myself. Have a seat and let me tell you how it is before you head out to meet the wolves, though to be fair, there's only one real wolf in this place and you already met him." He sat on the lower bunk and patted the mattress. Danny felt obliged to humor the man. "You've been around, so you know that a priest has it coming from both sides. There's those who assume you're a sexual predator, and you know how that goes. And then there's the rest, who think a man of the cloth breaking the law just ain't right. So you're screwed either way. Assuming I'm a priest. Which I'm not. I'm assuming you were at one time. I gave it up before I confessed. To what? Back to the start. He decided it wouldn't hurt to leak the right story. Let's just say I helped the wayward see the light using a little too much force. And these wayward, did they deserve it? Danny considered the question. The man grinned from ear to ear. So now I really like you. Unfortunately. Bostich doesn't. That much I can assure you. I'm assuming you got the speech from the warden. We spoke. Yes. 2 kinds of prisoners, right? Fish and indeterminate lifers. But there's a third group in here. The knuckleheads he brings in for one reason and one reason alone. To test the rest. In his twisted way of thinking, you see, he has to make this grand sanctuary of his as similar to his understanding of the world as possible. That means there's got to be a carrot and there's got to be a whip, and he's going to help you decide which one you want. But what fun is all that without temptation? So, yes, he brings in the knuckleheads to either entice you into wickedness or push you over the edge. If your edge was violence, he's going to push you there again. Trust me on that, perhaps. But Danny had lost his stomach for violence 3 years ago. The only edge Danny had now was Renee. As long as she was safe, he would not bend. I'm no longer a violent man, he said. All I'm saying, Godfrey continued, is that Bostich, who's a devil, has his orders, and unless I'm a fool those orders are to break you down before he breaks you in. None of this concerned Danny for the simple reason that he was powerless to change any of it. There was only so much the authorities could do to a person in an American prison, and none of it compared to the suffering he'd experienced in Bosnia as a younger man. His vow of nonviolence could not be compromised. They can try, Danny said. I suppose I deserve whatever comes my way. You do realize what the carrot is, don't you? Godfrey asked, then answered himself. The privileged wing. You follow the rules, all the rules, and you live life large until you get out on early release, assuming you still want it. All things become new, my man, that's the carrot. He formed an imaginary ball with his thin, blue-veined hands. A paradise overflowing with milk and honey, that's the ticket. The Pape's kingdom, right here on Earth. They live in apartments over there, man. With their own bathrooms and flat-screen TVs. They wear what they want, they get all the jobs. Better food, a cinema room, a full-weight room, a gym with nets. Heck, if you believe the rumors, they get booty calls over there. And yet you're still here, Danny said. Godfrey lowered his hands and bony finger. But I got too much up here for him. The only thing that keeps me out of trouble is that no one has the brains to listen. His confession made Danny wonder why he'd been placed with Godfrey. Clearly, the warden wanted him to hear all of this. How long have you been here? He asked. 2 years. Give me another 2 and I just might see it like the rest. It gets to you, you know. Don't think it doesn't. Once you buy into it all, you're stuck. The strange thing is, the Pape's philosophy actually seems to work. Basel is probably the smoothest running correctional facility in the country. Why wouldn't it be? The warden hand-picks his prisoners. True. He's even got the knuckleheads by the gonads. It's not just the carrot. My friend. There's more down in that basement than a cold hole. You buck the system and you pay a price. Godfrey glanced at the bars and lowered his voice. In my time I've seen 3 men commit suicide, all of them knuckleheads, and I swear not one of them did it to themselves. That's just the way it is. He's got a little heaven and a little hell laid out like a smorgasbord, and he makes the choice pretty easy. Just like on the outside. Hustlers. Sure, we got all kinds, everybody has their thing. But it is all pretty much either above board or immediately exposed and punished. Nothing happens the warden doesn't know about, trust me. If there's a hustle going on, it is only because he allows it. There's no freedom here. Pape controls every syllable uttered in this prison. Sometimes I think half the staff doesn't even know what's really happening. So it is not all above board. I'm not talking about the hustles and tattoos or whatnot. I'm talking about what's really going on. And visitation. Forget it. It was the first thing Godfrey said that struck a raw nerve. Unless you're in the East Wing, and then only if he can trust you. Come out from among them and be separate, as the book says. Keeps you safe from what destroyed you, he says. I'm surprised his policy isn't challenged. By who? You have an attorney. No need for one. Exactly. Like you said, he handpicks his prisoners. The ones who don't have a case or the resources to bring a case. You have anyone on the outside who would help you. His mind filled with an image of Renee marching up to the gate upon learning that she was barred from visiting him. She would go ballistic if she learned that contact with him was being cut off indefinitely. Danny stood and ran his fingers through his hair. On the other hand, if he could manage his way into the East Wing and earn both visitation rights and an early release, he would be able to tend to her needs. Dear God, he missed her. It was difficult to reveal the true nature of his longing to be with her without causing her more anxiousness. If she knew the extent of the suffering their separation caused him, she would never consider moving on to build a new life without him. And yet, considering her nature, he was sure she needed constant companionship. His own need for her loyalty and love was superseded by his need to see her at peace and comfortable, even if the transition proved to be difficult. But now what if there was a way to get out early? A legal way. How long does it take to get into the East Wing? Assuming you play by the warden's rules. Godfrey shrugged. I've seen it done in 6 months. But he cycles them out as fast as they go in. Any deviant behavior, and I mean crossing the road on the wrong day kind of deviant behavior, and you're back where you started from. Welcome to the sanctuary, priest. Please, don't call me that. No, might as well get used to it, they're already calling you that. The older man stood. If I was you, and this is just me, understand. I would learn the rules, follow his laws to the letter, and take your abuse. Let them think they're breaking you. It's in their blood. In the Pape's universe, everyone is guilty and deserves punishment. Heck, he'd put the whole world in here if he could. Follow the Godfrey and you won't go wrong. I'll keep that in mind. And so that you know, the only people who will talk to you during your so-called indoctrination are those the wardens determined fit to speak to you. You'll feel like a leper out there, but it is by design. The good news is, you get me. If you let me, I'll talk your ear off. Speak all you like, although I'd prefer it if you didn't snore too loudly. Then we're good. I'll sleep with my blanket over my head. Danny chuckled. No need, my friend. Godfrey gave him a whimsical look. You may insist, my priest, to speak right. He walked to the bars and peered down the tier. Why do you ask about Peter? The warden asked me to help him out. Godfrey looked away, frowning. Pete's in for statutory rape. He's 20 years old and his story's going to break your heart and get you in trouble, mark my words. He moves like clockwork. He'll be in the dining room in half an hour. You can hear the story from him if you can get him to talk. But I'm warning you, tread carefully. You can't save him. I'm not here to save anyone. The man didn't respond, but his eyes betrayed his thoughts clearly enough. We'll just see about that. You never knew what kind of cellmate you would find in prison. Danny couldn't imagine a better one than this old character who spoke what was on his mind. Just curious, Danny said, since you asked me, what's your story? Me. I was once a philosophy professor at UCLA. That was 16 years ago. I've been serving father time ever since for a crime I didn't commit. And what crime was that? I was framed for the tsunami that killed all those people in Indonesia. Unfortunately, I no longer have the resources to appeal the verdict. He said it without the slightest hint of humor. But don't you worry about that, priest. You have bigger worries. Is that right? And what would they be? Bruce Randell, Godfrey said. You're not 5. Seeing the mangled, bloodied finger in a shoebox, I reacted as any normal person sent a piece of her husband's body might. I rushed to the sink and threw up. My illness came at the thought of that finger belonging to Danny, but whether it actually was Danny's finger, I couldn't know. It was way too mangled to tell. Either way, my world was caving in on itself. Danny's life was in danger. So was mine. I stood over the sink, shaking, mind racing. I couldn't go to the police, that much I knew. Whoever was behind this knew too much about our past. Questions would be asked. People would talk. Both Danny and I would go down. I didn't have time to figure out who Bruce Randell was by researching the particulars of his incarceration and looking for details about his case. That was a long shot at best. I had to get to Danny, and there was only one way I knew to get to him. I had to go to Basil. Impulsively, without even taking the time to look again, I wiped the vomit off my lips, grabbed the shoebox, and dumped the contents, tissue and all, into the garbage disposal. I flipped the switch. 3 seconds of chunking and scraping later, the thing was gone, and only then did I wonder if I'd sent valuable evidence into the sewer system. Danny had once cut things off of people. Maybe someone was returning the favor. I had to get to Danny. He had to be alive. I knew that from my call to Basil earlier. If he was alive, I would find a way to get to him. Basil was located in the high country, north of Rancho Cucamonga, far beyond my regular stomping grounds, which pretty much consisted of my condo, North Long Beach, and Ironwood State Prison. I wasn't one for exploring just for the thrill of it. For starters, I hated the traffic in Southern California, especially the freeways, which were anything but free. They were their own kind of overcrowded prison. Thousands and thousands of steel boxes crammed together on concrete with their prisoners staring ahead for hours on end. Then again, I suppose we all live in one kind of prison or another. Mine was my head. Following the Google map I'd printed earlier in the week, I drove my white Toyota Corolla down the Riverside Freeway and caught the 15 headed north, cursing at the trucks when they barreled down my tailpipe or pushed me to the shoulder. But the hour drive with all of its hazards didn't distract me from a larger reality pressing in on me. I'd just ground up a finger and rinsed it down the drain. Maybe Danny's finger. It's difficult to express just how much I loved him. He was my rock, my advisor, my lover in better times. I leaned on him for everything and he seemed to return the favor. Take my job, or lack thereof. At 27 years old I ought to have had a decent job, and believe me, I'd given it a shot. Not because I needed the money. Danny had given me enough to buy the 2-bedroom condo in a quiet corner of an upscale complex and live without working for 7 years. I needed a job because we both knew I had to find a way to enter a thriving social context if I didn't want to go nuts. During one of my weekly visits to Ironwood, Danny suggested I try something that didn't require too much interaction with complaining customers, and ease into the workplace that way. Like what? I asked. He shrugged across the table and gave me one of his crazy, blue-eyed grins. Like a night watchman. Put your skills to good use. I sat up. Seriously. His grin faded. No, not seriously. It was a joke. But I could do that. You couldn't do that. I was just having fun. No, I could. The only people I would have to worry about would be the ones looking down my barrel. Now his face was flat, that determined expression he uses when he wants to cut to the chase. Don't be ridiculous. You're tiny. The first thug that comes along weighing 300 pounds would smash you flat. You're saying I don't have what it takes. I'm only saying that you'd be putting yourself in the way of danger. Please, Renee, do not consider this. For my sake if not for yours. See, I like that Danny tried to care for me even while locked up. And while a part of me loved the idea of going up against a 300-pound thug who might crush me if he tripped in my direction, the nightstick, if that was all they gave me. Then what else could I do at night? I asked. Anything, I suppose. Drive a truck. You're serious? No, not really. Just trying to. That's it. I could drive a truck. Right. One of those big 18-wheelers. I think that's pretty heavy work, don't you? Are you kidding? It's all lifting gizmos and electric power stuff. It's mostly listening to the radio and steering down a long road, right? Hydraulic lifts. What? They're called hydraulic lifts. The lifting gizmos. Oh, right. So then try it, he said. And I had. The instructor thought I was a bit nuts at first, but he quickly learned that my mind wasn't quite as frail as my body. I think it was during those few months trying the whole truck driver thing that I first entertained the thought that I was too skinny. A lot of the best drivers have at least a few extra pounds of fat and muscle. Frankly, I was a bit jealous. But here's the thing about being a truck driver. Once you get out of school and get to working for a real company, General Electric in my case, which was why I had GE appliances, you realize that you spend a lot of time with men in dirty warehouses. And too many of them don't mind putting their filthy paws on your shoulder, your arm, your thigh, or your butt. Not a bad thing if you're interested in them and their hands are clean, but I wasn't and these weren't. I also tried selling magazine subscriptions from home, but the continual abuse was inhuman and I found myself fighting the urge to help ungrateful customers see their way to a better life despite repenting for my previous indiscretions. All the while, my neurosis seemed to get worse, and after 2 years of periodic trials and failures I finally gave up. Point is, Danny supported my decision. He always did. I had been through a nightmare, he said. I just had to take some time and find myself. Tears came to my eyes as I drove north, praying that Danny was still alive and had all of his fingers. My emotions ran a ragged edge, from rage to remorse to abject fear. I should never have listened to his nonsense about finding myself another, suitable man. The thought of living without him seemed profane now. I still remembered every word of that conversation. It was on another one of my regular visits to Ironwood State Prison that Danny stared me in the eye and brought up the unthinkable. I knew he was working up to something critical in his mind because he gave me that long, "I'm sorry for what I'm about to say" look and took my hand. Now listen to me, Renee. Please, you have to listen very carefully. Already, I didn't like it. I am listening, Danny. We've been over this before. Over what? You know that I'm going to be in here 50 years. Paroled in 25, I said. 25 years. I don't know that. I do. The fact that he had escaped death row, which at first I was so sure would be his fate, emboldened me. If he could cut such a deal with the DA, what else might be possible? A 25-year parole, of course. He glanced at the door. What happens to me isn't really in my control. Renee, you know that. It's a war zone in here. Things happen. They can't hurt you. Danny, I said. Look at you. He had been a powerful man before his incarceration but had gained 30 pounds since, all of it muscle. You could take any of those thugs one-handed, show them who you are. Have any of them been through a real war? Prison is a real war. But that's not the point. You've managed this far, I said. Right. Just defend yourself. It's not that simple. Defending yourself means defending your people, and that means resorting to violence. I can't do that. But really, that's not the point. Then what is? 50 years is too long. No, Danny, it is not. No, you have the will of a bull. Guilt was swamping me. He was in prison and I was free. I clung to his hand as if it were my last lifeline. You have to do whatever you need to stay alive. It's not me I'm worried about, Renee. It's me. You want me to confess. No, please, no. You want me to break you out. Renee, my love, you're missing the point. Then what is your point? Danny stared at me for a moment, then you're going to fall apart without someone to hold on to. You know how much I love you, but you have to let go of me and find someone who can. I slammed my palm down on the table and bolted to my feet. I don't want anyone else. Sit down, the guard watching us near the door barked. I gave him a harsh stare and sat. Danny spoke in a placating tone. Please, darling, you have to be practical. As much as we both hate it, this is unfair to you. I can decide what's unfair to me. Thousands of prison wives do it. What's unfair is that you're in prison and I'm not. He ignored my last statement entirely. It was a mood issue for him. I'm not suggesting that you can't decide for yourself, and I have the highest respect for those who stand by their loved ones doing time. I'm only saying that you need to be realistic. His jaw flexed, and he continued, and you have to start thinking of me as well. I gawked at him, aghast. When he took my hand again, his was trembling. Danny's hand never trembles. He has one of the softest hearts I know, but the rest of him is made of steel. Listen to me, Renee. I can't do this knowing that your life on the outside is difficult because of your loyalty to me. You may argue that you're fine, but I know you, dear. And I know me. You have to find someone to take care of you, if not for your sake, then for mine. Someone who will hold you at night when your fears come, someone to laugh with during the day. I can't be that man. You already are that man. He shook his head gently. We're not like the rest. You have to begin accepting that. I didn't surrender myself for you to be alone except for an hour each weekend for the rest of your life. A tear slipped from his eye and my heart began to break for him. We're not like the rest. It was the truth, and I'd long known it. Having decided, even before we married, to take the fall for my sins, Danny never officially filed our marriage license and other necessary paperwork in Bosnia. In the eyes of the law, we never technically married. He wanted to make it easy for me that way, knowing this time would come. But he couldn't know then that I would be forever married to him in my heart, regardless of the law. I'm strong, Danny, I said. But I had started to cry with him. We tenderly spoke for an hour that day at Ironwood, and when it was time to go, I clung to the help of my therapist. Danny was only looking out for me, knowing that I really did need someone on the outside. He could not be persuaded otherwise. His need to belong to me was outweighed by his need for me to have constant companionship. Because I really was interested in honoring his needs above my own, I couldn't dismiss them. The problem was I still loved Danny and he loved me. Even after finally agreeing to entertain the idea of dating another man, I never worked up the courage or the desire to pursue any other relationship. I would love Danny till the day I died, even if he wasn't my husband. I left the city behind me and followed the train of trucks into the scrub-covered hills. The day was overcast or smoggy or both. A thick haze hugged the mountains. I couldn't shake the feeling that when I emerged on the other side of the mist I would find myself lost. Thinking the radio might help, I turned it on, then off after a few minutes of talk about things that didn't interest me. By the time I reached Highway 138 the mist had thickened and I felt downright spooked. The traffic on the two-lane road snaking through the hills was spotty, which was a relief. But the lack of movement on either side made me feel more isolated. And it was quieter. Large limestone outcroppings rose from the ground like ghosts on guard. A mile and a half later I reached Lone Pine Canyon Road, turned left onto the Narrow 2-lane road, and headed into no man's land. It was called the Angeles National Forest, but the forest was mostly shrubs and dirt here. The road turned, then rose and fell gently, following above-ground power lines. The cutoff for Basil came suddenly, a few miles farther, announced by a single blue sign that read Basil Institute, with an arrow directed across Lone Pine. I swung my car onto a blacktopped driveway, and it was then, driving into tall and ominous-looking trees, that I began to doubt my spontaneous decision to come and make something happen on my own. I really had no idea what I could accomplish. For all I knew, I would never even reach the prison. There would be a gate and guardhouse long before I reached the actual entrance, and, without the necessary paperwork, I would be turned away. The driveway was long, at least half a mile, descending slowly as it snaked around the hills. The trees grew even taller. The mist was thicker. I rolled forward, alone on the road, breathing shallow. The mist to my left suddenly thinned, offering me my first view of the valley. I blinked at the sight and veered to the left shoulder. Shoved the car into park. Threw the door open and stood with one foot. Below me in a large clearing half a mile away lay a fenced compound. In the center of that compound rose a beautiful stone building shaped like a cross. I saw it all in a glance and my pulse thickened. The only similarity between Basil and Ironwood were the tall fences, 3 of them running in parallel, set back from the institution. Where Ironwood looked like 4 huge factory buildings, Basil looked more like an oversized mansion. Or an old sanitarium for the mentally ill. Or a massive cathedral. No guard towers that I could see. The walls rose high and were topped by a green metal roof that sloped upward to meet a glass dome that allowed light to filter into the area below. Windows every 10 or 15 feet peered out from the cells, but they were tinted, the one-way kind used in some office buildings. There were no bars, only leafy vines that crawled up the walls at each corner. And then I saw what could pass as guard towers, built into the corners of the building with a clear view of the exterior compound. If so, the guards were out of sight. A green lawn, maybe 100 yards wide, separated the monolithic structure from the 3 fences, which alone marked the compound as something other than a uniquely designed resort. Haze drifted by, thickening to obscure the valley for a few moments before thinning again. There were no patrol cars driving along the perimeter road, no correctional officers pacing the lawn. A single paved road bordered by a shorter fence stretched between a sally port near the perimeter and what I took to be the front entrance. The sally port was a system consisting of 2 gates that could not be opened at the same time. Any vehicle coming or leaving would have to pass through the first gate, then wait for it to close behind before being admitted through the second gate, a security measure used at all prisons. A large fenced parking lot with a pedestrian sally port encompassed 30 or 40 cars on the far left side. Otherwise there was no indication that the building was even occupied. Deliveries probably came in from the back, where there would be a 3rd sally port, but I couldn't see over the building. For a moment I imagined that Danny's world had just been filled with a ray of bright hope. Surely this would be a better place than Ironwood. But then the voice from the phone drifted through my mind and the illusion faded. Danny was somewhere within those walls, cut off from the reality known by the rest of the without my hearing it. A man dressed in black slacks and a white collared shirt stood at the open passenger door, hand on the frame, looking at me. Inside the car, a driver watched me through the windshield, idly tapping his thumb on the steering wheel. I stared, caught completely off guard. Do you have an appointment? Ah, no. I stepped around the hood of my car. But maybe you can help me. He didn't respond. He was a kind enough looking fellow with blonde hair and a neatly trimmed goatee. The car's door sign identified it as grounds control. No weapons that I could see. Not even pepper spray. My husband was brought here from Ironwood this morning and I'm having trouble getting a message to him. This is Basil, right? Go through his attorney. Quickest way. It'll still take at least a week. A week. He was eyeing my body and I glanced down. Only then did it hit me that in my frantic haste to leave the condo, I had quickly pulled on a pair of jeans but forgotten to change my top. Or fix my hair. Not that my hair needed fixing. I normally wore it down, and messy hair was somewhat in style. But my yellow checkered flannel top screamed pajamas. I don't have a week. I'm sorry, but this is a restricted area. You need to turn your car around and leave. Just like that. Just like that. You don't understand. You have an inmate inside whose life's in danger. I have to talk to the warden. Please, I'm begging you. And you know his life's in danger. How? I hesitated. I was told. The guard didn't look impressed. Ma'am, if even 1 in 100 threats made in correctional institutions were carried out, the prisons would be graveyards. Let me put your mind to rest. Your husband, did you say? My friend. Trust me, your friend's in the safest prison in California, he said, in part because of Basil's strict policies regarding isolation. He's been selected for the program for a reason, and you're going to have to trust in that. I looked back at my car, scrambling for an angle, but I couldn't find one. Maybe I was overreacting. It wouldn't be the first time. Then again, maybe not. I faced the man, who clearly had more. Kill who, did you say? I didn't. The corners of the man's mouth pulled up into a cockeyed smile. I wouldn't worry about it. I got a shoe box. A what? No, I couldn't go there. Someone's threatening to kill him, so like it or not, I am worried. Look, Basil has a zero-tolerance policy regarding violence. Without weapons at their disposal, inmates use words all the time. That's assuming the threat came from Basil, which is highly unlikely. Why do you say that? He just got here this morning. Yes. The guard shook his head. I doubt he's met any of the prisoners yet, much less had time to make enemies. Besides, all phone calls are monitored. Is your friend a violent man? No, not anymore, anyway. Although I had no doubt Danny could put both of these guards on their backs without breaking a sweat. He make a habit of screaming obscenities at people who walk by. Of course not. The guard shrugged. He's perfectly safe here. Wherever that call came from. It wasn't Basil. And whoever made it will have an even harder time getting in here than you. Follow. What prison did you say he was transferred from? Ironwood. There you go. Impossible to spend time at Ironwood without making enemies. Now, if you don't mind, you really need to turn your car around and leave. And just so you know, the minute any car hits our blacktop, we know. Go home and take a deep breath. If you still think you need to get a message inside, you best work with an attorney. Do you know an inmate named Bruce Randell? The guard's eyes flickered and I knew I'd hit a chord. Not directly. No, I'm not at liberty to speak about any members. I think it is best for you to leave. I knew then that I had no hope of getting in to see Danny without someone's help. That's when I decided to start with whoever had first put Bruce Randell behind bars. Know your enemy's enemy, Danny had once taught me. They will likely be your ally. Thank you, I said, eager to leave. What did you say your name was? I didn't. He grinned. Martin. Please don't return until you have the right paperwork. There's an armed gate around the corner 100 yards up. No one gets past it unless we want them to. Follow. Follow, I said. But the only path I was following was the one that led me to Danny, and that path now led me to Bruce Randell, Danny's newest enemy. 6. The dining hall was located in the south wing, just off the hub, a self-serve affair that rewarded those who lined up for chow with a compartmentalized plate not unlike those sold as TV dinners. Today's lunch consisted of 1 spoonful of fake whipped spuds, 3 or 4 small chunks of corned beef, a dozen green beans, an apple, a thick slice cut from a French roll, and something like margarine spread thinner than a snitch's word across the surface. Choice of drink: water, apple juice, lime soda, or lemonade. The hall contained 30 long tables, 3 rows of 10. According to Godfrey, the prison had a maximum capacity of 300 but was considered full at 250, allowing the warden the spare cells needed to shuffle members between wings as required. Lunch was served to the commoners in 2 shifts, although privileged members, currently numbering 47, could eat in the hall if they so desired. At least half took advantage of the better meals delivered to the guest rooms, as the privileged cells were called. Members in the basement meditation wing were fed rolls of highly enriched bread in their cells. On Danny's first day there were roughly 100 members in the room. Seated at the tables or in line, talking quietly, casting glances only occasionally at the table where Danny sat alone with Godfrey and a very shy Pete Manning. The boy looked young for his 20 years, hardly more than a pubescent teenager, not because he was small but because his features were fine. Short blonde hair covered his head, straight but slightly disheveled. The lashes above his light blue eyes were long, and the fingers holding his plastic spoon as he toyed with his whipped spuds looked like they hadn't seen a day's labor in years. He was pale and his skin was unblemished except for a bruise on his right cheekbone. The only sign that he was anything but perfectly normal came in the way he carried himself, delicately and on edge, as if he knew of some imminent danger hidden from the rest of them. A quick count identified 7 privileged members eating at the tables, and 5 employed in the serving line, all easily distinguished by their street clothes in a sea of members dressed in blue pants and tan shirts. Roughly half were white, perhaps a third were black, the rest, Latino. Danny, considering the overwhelming percentage of minorities imprisoned in California's prison system, one of the great injustices of law enforcement. A single company or facilitator, Godfrey had called them, lounged in a chair near the door, apparently bored stiff. In most prisons, guards were sparsely stationed for efficiency in high-traffic areas. A show of force was only required when trouble erupted. In some larger institutions, inmates might see corrections officers only a few times over the course of several days unless there was trouble nearby. The custody and security operations at Basel were fairly typical. One captain, Bostich, oversaw 3 lieutenants, 1 for each wing: the East Privileged Wing, the West Commons Wing, and the Basement Meditation Wing. Under each lieutenant were 3 sergeants, 1 for each 8-hour shift, for a total of 9 sergeants. The sergeants oversaw the corrections officers, ranging in number from 2 to 7 depending on the shift in the wing. Each of the 4 towers on the perimeter were manned by an armed officer, who made up the balance of the security detail. But at Basel they were all simply called facilitators, regardless of position. Danny could account for 5 of them. 2 at the Commons Wing, 1 in the hub, 1 in the dining hall, and 1 rover, as he ate and listened to Godfrey's philosophy. You do realize that most get locked up without a violent bone in their body. 2% for rape, 10% for murder. That's it, Danny boy. There's been no increase among violent offenses per capita in this county for decades. There has, on the other hand, been a 700% increase in the number of nonviolent offenders put in prison since the 70s. You ever wonder why? Since the warden mentioned it, Danny said, there aren't more rapists out there to justify the increase. Not more murderers. Not more violent husbands. Instead, there are simply more laws. The older man continued with a twinkle in his eye. The land of the free has only recently undertaken a grand experiment of sorts, incarcerating far more of its citizens than any other society in history has ever attempted, Hitler's incarceration of Jews notwithstanding. Is it working? Is America now safer than it was in the 70s, 80s, or 90s? Nope. Is it safer than Canada, which is far more lenient? Not close. Europe. Again, Not even close. You ever think about that? Inmates inside are no worse than those who live in freedom. Know what their problem is? Danny didn't answer. They were caught out of sync. Wrong place, wrong time. They crossed the road on the wrong day. They said the wrong thing to the wrong person in the wrong country and were accused of hate speech. They placed the wrong chemical in their mouths. You ever do drugs? Can't say that I have. Me neither. Still, an interesting case. In the early 1900s, most of the drugs now prohibited in the United States were legal. Millions consumed elixirs and medicines loaded with cocaine and opium and other drugs on a daily basis. No one considered their consumption immoral any more than the consumption of wine or fast food was immoral. But then the laws changed, making first drugs and then wine illegal. You see. Godfrey paused only a moment, then answered himself. New time, new law. Same species. Human. He took a bite of egg and went on, speaking around his food. Predictably, the consumption of alcohol was hardly suppressed by the new laws. People who wanted to drink still did and always will. But prisons began filling with those who were caught deviating from the new norm. And then the laws changed again and the country went about happily selling and drinking wine in freedom. You see. I guess I do. New time, new law. Same species. Human. Humans don't change their behavior to conform to new laws as much as they take pains not to get caught breaking the new laws. Fact is, more than half of all Americans have broken federal laws, mostly tax and drug laws, for which the penalty is prison, but have never been caught. You think we should put half the country behind bars, Danny? Doesn't make sense. What will happen when society changes its political mind and makes wine illegal again? Or decides that all unregulated herbs like, Godfrey glanced at Peter, who sat beside him, keeping to himself. Or take sexual deviance as defined by law. Pete here is in for statutory rape. Right. But based on current California law, Jesus himself, the so-called Son of God, was raised by a statutory rapist. Isn't that so, priest? It was. Joseph had been at least 30 years older than his 14-year-old bride. Joseph would have been sent to prison for statutory rape if he'd lived in the United States of America. Different time, different law, same species. Human, Godfrey said. Were Joseph and Mary stupid? No. Were they immoral? No. But change the laws and they would be classified as deviants along with all of their peers. It's cultural, not moral. But a politician makes a new law to get elected and, suddenly, previously acceptable behavior is deviant. So the question is, what to do with all those deviants created by changing laws? Build more prisons, Danny said. Godfrey smiled. Now you're thinking. Build more prisons. You'll need them. Not for the scumbags of society, like you and me, but to segregate and punish those caught deviating from the rules. Just like the rules at Basel. Don't break the rules, Danny. There's a price to pay. Isn't there, Peter? Peter nodded without looking up. Yup. The efficiency and order on display among the members of Basel was nothing short of unnerving. Pape's system seemed to be working surprisingly well. The program was too new to account for any early paroles, but the reports coming out of Basel, which Danny had read in his handbook, would undoubtedly be a source of pride for reformers and a thorn in the side of those who wanted to keep prisons just the way they were. Many of the rules for the commons were plainly objective. Lights out at 9:00 p.m. No later than 9:02. Follow pathways where marked. In the lunch line, for example. No swearing. No contraband, the list of which filled 3 single-spaced pages including such items as tobacco, alcohol, drugs, a long list of weapons, images of half-naked or fully naked men or women, and novels that contained inappropriate language including any swearing, nakedness, sexuality, or excessive violence. shirts, no raised voices, for any reason at any time, including but not limited to yelling, laughing, cursing, threatening, or questioning. But what constituted a raised voice? In addition to swearing, no coarse language at any time for any reason. But what constituted coarse language? No displays of affection, which might be construed or mistaken as an invitation to sexually deviant behavior. Again, how many ways might a simple glance be interpreted? No threats to members or facilitators. No disrespect to any member unless authorized by the warden for disciplinary reasons. In addition, members were required to demonstrate a progressive attitude and a full willingness to learn nondeviant behavior. Yet again, threats, disrespect, and attitude were all wide open for interpretation. And perhaps the most disturbing of all, no questioning authority, or the rules, or the doctrines upon which the facility stood, except as a matter of formal petition and due process. In other words, members weren't free to spout off complaints. Instead, they were required to file a petition and could voice such questions or complaints to the warden only if permitted. As in a courtroom, free speech in Basel was limited, forfeited as part of the waiver Danny had signed in the warden's office. This was Basel's cultural norm, and deviation from that norm constituted deviant behavior, and deviant behavior would be punished. What kind of punishment? Restricted privileges, isolation, shunning, meditation, an eye for an eye. What precisely that meant, Danny didn't yet know. The other members watched Danny with interest, but as Godfrey had predicted, they didn't speak to him as they passed through the hub, nor during a quick survey of the tiny yard nestled between the east and south wings, nor in line for lunch. Not a word anywhere. Speaking to the priest was prohibited. Godfrey ran down a short list of members in the dining hall that he thought might interest Danny. Carter Beagle, a convict who'd been locked up for over 20 years, transferred in from San Quentin. He was in for homicide, a gas station robbery that went wrong when the proprietor's girlfriend came out of the back room with a shotgun. Carter's first shot went off by accident and struck the proprietor in the chest. He had taken half a load of buckshot in his right leg, which was why he limped. Now he was an old-timer like most at Basel. Those who just wanted to do. There was Max DeMarco, a mob guy in for grand larceny, also an old-timer. Sterling Maxwell, in on weapons charges in the 60s. Pedro Rivera, a teddy bear of a man who had raped a woman twice his age while strung out on crack back in the day. Godfrey knew them all, and most of them shared one thing in common. They were program convicts who'd long ago abandoned any desire to buck the system. Their silence was part of Danny's indoctrination, but at the heart of that programming was the young man who Pape claimed would determine Danny's fate at Basel. Peter Manning. Danny studied the boy while Godfrey murmured that the knuckleheads must have eaten their lunch at the first serving. His mention earned an apprehensive sideways glance from Pete. During the 10 minutes since Godfrey had motioned the boy to the table, Peter had looked Danny in the eye only once, and then for less than a second. He ate quietly, eyes fixed on nothing of note, lost in a world trapped in his mind. That this boy could have been convicted of statutory rape was hard to imagine, much less believe. And yet here he sat, locked up to keep society safe and to help him see a better, non-deviant way. Godfrey nodded at Danny, took a drink of lemonade, and cleared his throat. Pete, why don't you tell Danny your story? The one you told me. The truth. Peter made no sign that he'd heard Godfrey. He remained hunched over his plate with one hand on his lap and the other around his spoon. Perhaps a more direct approach was called for. Confession wasn't new territory for Danny. Maybe it would be better if I told you my story, Pete, Danny said. Sometimes we do things because we're hurt. We wish we could take it back, but it is too late. I know, because when I was 15 I killed some men, and now I wish I hadn't. Pete glanced up at him, held his gaze for 2 seconds, then shifted his stare into space as he chewed his food. That's not why I'm in prison. At the time I lived in Bosnia with my mother and my 2 sisters. Men came into our house and raped my mother and both of my sisters. That's why I killed them. It's evil. Danny now understood what the warden meant when he'd used the word dense. Pete was slow. He likely suffered from some mild form of cognitive disability. How he'd found his way to prison was a curiosity. Although California law allowed for a felony conviction in cases of statutory rape in which the victim was under the age of 18 and 3 or more years younger than the victimizer, typically only non-consensual statutory cases resulted in felony convictions. Most cases of statutory rape involved consensual sex between a boyfriend and girlfriend who'd fallen in love and engaged in sex at the wrong age and on the wrong side of the marriage laws. Pete was 20, meaning he'd been found guilty of having sex with a girl no older than 17, presumably non-consensual sex. Otherwise he would have received a misdemeanor conviction. Either way, surely the court would have taken his cognitive impairment into consideration. How long have you been in Basel, Pete? 4 months, Godfrey said when Peter didn't answer. He was the last before me to be admitted. Yes. This, along with the fact that the warden had specifically set Pete aside for Danny to help, didn't sit right. Perhaps he was reading too much into a coincidence. Either way, Danny now felt compelled to learn the full details of Pete's crime and conviction. Did you rape a girl, Pete? No answer. It's okay. You can tell me the truth. I used to be a priest, and although I'm no longer a priest, I've always tried my best to help people who've made mistakes. Believe me, I'm no stranger to mistakes myself. Maybe I can help you. Pete looked up at him again, this time searching his eyes for trust. The boy's defensive mechanisms had started to break like the first crack in the shell of a hard-boiled egg. Danny had seen the look 1,000 times. Pete looked over at Godfrey, who nodded. Go on, tell him. He's a good man. A deviant like the rest of us, but he knows that deviant behavior doesn't mean wrong behavior. Just like I told you. If Pete could understand that much, his cognitive impairment couldn't be too great. Danny helped him along. Did you have a girlfriend? A mist swam in the boy's eyes and Danny knew he'd gotten through. What was her name? Missy, Pete said softly, and the mist settled into thin pools at the bottom of his eyes. Did you hurt Missy? I will never hurt Missy. He said it with enough conviction to secure Danny's confidence that the boy believed it. How old was she? 15. I met her at the park. His eyes brightened. She likes me. We spend time together. I would never hurt Missy. Missy has a soft spot for people in need, Godfrey said. I don't think she was slow, but don't know for sure. Danny returned to Pete. You were 20 and she was 15. Missy is 17. She's going to be a nurse. So you were 20 and Missy was 17 when they arrested you. Was she your girlfriend? A tear slipped from Pete's right eye and he lowered his head again. It occurred to Danny that his breaking down in the cafeteria might not go well with the facilitator at the door or the other members. It's okay, Pete, Godfrey said. Maybe it would be better if I told Danny what you told me. Can I do that? The boy hesitated, then nodded. Godfrey addressed Danny, voice low. A classic case of forbidden love. Missy comes from an upscale, conservative family. Unlike Pete, whose mother is indigent and long ago divorced. No other family he speaks of. No brothers, no sisters. They met at a church event at a park when Pete was 18 and Missy was 15, just 2 fledgling birds who developed a deep bond of friendship. At first Missy's parents had no problem with the boy, their young daughter was trying to help out. Who would? Isn't that right, Pete? Missy loved me. Exactly. But Missy's parents grew worried about the relationship when their Daughter preferred spending time with Pete over other boys in her peer group. High school stuff. Godfrey dismissed the notion with a flip of his hand. They tried to discourage their daughter, but Missy spent most of her time with Peter. Not sure it was really a romantic relationship as such, but they became inseparable. And yet he was convicted. Because Missy's parents, terrified that their only daughter was getting too friendly and wasting her life away, threw a fit. Missy reacted by running away from home to be with Pete, whose mother had just passed away, leaving him the sole beneficiary of their little crumbling house. After an intervention was the only way to save their daughter. Maybe it was understandable, but they overreacted. Did they have any evidence of non-consensual? They had a caseworker who reported a confession by Pete that he'd pushed himself on Missy. Absurd, but there you have it. As a priest, you're probably aware that in California, confidentiality is waived in cases of rape. And you think the parents paid off the caseworker. What better way to keep a vagrant from your daughter than have him thrown in prison? Missy didn't come forward. She was removed to a camp for troubled teens in Arizona. A letter alleging misbehavior and shame served as her testimony. It took me an hour to learn this much, you understand, and I may be missing some of the details, but that's basically what happened. Am I right, Pete? I would never hurt Missy. I know you wouldn't. The rest is plain enough. Missy's parents had Pete arrested. Their attorney fed the DA all they needed. Pete had a public defender who caved under the case. The judge sentenced Pete to 2 years in state prison despite his pleas of innocence. The warden managed to rope the boy, and here we sit. Godfrey had been right. The boy's story broke Danny's heart. For the most part, law enforcement and the courts got their implementation of the laws right, despite the questionability of some of those laws. But when they got it wrong, they could get it very wrong. Unfortunately, the plight of the innocent in prison was mostly lost on an angry, cynical public. If everything you're telling us is right, you didn't do anything wrong. Danny said, I didn't do anything wrong. I know. Do you remember the name of the judge? Pete shook his head. To Godfrey. The court didn't take his condition into consideration. You tell me. Worst part is that the convicts consider him a pedophile. I have already suffered far worse than he had here. Despite the warden's oddities, Basil might just be Pete's best chance of surviving his time, short of living in segregation. Danny was lost in these thoughts when it occurred to him that the room had quieted. He followed several stairs toward the door and saw a White Commons member walking toward their table. The man was big, well over 6 feet, with arms the size of small trees and a neck built like a trunk. The man looked like a Viking who thought with his fists and offered rebuke with his eyes, harsh glares that would shrivel all but the strongest opponent. Behind him and to his right walked a smaller, thin man, his dark hair slicked back with grease, wearing a crooked smile. Both had tattoos that ran down their arms, but no gang markings that Danny could see. That's Randall, Godfrey muttered of the larger man, and the moment he said it, Pete's head whipped around. The look of terror on the boy's face could not be mistaken. Both Godfrey's and the warden's advice to stay clear of Randall flashed through Danny's mind. The warden had asked him to help Pete because he and the boy shared a common enemy, Randall. But helping the boy would only infuriate that enemy. The large man spoke to Danny before he stopped at the edge of their table. Stand up, UFNG. Randall's challenge drew no attention from the facilitator at the door, who watched them from his chair, tilting it back on 2 legs. Across from Danny, Pete was trembling. Danny remained calm. The warden had made it clear that he'd be tested. You deaf punk. I said stand up and face me. Bruce Randall's lips were as pale as his face, 2 strips of bleached leather on a pocked, lunar face. An albino bulldog. Danny remained seated, unguarded, refusing to allow his anger to rise. He should say something. Silence was its own form of disrespect. But considering the man's blatant disregard for the established protocol, what would that be? I hear you just fine, Danny finally said. My instructions from the warden are to avoid you. I think it is best I stay seated. But I assure you, I'm listening. A smile crept onto the man's face. A fancy talker. His eyes dropped to Pete, who was staring down at his plate, still trembling. So an eye for an eye, Randall said. His stare drilled into Danny. I don't like priests. If you don't stand up, I'm going to let my friend loose. And I promise you it'll be bloody. A surge of adrenaline flooded Danny's veins, but he refused to give in to the sudden impulse to set the man straight. He'd given in to such weaknesses once and paid a heavy price. More important, he'd taken a vow of nonviolence in an effort to follow a truer way. Proper execution of the people's law was the only way to handle injustice, and Basil had its law. He was legally and morally obligated to follow it even when that law failed. Who was he to judge? The man called Slane bent down and whispered something into Pete's ear, his eyes fixed on Danny. There was darkness and hatred in those eyes. Pete spun off the bench, rounded the end of the table, and dropped down on the seat next to Danny, effectively placing his new protector between himself and Slane. Danny stilled another urge to help Randall see the light. His impulse to defend the weak would never leave him, he knew. Neither would his resolve to control that impulse. Randall glared at him. Welcome to Basil. You may think the warden's your problem, but you'd be wrong. That would be me. He leaned forward and spoke, close enough for Danny to smell his stale breath. I'm going to make you hate yourself, priest. And then I'm going to kill you. Randall brought a gnarled hand up, gripped Danny's cheeks between his thumb and fingers, and shoved his head back. Remember that. Back off, Randall. The facilitator had finally decided to step in. Danny couldn't deny the anger he felt. But he'd faced far worse and learned that his refusal to engage, although initially painful, eventually rewarded him with peace. Turning the other cheek made sense only if you did it every time. Randall lifted his arms in feigned surrender and stepped away. The facilitator, a 30-something with a hook nose that looked as if it might have been broken more than once, was on his radio, calling for backup. He pointed Randall and Slane away from the table, then glared at Danny. Why is it that all the Pape owned it? When another member asks you for a simple courtesy, you give him that courtesy. You hear. You don't sit there like a wart. Now stand up and step away from the table. The facilitator had produced a pair of handcuffs. Danny did as instructed. Zero tolerance. Get used to it. Turn around and place your hands behind your back. The facilitator cuffed him. Two other cuz had arrived and stood to one side in a show of force. They needn't have bothered. Danny had no intention of speaking, much less resisting. There was no outcry from the other members, despite the obvious injustice of the event. Randall stood to one side, showing no emotion. Godfrey sat still, watching Danny, but he made no move to defend him. It was prohibited and would only invite more trouble. Still, it was strange. At Ironwood, inmates would invite trouble for the sake of solidarity. A few days in the hole was a small price to pay, and even more, a sign of strength. Not in Basil. The facilitator gave him a nudge toward the door. Let's go. The rest of you. Back to lunch. Two guards led him through the hub, past the security gate that led to the administration wing, and through another reinforced steel door with the words meditation floor stenciled in black above it. Not a word was spoken. The concrete steps descending into the basement were bare and well worn. Caged incandescent bulbs lit the way down one flight, then a second, before opening into a long, dimly lit hall with cells running down the right side. The sound of whimpering echoed through the corridor. The meditation floor. 50 cells, according to Godfrey. Did I tell you to stop? Danny walked forward, past the cells. The doors were solid steel with small slats at waist level and similar openings near the floor, used to fasten or unfasten a member's wrist and ankle irons as well as to deliver food and water. The smell of urine and feces hung in the air. No light reached past the cracks in the steel doors. Other than the padding of their feet down the hall, the only sound came from the whimpering in one of the cells. It made Danny wonder how many inmates were being held in segregation. When they drew abreast the cell of the whimpering man, the facilitator banged his stick against the steel door. That's another week, Perkins. Shut your foul mouth. The whimpering shriveled to a whisper. No due warning. No filing. No due process or hearing. A clear violation of the California Penal Protocol. They passed 8 additional cells before the guard stopped him. Hold up. The facilitator unlocked the cell door and swung the door wide. Inside was a concrete room 4 feet wide and maybe 8 feet deep. A raised slab of cement, 3 feet wide, formed a bed of sorts next to a sealed steel panel on the floor. A metal sink and toilet combo hugged the corner. That was it. No bedding. Nothing else. Take off your shoes, your socks, your pants, and your underwear. Still cuffed, Danny did as ordered. Inside, he stepped into the concrete box, immediately aware of the temperature drop. Behind him, the cell door clanked shut. A bolt was thrown and the upper slat door squealed open. Back up to the slat. The facilitator uncuffed him through the opening and withdrew the restraint, leaving Danny free to move his arms. Take off your shirt and pass it out. He unbuttoned the shirt, shrugged out of it, and passed it out. You can consider due process served. The warden will make his recommendation. If you're lucky, you'll be out in a few days. The slat cover slammed shut, leaving Danny naked in the dark. The accommodations were poor. It was cold. There wasn't a single soft surface in the small room. He stepped to the sink and turned the faucet. No water. It was likely on a timer or controlled manually from the outside, as was the water for the toilet. It was rumored that some of the cells in the death row segregation ward at San Quentin were set up similarly, although the inmates were allowed to wear their shorts. Cups had been banned because any vessel could be used to collect urine and feces to throw at an officer who opened the slat. Clothing and sheets could be used to commit suicide by way of strangulation. Mattresses could be torn apart or used to block entry into the cell. But this wasn't San Quentin. Danny wondered if anyone outside these walls knew the true nature of administrative segregation in the bowels of Basel. The door at the end of the hall slammed shut, leaving the entire floor in an eerie calm. Danny found the edge of the raised slab and eased down onto the bed. He lay back on the cold emotions. There, in simply being still, he found solace. Wednesday. Keith Hammond, the sheriff's deputy who'd taken down Bruce Randell, wasn't eager to be found. I might have just given up and gone to the authorities to find him if not for my own aversion to the law. Danny had done a good job steering me clear, and when my dedication finally paid off 2 days later, I was relieved to learn that Keith was no longer professionally tied to the law. He lived in a condo on Acacia Avenue in Huntington Beach, a 25-minute drive from my home in Long Beach without traffic. The neighborhood, only 10 blocks from the ocean, was populated by free-spirited types who would rather head to the beach than to work. The condo was nice enough. White with green bushes along the base of the building and a bright green canopy leading up from the sidewalk. Several large palm trees in the back rose over the roof. But it wasn't the neighborhood I cared about, it was the man who lived inside 1245 Acacia Street No. 3. I was now pinning my hopes on him. All of them. I sat in my Corolla down and across the street, gently picking at my lower lip. As I obsessed over how best to meet him. When to make my move. What to say. How to determine if I could trust him. Whether he would be willing to help. If he still had the mustache from his days in the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, as pictured. He didn't have a Facebook profile, which was fine, because neither did I. He hadn't made any news for a few years. Good enough. I hadn't either, at least not for 3 years, and then only as an unidentified subject in a rather nasty slaying. What he did have was a 2-year history working as an attorney, and 5 years in the sheriff's department before that. Best as I could fit the rather disconnected pieces together, Keith had joined the sheriff's department right out of law school, served for 5 years, entered private practice, and then dropped off the scene altogether a year or 2 ago. The Los Angeles Times had at least a dozen stories that included the name Keith Hammond in their archives, 5 of them about the bust in the high-profile trial of a meth cook and distributor, one Bruce Randell. Bruce, the viper doing time in Basel who hated priests and was now going to kill Danny over my dead body. Likely both. Keith spoke of his reason for leaving the sheriff's department in an article about Martinez Boutros, the only client from his 2 years of law practice that I was able to identify. Boutros was a 26-year-old Mexican immigrant who'd been charged with murder in a drug case. He was wrongfully accused, Hammond claimed, and then he was acquitted. And the Times came looking to find out why Keith had switched sides from drug buster to busting out druggies. In a short statement, Keith claimed he'd left the sheriff's department to find true justice. When pressed about how the department lacked true justice, he sidestepped the question. Conclusion: Keith left because of corruption in the system. Maybe not, but, honestly, that's what I hoped for. Then he took up practicing the law to defend the innocent. And then, well, then he'd quit on the system altogether. That's what I pieced together. That and the fact that he'd gone through a bitter divorce 8 years earlier, about the time he quit the sheriff. He'd been 27 years old at the time and was now 35, same age as Danny. I had my attorney, albeit one who no longer practiced law. I had my defender of the weak, righter of wrongs, and, most important, I had someone with a common enemy. Bruce Randell. But that was only in my mind. In reality, I didn't have him at all. He lived in the condo across the street, and for all I knew he'd moved there to get away from people like me. The sun was long gone, and I was about to give up in frustration when a black Ford Ranger approached the condo, turned up the driveway, and pulled into the garage on the first floor. I could hardly mistake the face of the man through the windshield. The man who would help me save Danny had come home. How he could help, I didn't know. But that wasn't all I didn't know. Short of storming Basel with an Uzi. And believe me, I'd thought about it. I didn't know how to get to Danny. I didn't know who I could trust, who I could get to listen, who I could hire. I needed someone to help me think. To be with me, because alone I was lost. The instant the garage door closed, I opened my car door, stepped out into the gray dusk, and headed across the street. I climbed the 3 steps to the condo's landing, pushed the doorbell, and stepped back. Hoping to make a good impression, I'd washed my hair twice, blown it half dry and combed it out so that it laid naturally. The Miss Me jeans I wore were boot cut, better than the skinny jeans I used to wear 2 years earlier, and I hadn't found the need to switch. I rarely wore a bra around the apartment, but out was a different matter. I'd chosen one of 2 padded bras that I owned. There's no way to make B breasts look like doubled breasts, and even if there was, I wasn't interested. Still, I was on a mission and I figured a little help wouldn't hurt. The door opened and Keith Hammond stood in the condo's entry light. His short hair was blonde and tossed but still somehow neat. His face was clean shaven but he still looked rough. His jeans were marked but not torn. His shirt was a blue button front with short sleeves, but it wasn't buttoned. How he'd gotten so casual so quickly was a bit of a mystery, but my first impression of him was hopeful. He looked like the kind of man who wasn't confined by the system. Sorry, honey, whatever you're selling, I'm not buying, he said. You're Keith Hammond, I replied. That would be me. Can I come in? Why? See, that's what I would have said. He wasn't only outside the system, he was cautious. That was good. Because I have some information you might find interesting, that's why. And I'm not selling it. And who are you? My name is Renee Gilmore. Information? Huh. And what makes you think I need any information, Renee Gilmore? Because you and I have the same enemy. His brow arched. Is that so? And who might that be? Bruce Randall, I said. Up to that point Keith had worn the face of a man who was mildly amused. But when I gave him the name, the light went out of his eyes. I wouldn't say that Mr. Randall is my enemy, he said. Our paths crossed once, but that was a long time ago. And why should that concern me? Because Danny's there too. And who's Danny? My husband, I said. Well, not technically. Sort of. Can I come in? You do realize I don't practice law anymore. I'm not looking for a lawyer. How did you hear about me? I tracked you down. Can I come in? He studied me for a moment, then stepped aside. Be my guest. But I can assure you there's nothing I can do for you. Unless you're looking for a drink and dinner. That I think I could manage. I ignored the compliment and looked around his condo. Stairs to my right, descended to what I assumed was the garage and maybe a room or two. The brown carpet was lint-free. Beyond the living room, a tiled breakfast bar divided the rest of the living space from a spotless kitchen, although I couldn't see the sink from where I stood. Sinks always speak the truth. By all appearances Keith looked to be a clean man who was comfortable enough in his own shell to leave his shirt unbuttoned when answering the door. But I wasn't here to judge his cleanliness. I wanted his help. He stepped past me, doing up one button in a respectable show of modesty. Look, Renee, I know you think there's a connection between us, but I'm afraid you're mistaken. He put a hand on the stair rail and crossed one leg over the other. You've obviously done your research and know that I helped put Bruce Randall behind bars, but like I said, that was a long time ago. I really don't care what he's doing, as long as he stays where he was put. He's trying to kill Danny, I said. You're not really husband. That's right. And I can't get into Basil to warn him. What makes you think I can? Assuming I wanted to. Prisons are run by wardens who all share at least one goal: preventing violence. You should be talking to the warden, not to a washed-up cop-turned-attorney who walked away from it all. I dabble in stocks for a living now, did you know that too? That's why I need your help. Why? Because I trade stocks. Because you're washed up. Like me. He glanced at my name brand, thinking I had to use what I could for Danny's sake. Would you like to? The light sparked in his eyes, or maybe it was only my imagination. Boy, you're full of surprises, aren't you? Thank you. But no, I'm not really looking for a romantic relationship with a woman right now. Did I say romantic? I just assumed by your history that you are a kind person. Interested in doing the right thing. Like helping a woman who has nowhere left to turn. Then you don't understand my history. I had my chance to help people and I turned my back on it. All of it. I wish I could help you, but I'm not the person you're looking for. It wasn't going well, but, considering my options, I wasn't about to let him off the hook that easily. He was like me, you see. He just wanted to be left alone to live his life in peace. I stepped past him, walked into his living room, and sat down on a stuffed tan chair, keeping my eyes on the window. I didn't intend to appear distraught, I just wasn't interested in his dismissal. He hesitated, then followed me and eased into the couch opposite me without a word. We sat like that for a few moments, silent, an odd stalemate of sorts. And he didn't seem inclined to break it. So I did. I received a call on Monday from a stranger who told me he was going to kill Danny. He was just transferred to Basel and there's no way for me to make contact. That same afternoon a woman named Constance came to my apartment and told me that an inmate named Bruce Randell was a threat to Danny. None of this really matters to me. I got a finger in a shoe box, I said. A finger. Or something that looked like a finger. It was a warning. From who? Who do you think? Randell. He eyed me. I'd finally gotten his attention. Either way, none of this is really my concern, he said. How can you say that? I snapped. You haven't even heard what I have to say. You may be all cozy, sitting here trading stocks and drinking beer with your poker pals, but there, he peered at me, unmoved, either a broken man himself or someone who didn't care about anyone but himself. I had to hope it was the first. Do you still have your law license? I asked. I haven't practiced in over a year. But you have it, right? Yes. Will you at least hear me out? It's not every day a helpless woman comes knocking on your door asking you for help. Don't be so cold. Keith leaned back and looked out the window. That's fair. Eyes back on me. So tell me. His insincere attitude toward my distress was infuriating. I almost stood up, right then and left. But I didn't have anywhere to go or anyone else to turn to. So I told him what I thought he needed to know. Nothing Danny would have disapproved of, mind you. Nothing about my past, only about Danny's conviction and the events that had led up to my receiving the shoebox. He listened to all of it, asking only a few questions, like an attorney making inquiries of a client he was considering taking on. And so you came here and waited for me, he said after I'd finished. Yes. Keith nodded thoughtfully. And that's all. Pretty much. Yes. I'm really not cold-hearted, you know. I didn't say you were. I only asked you not to be. Any other time in my life and I might be all over this. But for reasons I'm not at liberty to share right now, none of which have anything to do with your predicament, I just can't represent or assist you. Still, maybe I can give you some advice. It was a letdown, but not enough to dash my hopes. For the first time he was showing real interest in my predicament, as he called it. What kind of advice? I asked. You're coming here, for starters. I don't mean to alarm you, but the woman was right. People like Bruce routinely reach beyond the walls of their cells and destroy people on the outside. I'd advise against walking up to complete strangers and telling them the kind of things you've told me. You're underestimating me, I said. The only reason I came to you was because I had nowhere else to turn. Just because someone's a warden or a cop doesn't mean they're not working with people like Randell. Trust me, I've seen it from the inside. Which is precisely why I'm here. You're not on the inside anymore. Just be careful. Also, I wouldn't assume that Randell was the person who called you. The timing doesn't line up, right? I said. I know, but it is still technically possible. Who else would call me? Someone on the outside. It could even be unrelated to Randell's beef with Danny. You said Danny confessed to killing 2 people. For all you know there were more. And he probably had run-ins with others he didn't kill. Could be one of them. Was there any press on his arrest? No. His reference to Danny's past sent a chill through my arms. Not only because he'd guessed the truth so quickly, but because his conclusion was one that had haunted me for the past 2 days. A ghost from our past had found us and wanted us dead. You can't assume there were others, I said. No, but it is a possibility, and it makes more sense than Randell calling you. Actually, I think you could be as much the target as Danny. None of this was news to me, but again, hearing Keith say it made the threat sound more real. Why else would the caller have contacted me? Keith's reading of the situation didn't fill me with fear as much as it focused my anger. I had been backed into a corner before, and Danny taught me to come out swinging. Or maybe I'd taught that to myself. Either way, whoever was coming after us wasn't just going to pick us off like little varmints. They were playing the same kind of game Danny himself might have played before he'd taken the high road. And your point is? I asked. Be careful. I'm the most careful person in the world. Good. You said Danny could take care of himself. So let him. Nothing from the outside's going to help him. You could try an attorney, but even if one can get a message inside, warning Danny won't help him as much as you might think. Prisons are a world unto themselves, understood only by those who live in them. Warning someone to watch his back in a prison is like telling a driver out here to watch out for other cars on the road. Unless he's an idiot, Danny knows of the threat already. You sure? He leaned back and shrugged. Either way, there's nothing you can do about it. If Randall really wants him dead, one of them will end up dead. That's the kind of man he is. My gut felt like a sauna for bed bugs. Billions of them. So what do you suggest I do? Lock my doors and bar my windows and hope for the best? No. I suggest you start trying to figure out who in either your past or Danny's past might have a reason to come after you. You can't stop Randall. He's in a closed system. Forget him. Find out if someone else made that phone call. Find out who sent that shoebox. Then help me do that, I said, knowing that there was far more to the past than I could ever tell Keith. It didn't matter. He shook his head. I can't. I'm sorry. I wish I could, but I just can't. You still have connections in the legal system, right? You know cops. You know the criminal world. I also have a history that takes me out. I wish I could be more help. He was looking at me kindly enough, and if I wasn't mistaken, his eyes betrayed interest in me as a woman, but he wasn't going to bend. He'd made his point as plainly as he could. I'd probably said way too much. You just don't want to, I said, standing up. Where's your cell phone? My phone. I'm going to give you my number. If you decide to help me out, you'll know where to find me. Or you could just call and breathe heavy. He studied me for a moment and smiled, then dug his phone out of his back pocket. Give me your phone number. I did, and he keyed it in. But I knew it was wasted time. Got it, he said. Can I have yours? I'd rather not. Of course not. But I hardly cared anymore. Someone was coming after me, and there wasn't a soul in the world who could stop them, including Keith Hammond. I was on my own. It was time to go home and dig out the 9mm. 8. There are times in life when everything a person thinks he knows is challenged. Undercurrents suck him under and threaten to pull him into a bottomless sea. Tsunamis rise up after an unannounced earthquake and sweep away every trace of reason in a matter of seconds. That's why the wise man builds his house upon a rock. But what happens if he unwittingly picks the wrong rock with the best of intentions, only to discover that the foundation under that house can crumble? In Danny's case, the storm that threatened to test his rock did not roar in like a tsunami in a matter of seconds. It rose slowly over the course of the 3 days he spent in meditation, and even then it managed only to erode a small part of his foundation. Personal suffering he could manage, only because he'd faced so much of it through the war. But the suffering of others, that was another matter. He didn't know the names or the crimes of those who suffered in segregation. With him, only the odor of their excrement. Inmates came and went during his stay, and the routine became plain. A code of complete silence was strictly enforced on the meditation floor. Any deviance was handled swiftly. A single loaf of heavily enriched and dreadfully tasting bread was delivered once every day. The water to the faucet ran for 5 minutes 3 times a day, signaled only by the hissing in the pipes. The toilet flushed only once a day. Once every 2 days, each cell was properly hosed down with the occupant inside. The water and refuse drained through a trap door in the floor, opened during the cleansing. For the day following the bath, the entire wing stank of chlorine and whatever other chemicals they'd put in the water. Pape's answer to sanitation concerns, which doubled as a mild form of torture, leaving them shivering in the damp cold. There were undoubtedly showers in the wing to meet all requirements set by the Corrections Standards Authority, but Danny guessed they weren't used except during inspection. What had the others done to deserve such inhuman treatment? They'd deviated from the rules established by the world in which they lived. Who made up those rules? A few of them had been established by the warden, the rest of them by the Department of Corrections. By extension, they were all the rules of society. Why follow the rules? Because the consequence of not following them was painful. They should have all known better. It served them right, people would say. If a law says you stop at a stop sign, and you don't stop, you are guilty and should pay a price. You run a stop sign, you pay a certain penalty, even if it is on a deserted road at 4 in the morning and there isn't another car within 10 miles. Why? It's the law. If the law says you cannot look at a guard a certain way and you look at a guard that certain way, you will pay a penalty. Why? Because it is the law. Looking at a guard wrongly at Basel might be compared to looking at a woman wrongly in some cultures. Deviant behavior. Do the crime, do the time. Made sense. After 4 days of shivering in Basil's dark hole, however, it made less sense. Not because of Danny's own suffering, but because of the suffering around him. Still, to maintain order, every society had to establish rules and follow them. Even then, it wasn't the plight of those around him that eroded Danny's rock. It was the face of the young man named Peter Manning. More specifically, the abuse the boy might suffer at the hands of Randall and his viper, slain. Even more specifically, Danny's own reaction to that abuse. It was clear that any attempt on his part to intervene would constitute a deviation from the established law in this society called Basel. He would be taking the law into his own hands, so to speak, something he'd done before. But by doing so, he'd finally found it lacking. Man did not have the right to subvert society's laws to enforce his own, even if doing so brought about good. But therein lay the conundrum eroding his rock. Was it morally right to stand by while another suffered? What of the poor, the diseased, the hungry, the abused, the disadvantaged? Didn't he have a moral obligation to come to their rescue? If so, wasn't he justified in wanting to prevent Randall from harming Peter? If he was required to break the law to save the boy, he would endure Pape's punishment. At least the boy, but love wasn't administered by a gun. He knew that. In his very bones he knew that. Randall was a monster because he'd been loved by hard steel instead of a warm heart his entire life, and such love was not love at all. The facilitators came for him on the evening of the 5th day, the captain, Bostich, and a CO Danny hadn't had the pleasure of meeting. They asked him to stand outside his cell and dress before cuffing him, which was itself a humiliating show of superiority. But Danny did as they asked, and they led him from the hall of silent, tormented deviants. "I'll take it from here," Bostich said, locking the steel door that led down to the meditation floor. The other guard nodded and stepped away. "This way." Bostich led Danny to a sparsely furnished office in the administration wing, and closed the door behind them. He motioned toward a gray metal chair next to the desk. "Sit." Still cuffed, Danny sat. Bostich leaned back on the desk, crossed his arms, and returned Danny's stare. The dark-eyed man with bleached hair looked like he'd come out of the womb angry and hadn't yet found a way to punish the world for accepting his birth. Danny felt compelled to glance away. A clock on the wall indicated that it was 8:37 p.m. They'd timed his release to coincide with lockdown. Why? Danny didn't yet know, but he was sure that every detail in Basel was carefully orchestrated for maximum effect. "Look at me," Bostich said, then continued when Danny faced him. I'm going to give you the same speech I give every member after their first stint in meditation. If you think that was hard, think again. If you think that was unfair, you should have thought about that before you did whatever you did to get here. The only one who decides what's fair is God, and in Basil, the warden is God. Is that clear enough for you? Yes. And if you think opening your mouth about your sacred experience down there'll bring attorneys running to set things straight, well then you just don't understand the nature of your predicament, do you? You talk to any member about your time below and you go back down. You talk to anyone on the outside about it, ever, and anything can happen to you. Somehow be a model citizen headed for early release. Me, I hate you. I don't trust you. I see you and I see a knucklehead, and the only knuckleheads in my prison are the ones I know I can trust. One more stunt like you pulled back in the cafeteria and you'll wish you were never born. That would make two of us, Danny thought, but he said nothing. Bostich glared at him. Now that you know how things work, the warden thinks you should be given a little more freedom. He wants you to keep an eye out. Half the members in this place are snitching on their cellie, but no one's a snitch, if you catch my drift. Meaning no one was labeled as a snitch, because it would break the convict code and subject them to hatred, and yet half the members were giving up details when called upon to do so anyway. An efficient way to shut up. If you see anything that strikes you as out of place, you have permission to inform the warden, but only directly or through me, you got that? Yes. The captain stared at him for a full 10 seconds without blinking once. Fine. You're going back to your cell. You open your mouth even once before lockdown and you're going back down. Stand up. The hub was deserted except for 4 privileged members who sat around a table, playing a game of checkers. Most of the inmates would already be in the housing units. 2 members were in a discussion with the facilitator on duty in the Commons wing when Danny stepped in. Another small group loitered near the top of the staircase. Several dozen stood at their cell doors or on the tier above, leaning on the railing, wasting away their last few minutes before lockdown. The hall quieted the moment he entered. Heads turned and watched, silenced by his appearance. Danny's last hose down had been earlier that day. He still smelled of chlorine. His hair was a mess and his hands were scraped from the concrete, but his clothing covered the bruises that had developed on his hips and shoulders from hours of shifting on the hard bed in an attempt to ease his pain. He'd lost a few pounds since arriving. Otherwise there would be no other sign that he was worse off for the wear. Up. Danny mounted the steel staircase, aware of the surreal silence interrupted by as such he was a potential enemy to all. The warden expressly reserved the right to impose restrictions on the entire wing due to one person's deviance. Most of the members were likely far more interested in Danny's compliance than in his help. A quick glance at the top of the staircase showed no sign of Randall or Slane. A member with a barbed wire tattoo on his neck and a crooked grin on his face watched him from his cell door at the top of the staircase. Yo, ya priest, he said with a slight southern accent. Name's Carney. Whoa. Bostich stopped Danny and looked at the member who'd spoken. You begging for trouble, boy? No, siree. Then keep your trap shut. He lifted his chin down the tier. In your cells, all of you. They pulled off the railing and stepped into their cells, some more quickly than others. Danny headed down the tier, keeping his eyes ahead, but he could see the members in his peripheral vision, making idle use of their last minutes before the ward shut down. At Ironwood a similar hall might be cut with the sounds of a banging locker and loud laughter, punctuated by vehement demands or loud objections. Danny's thoughts were cut short as they approached his cell. A man stood inside the cell next to his own, fingers wrapped around the bars, peering out at him, wearing a thin grin. It was Slane, hair greased back like a wedge on his narrow head. Danny drew abreast of the cell and stopped. Beyond the grinning Slane sat Peter, rocking back and forth on the lower bunk, staring into oblivion. Bostich didn't order Danny forward, didn't shove him toward his own cell, made no effort at all to keep him from seeing what he was meant to see. They had transferred the predator into Peter's cell with clear intentions. Danny met Slane's daring eyes, and for a moment rage flooded his veins. He couldn't seem to pry Peter's plight from his mind. What kind of savage would place such a boy in the arms of a beast like Slane? He told himself to move on. There was nothing he could do. He willed his. Godfrey lay on the bottom bunk, reading Tolstoy's War and Peace, which he immediately set down. The door crashed shut behind Danny. Lights out in 2. Bostich nodded at Danny. Sleep tight, priest. He retreated down the pier, evidently satisfied that he'd escalated Danny's misery by setting up Peter in the cell next to his. Godfrey closed his book and laid it on the mattress beside his head. So you survived your first opportunity to meditate. That's good. Everyone does. When did they move Slane into Peter's cell? Danny kept his voice low. The older man's head swiveled toward the bars. What do you mean? The man's in the cell next to ours. Now, Peter's with him. Danny shrugged out of his shirt and walked to the sink. Yes. He turned on the faucet and splashed his face, ran his wet fingers through his grimy hair. There was no mirror. Lock up. The CO shouted. The electronic locks on the cell doors engaged. With a loud clank. You see what I mean? Godfrey muttered. There's no end to their games. And there's nothing you can do. Don't kid yourself. Guaranteed, this is as much about you as Peter. They are begging you to say something. Take my advice, don't. Lights out. Danny grabbed his towel from his locker and wiped his face. The bulb blinked off, leaving only pale light from the tier to reveal the outlines of the room. A faint whimper sounded from the cell on Danny's right. He stood still for a moment, unable to move, unwilling to give any more space. In his mind to the rage boiling in his gut. For 3 years he'd methodically steeled himself against the fury directed at the monsters of society, fully aware that he was essentially one himself. His only reasonable course of action now would be to console the boy and provide him with a ray of hope in the morning. Danny stripped, rolled into his bunk, and prayed for the boys. For half an hour Danny's senses remained tuned to the hall's noises, listening for the slightest sound from the cell next to his. Surely Slane wouldn't go so far so quickly. Surely there was a limit to what he could do with impunity in Pape's sanctuary. An eye for an eye, Pape had said, but surely he wouldn't demand an eye from someone as innocent as Peter. And yet, in Pape's world, everyone was guilty, whether or not caught in. A short cry sliced through the dark night. At first Danny couldn't be sure of what he was hearing. But then the cry came again, this time a whimper that stopped his heart. Please. Please. Danny sat up. Think, man. Get a grip, Godfrey whispered. Although the boy's cries were muffled now, they did not stop. The wing was gripped in perfect silence except for those stifled cries, now accompanied by other sounds of struggle. Danny sat rigid, overwhelmed by a craving for justice that refused to bow to any calculated reasoning. No one could help the boy in this moment. Danny. Your only course is to hope. That Slane's sending a message, not carrying it out. A bead of sweat ran past his temple. His body was already covered in a sheen of it. It was the warden's willingness to throw the boy away simply to break Danny that stirred up the worst of his anger. In this world only the warden had true power. He was using terror to ensure compliance as much as some might think God would use a tornado to wake up a sleepy town. The boy's stifled cries became louder, and Danny felt his hands begin to tremble. His mind bent to the point of snapping. Peter was that unwitting participant in a grand scheme, lost to the complexities of rules and protocol yet somehow subject to all of it. Peter was in his own hell, suffering punishment while the warden's message hung over them all. Everyone is guilty and everyone suffers and only I can save you. Beneath Danny, Godfrey's breathing was heavy. Surely he'd been confronted by similar injustice many times during his incarceration. Cry belonged to someone else. It was his mother's. No, Danny, this isn't your mother, but Danny's mind wasn't cooperating. He was a boy, hiding in his room in Bosnia. In the next room the Serbs were raping his mother. He was only a boy. He could not stop them. His two sisters were already dead. Now they were going to kill his mother, but he could not stop them. He couldn't scream, he couldn't even breathe. The sounds of his mother screaming stopped. Their house was suddenly quiet. And Danny hid in the corner, shaking violently. This time he could not allow them to kill her. His foundation began to crumble. He was only vaguely aware that he was sliding off the bunk, desperate to stop them this time. Stop it. Danny's mind snapped back to his cell. He was on his knees, fists balled like twin hammers. Silence smothered the echo of his cry. In the next cell, Slane cackled. His hand must have slipped off the boy's mouth because a shriek cut through air. Help me, help. But the cry was stifled once again. The bulbs suddenly popped bright, flooding the commons hall with light. Priest. Bostich's voice rang out from the hall below the tier. The electronic lock on their cell door snapped open. Step out of your cell. It took a moment for Danny to reclaim his poise. The heat on his face began to subside. What had he done? But he knew only too well. I won't say it again. Step out of your cell. Lord have mercy, Godfrey breathed. Danny swung his feet off the bed, dropped to the ground, and exited his cell. His had been the only door opened. He stepped up to the railing and saw that Bostich stood by the guard station on the first floor, hands on hips, staring up at him. Do we have a problem? Danny had been under the warden's thumb for less than a week and the man had already fractured his resolve. He took a deep breath and, as thick-headed as you. I only need clarification about your latest request. There was another pause as Bostich seemed to consider his reference to snitching, surely knowing that Danny had nothing on which to snitch other than what was obvious. But it was enough to pique the man's interest. You're going back into meditation, you do realize that, don't you? All I'm asking for is a word with the warden as part of due process before you take me down. Nothing more. Get back in your cell, keep your mouth shut. I hear of one more word in this ward tonight. You're all going on lockdown for 3 days. Thursday. It's amazing what even the most bland mind can conceive of when properly stimulated. But press the more imaginative among us and there is no limit to the kinds of wild thoughts that fill our heads. There I stood, at the end of my bed midday Thursday with all of my tools lined up like footwear on a buckle shoe rack, carefully rehearsing the use of each item. I had gone through the exercise twice already, the night after returning from Keith Hammond's condo, and again that morning, after rising from a fitful sleep. On the far left lay a Bowie knife with a 10-inch stainless steel blade, good for hacking down a small sapling in the forest if you were stranded following a single-engine airplane crash and needed to make a platform in the trees so the bears wouldn't get you at night. Or for cutting off someone's head. Next to it rested a smaller, more manageable 6-inch Boker tactical knife. Sharpened on both sides like a dagger, good for drilling holes in the thin walls of a shack in the forest if you wanted to stay out of sight and spy on whatever deer or porcupine might wander by. Or for stabbing a rapist's forehead. There was also the folding survival knife, good for more than slashing. The wire, good for many things besides strangling. The small but very powerful Steiner binoculars, good for watching more than ugly neighbors. A set of lock picks, good for entering any locked door but my own. A pair of handcuffs for restraining a bad guy. And a 4-inch can of pressurized mace pepper spray readily available from Amazon. Good for turning even the largest man into a squealing little pig. I'd selected the tools from a chest containing many, many more. It had sat in my closet, unopened, for 3 years running. These would all fit neatly in my kit, as Danny had taught me to call it. A small black leather bag that some might confuse for a large purse and others a doctor's medicine bag, although doctors no longer used such things. 8 tools on the end of my yellow checkered comforter. And one in my fist. The Browning 9mm gun with a 9-clip round slammed up its handle. Copper hollow points with enough power to stop a much larger person than me in a full rush. I snatched the gun up to shoulder height and twisted to my right into a firing position. The mirror on the wall said it all. Small package, major punch. Long black hair flowing over my face. Cropped black tank top and yellow checkered flannel night shorts. Other than being too skinny, I looked like Lara Croft ready to face the world. Well, at least from the waist up. My flannel shorts and white thighs were anything but threatening. I straightened and examined the gun. Released the clip, checked it quickly. Slapped it home, chambered around. Clank, clank. And pointed the gun at my fluffy white tiger. I tilted the barrel up. Sorry, Tigger. But I wasn't. Yes, I hated the gun in my hand. I'd never used the wire or the handcuffs or the pepper spray or most of the tools on my bed, not on another human being, at least. They all took me back to terrible days when they'd been necessary. In the end it had been a gun that saved me. I would be dead if not for a gun, I was sure of it. I paced out to the living room, checked the door to make sure it was still locked, and went to the refrigerator for a glass of water. The memories of that night 4 years earlier rushed through my head. I'd been shot up with heroin, a bag of bones after being manipulated and crushed by a man who wanted me only as his toy. He and his buddies had chased me down an alleyway. I was stumbling, falling, desperately trying to get away. It was raining hard. You see, if I'd had a gun then, I might have been able to defend myself. But that would come later. I was saved by a stranger that night. A stranger who turned out to be just as bad as my first captor. Maybe worse. After a year, I finally set the world straight. And I did it with the help of a gun. So you see, I hadn't touched the 9mm in my hand for 3 years. Because I hated it. But I also loved it. How could I not love something that had saved my life? Danny was a purist, locked up because he always had done and always would do what he thought was right, even if that meant serving the rest of his life in prison. And although I agreed with his vow of nonviolence, the new threat to both of our lives superseded his conviction. At least it superseded mine, maybe because I wasn't as strong as Danny. If that meant blowing a hole in Bruce Randall's head, so be it. I wasn't going to let him kill either Danny or me. I had spent hours rehearsing my options and settled on 2 possible courses of action. 1, I could simply hole up in my apartment and wait it out, trusting that Danny was fully capable of taking care of himself. I mean, he'd survived the front lines of the Bosnian War, hadn't he? And he'd done it as an assassin who routinely penetrated enemy lines to take the lives of key players. Danny could handle guns and explosives like most people handled breathing. More important, he could handle his wits even better than he handled guns. Holing up in my apartment would also keep me off the streets, where I'd be a target for verbal abuse, kidnapping, rape, murder, waterboarding, thievery, blows to the head, and other disturbing possibilities. If anyone tried to break in, they would be greeted by a bullet. I would eventually have to go out, but I could get Jane to buy me a few groceries. My list wasn't terribly complicated or long. If I didn't drive, I wouldn't need gas. I could pay all my bills over the internet. Anything else I needed I could get from Amazon overnight or by using 2-day Prime shipping. I could live in my apartment for a few months without going out if I had to. And I would always have my phone to call Basil until they finally let me talk to Danny. I paced back to my bedroom, swimming in thoughts. Holing up in my apartment was one plan, but it didn't deal with the obvious. If Danny and I were being threatened by someone on the outside and they had waited this long, avoiding them for a few months would only delay the inevitable. A second option would be to go ahead and hire an attorney, then get a message to Danny asking for a list of all of his victims and anyone associated with them who might be in a position to come after us. Armed with that list, I could go on the offensive with Danny's help once he earned his visitor privileges. I could track down each one covertly, working with Danny to identify and neutralize our enemy. Danny's old terms. My pacing took me back out to the living room. The problem with working with Danny to identify and neutralize our potential enemies was in the identifying part, because he wouldn't want a list out there with all of his victims on it. And in the neutralizing part, because Danny no longer believed in neutralizing. Of course, if he knew my own safety was at risk, he might have a change of heart. There was always the possibility that the threat was coming solely from inside the prison. After all, Bruce Randall might be the only threat, and Danny might still be unaware. But I doubted it. Randall had to be working with someone on the outside, as Keith had suggested, and that someone was likely one of Danny's enemies. I glanced at the front door, just a nervous habit of a glance, and I started to turn when the white envelope was that mail had been delivered through the slot in the door earlier than it normally came, around 4. My second was that someone could fill the entire apartment with a deadly gas through the same slot. It was a hole in my dam. My heart skipped a beat. I pinched the white envelope by its corner using my left hand and lifted it. It was sealed. No name or address. Maybe Jane had come by and, not wanting to bother me, dropped off the $20 she'd borrowed from me 2 weeks earlier. No, she would have at least put my name on it. Or called. Someone else had delivered the envelope in the last few minutes, and only one name popped into my head. Bruce Randall. Someone working for Bruce Randall. The gun was in my right hand. Whoever had delivered the envelope might still be making a getaway, hurriedly walking away as I stood frozen. I dropped the envelope on the counter, disengaged the 9mm safety, snapped open both dead bolts on the door, and pulled it wide, gun raised to the outside world. Pointed straight ahead at the cars driving by on Bixby Road. My pulse was thumping and my palms were already sweaty on the warm steel. I stuck my gun out, then my head. They couldn't have gone far. But the yard was empty. So was the sidewalk. A woman was walking casually for her car in the parking lot, and, as she turned her head my way, I lowered the gun to my side. She would undoubtedly misunderstand my intentions. Or, worse, understand them just fine and call the police. The woman turned away and I glanced to my right and left, searching for a sign of whoever had delivered the mail. They were gone. And I was neither in the right clothes nor the right frame of mind to go running around the complex with a 9mm in my hands. I ducked back into the apartment and locked the door. The envelope was clean. Careful not to disturb any fingerprints on the surface, I slid it open using a butter knife and shook the contents out. A sheet of lined paper from a yellow pad fell onto the counter. On it were words written in red ink. Not just written. Scrawled, as if they'd been written left-handed by someone who was right-handed. I knew, without reading a single word, that the same man who'd breathed heavy in my, dressed in your tight skanky jeans. Both you and Hammond will go to hell. The priest did what he thought was right in the sight of man, but he made one mistake. He didn't kill them all. If you go to the cops, the priest will die. If you go to an attorney, the priest will die. If you go to the warden, both you and the priest will die. I will be watching. I laid the page down on the counter, fingers trembling, and I took the rest of the note in quickly, as if by reading the words I could make them go away. The writing filled the page, laying out careful instructions for me, and with Each line my anxiety rose. The reality of the threat grew exponentially with each paragraph. The note ended plainly. I'm as serious as the devil in hell. I stood there in my flannel shorts and black tank top, unable to get enough breath. My fingers gripped both sides of the letter and the gun sat on the counter to my right, and all I could think was, he's serious. He's as serious as the devil in hell. And then I was running for my office, searching for the number I'd written on the bottom of one of the pages I'd printed out, the one with information about Keith Hammond. I didn't have his cell phone, but I'd found his home phone through a reverse directory, which cost me $4.99, charged to my Wells Fargo debit card. I found it, dropped onto the edge of my chair, and punched the number into the phone by my Mac. Pick up, please pick. Keith. I just got a letter from him. He knows about you. Renee. Yes, Renee. Could you come over? Who sent you a letter? Didn't you hear a thing I said last night? Someone's stalking me and he knows I was at your house last night. Slow down. What kind of letter? The kind someone would write when he knows way too much and is. You need to read it yourself. Is he there now? No. Someone pushed the letter through the mail slot in my door. The point is, if whoever is playing this can reach me this easily, he will reach you. I'm dead serious. This isn't funny anymore. You're involved, whether you like it or not. One more hesitation. When he spoke again I could hear the nervousness in his voice, and it brought me more comfort. 10. I am watching. Always watching, Keith muttered, reading aloud. He stood with one hand on the counter, running the other through his short blonde hair, studying the scrawled red words on yellow pad paper. He'd read it twice, hardly giving my apartment a second glance. I, on the other hand, had read the letter at least a dozen times as I paced, waiting for him to arrive, and then again with him. My nerves were too raw to pay any attention to common courtesy, which would have suggested I change into jeans before he got there. And that I put away my kit or close the door to my bedroom. Maybe offer him a drink. But the contents of the letter had wiped all social grace from my mind. It was the writer's claim that there was only one way to save the sinner's soul that had me worked up. The demands were all there, in red, unmistakable. If you want to save the priest, you will do exactly as I say without question. Fail once and the priest's sins will be exposed to the Los Angeles Times. Fail twice and he will die. And if you doubt my ability to snuff out the priest's life, you are a fool. Test me and know that I am he. You will put $1 million on my plate. You will confess to the murder of the person you kill. You will spend the rest of your life in that sanctuary of penance, paying for your sins. Do this and the priest will be set free. Maybe he can save you. Time to live, Renee. Go to the Rough Riders bar in Long Beach at 10:00 tonight. Alone. I'll know. Find my next message at the public phone in the corner. Do what it says. I'm as serious as the devil in hell. Of that, there was no longer any doubt. The question is, how? Keith said. Randell's on the inside, and unless he has frequent phone access or has a cell phone stashed in there, it would be very hard for him to get timely updates from anyone on the outside. So it is more than him, obviously. Someone with a grudge against the priest. One of his previous victims. His name is Danny, I said. Keith was taking it all in stride. He did, after all, have sheriff's blood in him. He nodded. They're using your attachment to him as leverage. Leverage for what? Evidently $1 million. How can we be sure this is actually Randell? Maybe it is just someone on the outside. Keith took a deep breath and blew it out slowly. The sleeves on his blue shirt were short and exposed the lower half of a tattoo on his left shoulder. A sheriff's badge with something about honor and death. His eyes flitted over to my gun, which still lay on the counter. He'd hardly given the Browning a second glance when I'd first let him in, which made sense. He'd expect someone like me to be packing after receiving the threats I had. The money points to Randall, he said. When you know the whole story. What story? But it is about more than just money. They want you to know they know about Danny's past, which validates their threat. The real question is, who got away from the priest and is back to make him pay? What story? I asked again. Heath scanned the letter once more. I knew he was holding something back. And I needed to know what it was. I also needed him to work with me. Having him beside me provided far more comfort than I was used to, and I can't say it bothered me. Okay, look, I said, covering the letter with one hand so that he would look up at me. Let's get one thing straight. It's not just a coincidence that you're here. If the woman hadn't given me Bruce Randall's name, I wouldn't have tracked you down and you'd be back home right now, watching football and drinking beer. But she did, and I came to you, and whoever is stalking me now knows about you. They may know you're in here right now. You're involved, like it or not. So we're in this together. Right. So it seems. You're either going to help me or you aren't. Which is it? He studied me with his hazel eyes, then nodded. We're in this together. I removed my hand from the letter and stepped back. Good, because I need you. He glanced, explained pretty much all of the tools on the bed except the strangling wire. True. Okay. Let's start over. Heath walked into the living room where he paced, letter dangling from his right hand. For starters, there's no way I'm going down to this bar of his, I said. Who does he think I am? A person he has in a corner. Then he doesn't know me. Let's hope not. From the top. My best guess. The priest Danny is transferred to Basel, and in a matter of hours you get a call from someone on the outside who knows Randall. One of them had to know Danny was going to be transferred. How? That's protected information. He waved my assertion off with a simple flip of his wrist. Forget that. Obviously we're dealing with people who have access. Money buys you anything, honey. As anticipated, the phone call had you scrambling. They wanted to scare me. Just enough so that you would dig, knowing that you would quickly learn just how impossible it is to reach Danny. Isolation is critical to them. Danny belongs to them now, not to you. They hold that card, and we have to assume they wanted me involved. Why would they want you involved? I answered my own question. Because he knew you would confirm the threat. Everything that's happened so far. The call, the woman, the shoebox, the letter. It is all to make sure I take them seriously. I let it set for a breath. Tell me about the money. I'm getting to it. The letter mentions Danny's failure to kill all of his victims. Any ideas? He was convicted on 2 counts of murder. Jonathan Bork and Darby Gordon. Both scumbags in their own rights. But he was a priest who didn't mind using a gun. I'm sure that he scared the heck out of more than a few in his time. Injustice drives him around the bend. You don't know any of them. No. He was very private. Mostly true. I knew about the pedophile he'd killed and a few others, but they were all dead. Well, now one of them is back and with a vengeance. And what about the money? Are you partner? I always knew the informant was high up, but I didn't understand his motivation to betray Randall until later. This guy, who's still unknown, by the way, kept a large sum of money that should have gone to Randall. I would guess that Randall thinks he can now get to the money using you. Why me? Why not just have one of his contacts on the outside go get it? I'm getting to that. He can't trust them. His operation turned on him and fed him to the wolves. But this man who hates Danny. Randall can trust a man like that. You give him a means to the money in exchange for Danny. In the end they both get what they want. Randall gets his money back. And his pride. And his pride. And this brute on the outside makes Danny and me pay. That's right. I would guess that whoever Randall's working with doesn't just want you dead. He wants you to suffer. Thus the game. Which isn't going to happen. We're going to stop them first. Maybe. But it'll be risky. We can't go to the authorities without running the risk. Randall will know we've done it. There's also the fact that the wheels of justice turn very slowly, as they say. There's a gulf between the law we know and the prison system. Two different worlds. If Randall wants Danny dead, the warden will have a tough time stopping someone from putting a shank between his ribs. I glared at him. He shrugged. I'm sorry, but we have to be realistic. Danny's tougher than that. Last night you said wardens are good at suppressing violence. They are. But if someone like Randall has nothing to lose, he doesn't care if time is added to his sentence. There's not much the warden can do for long. And that's assuming the warden isn't in on it. Point is, going to the law or the warden will probably make things only worse for Danny. And certainly for you. None of this was particularly new, just a little clearer. I had always feared for Danny's life on the inside. His strategy for staying alive in the prison system was to stay out of trouble, period. Show strength but never use it. He'd managed 3 years at Ironwood without making enemies. That had all changed the moment he stepped into Basil. Okay, so where does that leave me? I asked, picking up the gun. I needed a reminder that I wasn't powerless in the face of these thugs. Don't tell me you expect me to play this game of his. I don't know. We have to think about that. Then think about this. I say we cut this game off at the head. I said it, waving the gun at the ceiling in frustration. We don't know who's messing with us on the outside, but we know about Randall. So we take out one side of the partnership. Without Randall, the guy on the outside can't threaten Danny or manipulate me by doing it. Keith's brow arched over his right eye. Break in. He seemed to consider it. For a moment. No way. Why not? We don't have access, for one. Even if we did, it is a crime. I stepped up, snatched the letter from his hands and held it up. What do you think he's demanding from me? Community service. No. But he's not demanding we walk into a prison and take the life of a prisoner. Right. Instead he'll demand I kill some innocent bystander on Long Beach Boulevard. We don't know that yet. But breaking into Basil to kill Randall is out of the question. Then use one of your contacts to do it. He shook his head. I don't have those kinds of contacts. We stared at each other, silent for few seconds. You're actually suggesting I do what he wants. I finally said. Go to this bar tonight. Not necessarily. I'm just talking this out. He gently plucked the letter out of my hand and lowered it to his side. I'm only suggesting we consider all of your options. Our options, I said. Okay. Our options. And if the warden's crooked, then it is game over. The warden is judge and jury on the inside. He paced, one hand in his hair. Look, I don't trust legal channels any more than you do, but given our alternatives, maybe it is your best option. I might be able to reach out to some people and find a way to the warden. Maybe. And risk Danny's life. Or mine. You already made that case. I had the distinct impression he was having second thoughts. I can't do that. You have your reasons for quitting the law. Gain both you and Danny some time. And the only way to do that is to go through some of the motions. Short of trying to kill that snake Randall, which I think I preferred, Keith was right. I took a step to the couch, sat down, and dropped the gun on the cushion beside me. Do you mind sitting? You're making me anxious. Sure. He sat down in the chair opposite me, letter in hand. We have to figure out who this guy on the outside is. He's probably the one pulling the strings. We need time. So we play his game. I said it plainly, but my stomach was turning. He looked at me with tender eyes for a few moments. It was in that look that I first saw his compassion for me. I hardly knew Keith, but he'd come from a hard world. His resume made that clear enough. Up until this point he'd been all business. Read it again, I said. He lowered his eyes and read, "You will put $1 million on my plate. You will confess to the murder of the person you kill. You will spend the rest of your life in that sanctuary of penance, paying for your sins. Do this and the priest will be set free. Maybe he can save you." He wants me to trade places with Danny, I said. But there's no way anyone could set Danny free, unless I could see the wheels spinning behind his eyes as he stared at the drawn curtains. I know you say you don't know, but is it possible Danny could have gone after someone in power back then? A judge, for example. It hit me. Danny's first victim, the pedophile, was the adult son of a judge. Which judge? I had no idea. But a judge. It's possible. But I wouldn't have a clue who. Heath watched me. The right judge could suspend Danny's sentence. If a judge is involved and we can turn that judge, but it is more likely whoever wrote this note's leading you on. It was my first real thread of hope, and I grabbed it like a falling monkey snatching a vine. From that moment I knew, without the slightest reservation, that I would play this sicko's game. I snatched the gun, pushed myself up, and paced. Okay. So I play along. I go to this Rough Riders bar at 10 tonight. What then? Then we don't know what. But I don't want you to get the wrong idea. Even if we take the claim at face value and assume the writer of this letter can free Danny, which is highly unlikely, it would require that you do everything he demands. That's not going to happen. We don't know what's going to happen. As time and flush this sicko out as to play his game. Flushing him out won't be easy, so what are you suggesting? That we play or that we don't? I'm suggesting we play. But don't get your hopes up. This could all go very wrong. It's already very wrong. I have nowhere to go from here but up. He nodded. Sicko. Huh, sicko. Heath tapped his thighs and stood, as if that was that. Okay. We play sicko's game. So you'll work with me. He offered a grim smile that he probably intended to appear forced, but I saw more than simple willingness in his expression. I don't see that I have a choice, he said. I stepped up and stuck out my hand. Thank you. He took my hand, and I saw that softness in his eyes again. It was remarkable, how eerily similar this all was to meeting Danny. Coming out of a place of such loneliness and desperation, I could have hugged him. And then I did. A short, spontaneous hug. Thank you for helping me. You're welcome. I pulled away. Now what? Now you show me your toys. He jerked his head over his left shoulder. In the bedroom. My toys. 11. The faint sound of Peter's crying in the next cell finally stilled, and the night passed without further incident. But Danny lay awake for several hours, rehearsing his own misstep, gathering resolve to recover himself, layering his mind with reason once again. His mind soon filled with an image of Renee, and with it a terrible longing to hold her again, to be held by her, to hear her whisper in his ear, "It'll be okay, Danny, you're a good man. It's not your fault I turned out the way I am. You saved me, Danny, and I love you." But he'd also shown her a brutal way, and for that he wept also. The sound of a loud buzzer brought the prison to life at 6:00 a.m. sharp. The night's events felt a world removed. Slane had vanished from Peter's cell by the time Danny stepped over to check on the boy, who was still under his sheet, sleeping. He slipped in and shook the boy by his shoulder. "Wake up." Peter gasped and jerked back, terrified. Then he saw that it was Danny and twisted his head around to find Slane. Seeing that they were alone, he began to settle. "Are you okay?" A tear slipped down the boy's cheek. Danny checked the sheets for any sign of blood and was grateful to find none. It was entirely possible that Slane had only intended to terrify the boy, infuriate Danny. He'd succeeded on both counts. But that was now past. "Are you hurt?" Peter curled into a ball. "No." He began to cry. All right, but you need to be checked anyway. Godfrey stepped through the door. Is he okay? He appears to be. I think Slane only meant to scare him. Godfrey muttered something about a system gone off the deep end. You need to get up, Peter. You need to be strong and show them that they can never destroy your heart. Godfrey said something else under his breath. Peter refused to speak. It occurred to Danny that the boy might need some privacy to deal with his shame. He squeezed Peter's hand and faced Godfrey. It's okay, I have this. Godfrey eyed him, then the boy, then nodded and left, mumbling, an eye for an eye will kill us all. Why don't you get up and see if you're okay, Peter? I'll be right next door. Okay. Slane's gone now. It's safe, I promise. I don't want to go back down, Peter whimpered. Down where? To breakfast. He shook his head. To the segregation ward. Meditation. His answer came in a cracked whisper. To the other place. What place? But the boy only huddled up in his sheets and Danny didn't want to disturb him further. You're not going to be punished, Peter. He patted the boy's hand. I'm going to talk to the warden and I'll make sure that you aren't punished. Don't worry, you're safe now. Okay. Peter finally nodded. He left the boy alone, knowing that his words were hollow, a false promise of hope when there was no hope in this bloody sanctuary for a boy like Peter. Danny would make his case. He'd rehearsed it when reason had returned to him. But in the end they were all victims of the warden's whims. And the warden seemed to think his version of hell was the way to fix the world. By 7:03, according to the large white clock on the wall, the second wave of diners had filled the cafeteria, including Godfrey, Danny, and Peter, who had emerged from his cage to follow Danny like a shadow, hovering close, bumping into his heels twice on the way to the dining hall. With the exception of Godfrey, Peter, Randall, and Slane, Danny hadn't spoken a word to any of the other members yet, in part because of the gag order the warden had placed on them all, and in part because he'd spent most of his time in disciplinary segregation. But apparently the order had been lifted. The prisoner with the barbed wire tattoo around his neck, Carney, had spoken to him on the tier last night. Danny sat in the cafeteria and scanned the members dressed in blue and tan. Who were they? What had brought them here? What were their stories? Answer. They were humans, and deviants had brought them to Basil, and each of their stories was as fascinating or heartbreaking as anyone else's. As in any society, the human experience, as much as dignity, respect, and honor, a person's story gave him a human identity. Other than Godfrey and Peter, Danny knew little about other members' unique identities. Basil members seemed more amenable to towing the warden's line rather than trying to draw their own. He sat with Godfrey and Peter at a corner table in the cafeteria, slouched over a plate of powdered eggs, 2 pieces of soggy toast, a lump of ground meat that approximated sausage, and a glass of orange juice. As he ate, Danny finally began to put flesh to the warden's sanctuary. The first to join them was the man with the barbed wire neck tattoo, Carney. A bright-eyed fellow in his upper 20s who seemed less interested in speaking than smiling. In fact, he said nothing at first, and Danny was content to let him eat in peace. Carney was soon joined by 2 others who sat quietly for about a minute before breaking the silence. You have a name, priest? The short pudgy one with gray hair and a round face said. Danny. Just Danny. Just Danny. The man nodded. Okay then, Danny. Name's John Wilkins. Tracy Banner, the man next to him said. Banner was older as well, maybe in his early 50s, but much taller, with dark hair and a thick scar on his right cheek. Probably a lifer like his friend. Yo, dat took some balls, doing what you done last night, Carney said. You lost it, huh? His accent wasn't as much southern as hackneyed, part everything with some street thrown in. Danny took a sip from his cup. You a real priest? No. You were? The scarred Banner asked. I was. I said yo last night, Carney said. Hit a tree. Passenger was preg and lost. Baby. Made me sick. Never did no drugs. No tickets. No nothing and then. Bam. I'm in the big house. My bad. None else. But manslaughter wouldn't bring a life sentence, and Carney wasn't a fish. Why are you still here? Got shanked by a southerner in Lancaster back when it was the way, you. Hear me. Said no baby killer deserved to breathe. Next time I was going down, so when he come at me, gin I lost it. Got 20 for killing him. Tough. He wasn't a lifer, but Danny understood why he'd made it into Basil. Carney wasn't a killer at heart. He took a bite of eggs and nodded at the oldest of the three, Wilkins. I'm guessing you're a lifer. Like most in here. Murder. A lifetime ago when I was young and stupid. Same, Tracy said. Shot a man I caught with my wife. They ate in silence for a minute. Danny's mind turned to his request to meet with the warden. He still had no idea if, how, or when it would happen. Even less if he could do Peter any good. Godfrey says you helped someone see the light, Carney said. That your ticket. One way to look at it. The foolish idealism of an imperfect man. Word to the wise, priest, the round-faced Wilkins said quietly. You might think you can shed a little of your light in here, but don't kid yourself. God knows half of us would like nothing better. But the only light in here is the warden's light, you hear. Danny gave him a nod. You seem like a stand-up guy, said Banner. Most of us are old cons who know how to do smooth time. Basil's not the place to do hard time, trust me. He'll put your balls in a vice and make you wish you were dead. I don't care what kind of wiseacre stories other cons'll tell you about this prison or that segregation unit. Nothing comes close to Pape's hell. Drink the Kool-Aid, keep your mouth shut, and smile along with the rest of us, you hear. Believe me, I'm not looking for trouble. What he's saying, Wilkins said, is that neither's anyone else, knuckleheads included. You haven't seen what the warden's capable of, and you don't want to upset him, and everyone pays. Consider the knuckleheads on his payroll and part of the program. Enforcers. Helps him keep his hands clean, but they only do what he allows them to do, if you catch my drift. Like I said, no trouble. Not to say what you did last night wasn't a trip, Carney cut in. A priest, huh? Danny shrugged. It won't happen again. You think we didn't want to flush that sick jocker's head down the sewer? Where it belongs, Wilkins said. He cast a sideways look at Peter, who sat hunched over, keeping his eyes elsewhere. He lowered his voice. Makes me want to puke, but you gotta remember where we are. This is hell. We don't need anyone turning up the flames. Godfrey should have told you that. I did, Godfrey said. And then after a pause, but everyone has their limits. And everyone can just stretch their limits. Easy, Carney said. Some lowlife tried to hurt his daughter. Godfrey's eyes shifted and held on Danny for a moment. And that lowlife no longer walks the earth, he finally said. Neither do you, Wilkins said. You walk in Basil. The room suddenly grew quiet. Next to Danny, Peter stiffened. One look at the boy's pale face betrayed his terror. The surest cause would be Slane or Randall. But when Danny followed Peter's stare to the cafeteria's entrance, he saw that he was wrong. It was neither Slane nor Randall. It was the warden. Marshal Pape was gracing them with his presence. The immaculately dressed custodian walked into the silent cafeteria, slowly scanning the long tables. His black suit was pressed and his white shirt was starched. He looked in no way evil or monstrous, only immaculate and sure of his place. A good marshal come to keep the peace in a town of misfits. There was no gun faster than his, no word so firm, no foot so sure. His patent leather shoes clacked on the concrete as he walked into the room. The captain, the first watch lieutenant, and 3 correctional officers spread out along the walls adjacent their superior. Pape nodded. Gentlemen. When his bright blue eyes reached Danny, he stopped and held his gaze. Somewhere, someone cleared his throat. For a long moment it was the only sound. Danny understood immediately. I hear that there was an incident in the West Wing last evening, the man said. A request was made for a conference with me. He smiled and spread his hands. Well, I'm a simple enough man. Here I am. So tell me, what would the priest like for me to clarify? Surely, if such an educated man of the cloth is confused, the entire flock must be courting similar confusion. Why not shed the light on the whole bunch at once? Impossible situation. What was said for all to hear wouldn't bring any good unless it was accepted by both sides. The members were Danny's potential enemies as much as the warden was. Perhaps more so. The warden lowered his hands. I'll tell you what. Why don't we play fair? Ask me any question you like. Voice any concern or doubt you have. I give you my full blessing. If I am unable to satisfactorily answer your concern, then I will acknowledge my oversight and grant either you or anyone of your choosing quarters in the privileged wing. Danny could hear Peter's heavy breathing beside him. But if your concern proves to be misguided, then I will send Peter deep. After all, I believe it was the boy who started the ruckus last night. Fair enough. Deep. Someplace other than meditation. Peter's comment earlier, that he didn't want to go down there, returned to Danny. He had no ambition to confront the warden in public. But he also knew that it would prove valuable for Peter to see someone standing up for him, regardless of the consequences. What do you say, Danny? Pape asked, wearing a good-natured smile. Be a good sport. Stand up and be heard. Please, I insist. Danny pushed himself back from the table, calmly stood, and faced the man. Only now, standing, did he see Randall at a table across the room with Slane and several other knuckleheads. Smirking. Speak up, Danny. Tell me what's so confusing to you. He turned his eyes back to the warden and spoke with stoic resolve and calculation. It's my understanding of deviant behavior that's unclear, Danny said. Oh, how so? He couldn't implicate Slane directly without snitching and thereby violating the strict convict code. Rat on one, you'll rat on us all, it was said. I wonder if morality is as important as deviance in Basil. By that I mean, I know what you mean, Danny. I'm not a fool. In another place, another time, he would have recoiled at such condescension. Now he only took the morality of the members in our institution. The point is, morality cannot be legislated. It occurs primarily in the mind. Anger, jealousy, envy, all matters of the mind. As the good book says, every soul walking the earth is guilty. They are all evil. Surely you know that, priest. Morality rests with the judgment of a higher authority. He clasped his hands in front of him and continued. Deviance, on the other hand, can be measured by man. That's why we have the law, to monitor and control behavior, not morality. Does that clear things up for you? And should a member of society be punished if he deviates from that law to protest or prevent a grave injustice? Didn't you hear me, Danny? No. Then I'll repeat myself. It is for a higher authority to decide what injustice to punish, and at Basil I am he. If a man doesn't want his eye plucked out, he shouldn't pluck out someone else's eye. If your boy didn't want to be hurt, he shouldn't have hurt whoever he hurt to land himself in this hellhole. He hurt no one. He is innocent. Again, please pay close attention so that I don't have to keep repeating myself. No one is innocent. Everyone is guilty. Injustice is in the heart of every man. Truth be told, the whole world belongs in here, where justice is true. It's quite simple, really. You do wrong and you pay the price. The members of this institution should consider themselves fortunate enough to be given the privilege of learning this here, before they face much worse, wouldn't you agree? No. But already Danny saw the futility of this exercise. No good could come of it. His only hope now was to make his position clearer for the members, irrespective of the warden. I've found that grace and love, which come from the highest authority, are better teachers than punishment, Danny said. But I'm sure you know that all too well. I suppose it is why you have the privileged wing. I only wonder what grace can be shown to the guilty who live among the commons. The warden stared at him for a moment, then faced the rest, smiling. You see, this is why I brought a priest here. His fancy words, his big heart. You would think you're in his sanctuary. Such comfort for the masses. But he's as guilty as the rest. A murderer like so many of you. And as for grace, he faced Danny, mouth flat now. Grace is a sham. You see, grace is no grace at all. All that matters is reward for obedience and punishment for deviance. And that, dear murderer, is what my sanctuary is all about. A slight but crooked grin twisted the warden's face. You do believe in punishment, don't you, Danny? I'm trying to understand it. The God I love is love. How punishment works, within the context of that love, is a mystery known only to him. My part is to love, not judge or punish. Morality is love. As such, I try to be a moral being, finding love and grace in my heart. Oh, and here I thought you believed that the end result of your actions is what determined your morality. Isn't that how you justified your numerous vigilante murders as a priest? Killing evil men to free the oppressed under their thumb. Ring any bells? Danny's heart stalled. Numerous, he was certain in that moment that the warden knew far more about his own unconfessed crimes than he had any business knowing. There was more to the man's decision to bring him to Basil than Danny had first known. And if Pape knew more about his guilt, he might also know about Renee's. Concern swelled in his mind. He could not allow anything or anyone to compromise Renee. I was wrong. Yes, you were, the warden said. And frankly, you're still that same man. Willing to unleash your wrath. Which is why you are here. I intend to show you that much. By unleashing your own wrath on a boy like Peter. On the rest of us. We are both men trying to understand love and serve God. That's where you're wrong, Danny. In here, I am God. And you must be taught obedience, which begins with the understanding that you're still rotten to the core. My punishment will help you see that. By extending punishment, rather than grace. Punishment wasn't my idea, it was your God's. I am only subjecting you to your own God's way of correction. He cocked his head, brandishing a daring grin. You think my punishment for not following the prescribed way is harsh? I'm an angel, Danny. Far too soft-hearted, really. As the Holy Book says, he that curseth his father or his mother shall surely be put to death. Do you see me stoning 12-year-old girls? I'm not so harsh as your Jesus, who, according to Christian doctrine, was the same God who made that law. Pape's eyes flitted to the other tables. And if there's one law that all of you should be eternally grateful I don't borrow from the priest's God, it is that anyone who shows contempt for a judge should be put to death. So you see, relatively speaking, I'm a merciful man filled with grace. Danny held his tongue. Here then was the core of the dilemma that had haunted him for too many years. The great mystery that only elaborate theological arguments could attempt to unravel, finally acquiescing to blind belief. You've failed to make your case, Danny. The fact is, I think God was on to something. Punishment works. Everyone is guilty. And, clearly, as I've shown, his so-called free gift of grace isn't free at all. You now live in the big house where I am your God. How you do your time depends on how well you follow the rules. And those rules include not crying out in the middle of the night as Peter did. He did the crime and now he will do the time. It is simply the law. He should have known better. Pape looked at the captain. Take the boy down. Bostich nodded at the facilitators, and two of them began to cross the room. Peter shifted behind Danny and grabbed his pant leg. Excuse me, sir, but I have one final request. The warden held up his hand and stopped the guards. Oh, if not for my need to learn your ways, you wouldn't have put Slane with the boy last night, and he wouldn't have been in a position to cry out. I was the one who objected. Send me down instead of the boy. I'm the one who stands to gain more from learning your ways. The room could not have been more still. But by the look in the warden's eyes, Danny wondered if Pape had anticipated this, wanted this. He was a master chess player, one step ahead at every turn. The boy paid his price last night, Danny said. I haven't. The boy wasn't hurt. Not his body, but you. 12. I spent 2 more hours with Keith before he ducked out to run some errands. I'd shown him my kit, and, unless I'd completely misread him, he was impressed. Not with what I had, but with my knowledge of knives and guns. Naturally, I felt obligated to show him how each should be used. Sure, I didn't look as natural as Danny or Keith, but, to use Keith's words, I would get the job done. He asked why I thought I needed all of it. The gun, he understood. The knives, sure, although the Bowie was a behemoth in my hands. The pepper spray, even the handcuffs. Who doesn't have a pair of handcuffs, right? But the wire was a different matter. I told him it had come as part of a detective kit I'd ordered online. Truth be told, I don't know why I thought I needed a wire. It's not like I had any plans to run up behind a robber and strangle him until he dropped what was in his hands. When I told Keith this, he smiled and shook his head. No, but you'd be surprised how effective it can be in a tight spot. I'd say you take the folding knife, and the wire, nothing else. The wire. You can't pack a gun, they'll just take it from you. If they search you, they may find the knife, but the wire, they'll never find. Not unless they strip search you. Hide it where? Around your hips. Under your jeans. If everything else fails and you still have use of your arms, you get it and you get it around their neck from behind. Then you hang on for your life. Made sense. The knife went in my right pocket. I had to give them at least something to find. The plan was simple. I would play the naive damsel in distress, willing to do anything to save her man behind bars. Keith would approach from a side street and I had a pair of short black leather Harley boots with inch-thick soles that I'd bought 2 years earlier, thinking they looked cute. After wearing them for a week whenever I went out, I decided they were too heavy and I hadn't worn them since. I also had a black leather Harley vest I'd bought with the boots. Over a cropped red tank top I looked quite the biker chick. A skinny one with a white belly. The Rough Riders bar was located on the Pacific Coast Highway in Long Beach. It was a fairly typical bar from what I could tell by its website, trying hard to appear inviting to non-bikers without alienating bikers. I parked my Toyota in the small parking lot on the north side of Rough Riders. At 9:55 and called Keith. I'm here. Good. You're sure you're up for this? Does it matter? My palms are slimy. What does that tell you? It's not too late to. Of course it is. We both know I don't have a choice. He said nothing. I can handle myself, right? I've been in worse situations, believe me. Just be ready to bail me out. I'm right here, Renee. Anything happens, you page me. What if they take my watch? We don't even know there will be a they. You just go straight to the phones. And find whatever is left for you. Then get out. I'll meet you at Brady's Diner as planned. That's all that's going to happen. What if they want me to do something crazy? We've been over this. Anything illegal and you get to the bathroom and get me on the phone. What if they're listening to my phone right now? Renee, I know. Too many what ifs. We don't know. But this guy used a letter, not an email, to deliver his demands. He doesn't strike me as a tech head. That doesn't mean anything. I know. But it is a comforting thought. Just get in and get out. If I haven't heard from you in 15 minutes, I'm coming in. My questions were only my way of coping. Yeah, just don't do anything stupid. You think I'm stupid? No, I think you're probably smarter than me. But the kind of people who would be connected to Randall or scum. Resist the temptation to set them straight. They also tend to have hair triggers. Okay, I gotta go now. Be careful. You're repeating yourself, I said, then disconnected. It was 9:59 when I stepped up to the door with the large red and blue neon sign that said Rough Riders. 7 bikes were parked out front, at least a few of them Harleys. The sidewalk was empty except for an older man with a cane who hobbled away with his back to me. Okay, Renee, okay. Just any biker chicken on a Thursday night, looking for her old man. I pushed the door open to the sound of Guns N' Roses playing Sweet Child of Mine and stepped into the dimly lit establishment. The bar was to my left. 2 bartenders served 6 or 7 meaty guys and 1 woman seated on bar stools. A dozen tables with oak chairs sat on a well-worn wooden floor that ran up to a small dance floor. A railing separated the main bar from a brown carpeted lounge that had 2 pool tables and a couple couches. The walls were lined with beer lights and biker paraphernalia. All of this I saw at a glance. That and the fact that the floor needed to be scrubbed and swept, that the poor lighting failed to hide stains on the walls from one too many thrown beer bottles, that a bad shampoo had failed to remove all the spill spots on the carpet. I was walking into bacteria heaven. 2 things I didn't immediately see. One was the public phone. It was probably by the bathrooms around the bar. The second was the people, because I hadn't come to meet the people, only get to the phone as quickly and quietly as possible. But then my eyes took in the patrons and I found myself returning stares. Not 1 or 2, but a dozen of the 30 or 40 people in the bar, looking at the skinny white biker chick with the black leather vest who'd just entered their sacred realm. Ripe for the pickings. From what I could see, the room was 70% men, 30% women, half of them bikers, half wanting to be. Many of them had beards and even more had tattoos on their arms. They were mostly dressed the way you would expect biker vests. A thin fellow with a silver chain looping from his pocket was slow dancing with a girl who had a big bottom, but he was looking over her shoulder at me, not at her. I avoided all their stares and walked along the bar, feeling their eyes on me. I headed to the left, where I saw the 2 prehistoric pay phones on the wall between the men's and women's bathrooms. It was even darker in the hall than in the bar. So far so good. I didn't know what I was looking for, and my heart was beating like a jackhammer. There was no package on the ledge under the phones, no folders or envelopes on top of either, nothing but 2 phones long ago stripped of their phone books. Relieved that the hallway was clear, I stepped up and frantically searched the first phone, ducking around it to get a better view of what might be under, above, or behind it. Nothing but years of crud. I grabbed the phone and tugged, half expecting it to tear free, but it didn't budge. So I hopped over to the second phone and bobbed around again. This time I saw the small folded note tucked underneath the metal box, and my heart missed a beat. "Can I help you?" One of the bartenders, drying a glass, had stuck his head into the hall. A tall guy with curly hair and long sideburns. He weighed at least 3 of me. "No thanks. You need change for the phone." "No, I was just going to the bathroom." "Well, that's a phone, honey, not a door opener." "Bathrooms to your left. Not a door opener." Huh. Keith's warning not to help people see the errors of their ways whispered warning in my mind. I took the 3 steps to the bathroom door and turned back. He was still looking. I collect old phones, I said, offering him a dumb smile. Someday they'll be worth a mint. Huh. Never thought about it that way. I ducked into the bathroom and closed the door behind me. Took a few calming breaths. Okay. I had to look more natural, not like some junkie searching for loose change and making strange comments about collecting phones. But at least I'd found the note. Wow. Those boots are adorable. I jerked my head to the side. There was an open toilet stall facing me, and on the pot sat a woman. She was peeing. Her eyes were adoring my boots in a way that made me wonder if she wanted to confess a fetish. I always liked those kind of boots, she said. You get them at the Harley shop. The place smelled like fake pine tree spray and urine, and it occurred to me that with every sharp inhalation I was breathing in thousands, maybe millions, of bathroom bugs. I got them online, I said. Same with the vest. She said something about her birthday, but I was already halfway out the door, relieved to see that the bartender was gone. Using my thumb and finger, I pinch-plucked the note out from under the phone and unfolded it. The sheet was one of those tiny pages ripped out of a spiral-bound notebook. It was too dark to read the words, but I immediately recognized the handwriting. Sicko. I edged down the hall into better light and read the 4 words written in red ink. Dance with the bear. I turned the note over. Nothing. That was it. Dance with the bear. My mind raced, considering a retreat to the bathroom to think through the meaning of the instructions. But there was a woman who adored my boots peeing in there. Dance with the bear. What was the bear? Wasn't that Russia? Dance with a Russian bear. I imagined myself doing a Russian folk dance, but no, that couldn't be what Sicko wanted. He wanted me to steal $1 million. Was bear another term for prison? A judge? A powerful woman with a beard? Or was it a who? If so, the note would have said just bear. Dance with bear with a capital B. Not dance with the bear with a small b. I had the note. I should go back out to the street and call Keith, who at least would have an opinion on what Sicko could possibly mean. If he wanted me to rob a bank, why didn't he just say that? But then I knew, didn't I? Sicko was more interested in unraveling Danny and me than in getting the $1 million. That was Randall's interest, not Sicko's. I shoved the note into my left jeans pocket and made a beeline for the main room. Head down, eager to get out and breathe some fresh air, I passed by the patrons seated at the bar. They all had tattoos and beards. 3 of them wore vests with patches. 2 of them were staring at me. One of them wore a black t-shirt with the words "Don't screw with the bear" written above an image of a roaring bear head. The man's eyes held mine and he winked. I made it to the street in 5 seconds flat and had Keith on the phone in another 5. You good? No, not really. He says, dance with the bear. Keith paused. The note said, dance with a bear. My hands were shaking. There's a man in there with a t-shirt that says don't screw with the bear. And the note just reads, dance with the bear. The man winked at me. He winked. Sicko wants me to dance with the fat, bearded man in the t-shirt. The bearman is working with him. Hold on, we don't know that. You sure there was nothing else on the note? I turned and looked back at the red and blue neon Rough Riders sign. He wants me to dance with the bear. It's the man with the shirt. Maybe, but we have to be certain. He winked at me. Keith. What else do you need? I could hear Keith's silence and it only reinforced my conviction. If I don't, it's a test, Keith interrupted. I headed back, walking on feet that seemed to move on their own now. The letter in my apartment claimed I would find my next test at the phone in the Rough Riders. I had found that test. It was to dance with the bear. The man in the t-shirt was that bear. If I was wrong, I would find out soon enough, but if the man was the bear and I didn't dance with him, Sicko would make Danny pay. I have to find out, I said. You're going to dance with him. I have to. Right. A beat. Just don't get yourself in any trouble, Renee. Don't do anything rash. Stay calm. I up the phone, shoved it into my pocket, and turned into the Rough Riders bar. For the second time in 10 minutes, the skinny white girl with the black leather vest and the heavy but adorable Harley boots stepped into the realm of bikers and wannabe bikers. But this time she did not stop at the entrance and take note of how dirty the place was. This time she walked straight toward the table with the 4 men closest to the dance floor and looked directly into the eyes of the man wearing the "Don't Screw with the Bear" t-shirt. I was halfway to the table, determined to deal with the bearded man, when another man stepped away from the bar and looked down at me with smiling brown eyes. How about I buy you a drink? I almost pushed past him but then thought better of it. He looked like a regular here, sidled up to the bar as he'd been, and it occurred to me that he might be able to help me. A drink? Sure. Just a friendly drink. You look like you could use one, darling. Well, I guess that depends. It does it? Depends on what? 'Cause I'd hate to see a pretty girl like you lost in a bar like this. Are you all right? Of course I am. Do you know Bear? He cocked his head. Bear. Can't say that I do. That man behind you in the bear t-shirt. You don't know him. He threw a glance over his shoulder, saw that the man in the bear t-shirt was staring at us, and offered a curt nod. Yup. That's Bill. He turned back to me. Why, you know him. Should I? A knowing smile slowly formed on his face. Well, that depends if you like. 300 pounds of man smothering you. You ever see him wear that shirt before? He looked again and shook his head. Nope. Can't say that I have. You want him? Because I think he could be persuaded. That depends. Without waiting for me to lead the conversation any further, the man turned and called out, Hey, Bill, I think the pretty girl here likes you. The cacophony of background voices faded, leaving the sounds of AC/DC blaring alone. Well, heck, send her over, Bear roared. Come on over here, sugar. That was one way to approach Sicko's test. I was now fully committed, and I let my impetuous nature lead me on. With only a moment's hesitation, I stepped past the man who'd offered to buy me a drink and walked up to the table where Bear and his 3 friends sat, wearing impish grins. They needed baths, all of them. And, hairy as they were, they should have at least had the decency to trim the hair poking out of their ears. Are you Bear? I asked. The man scooted his chair back and patted a thigh as thick as an oak trunk. Come to Papa, sugar. Now, I could have told him where to shove his sugar, but I refused to let my disgust distract me from what I'd come to do. Actually, I'd rather dance, I said. That earned a chuckle from the man to his right, a thin fellow who looked half Bear's age. That's right, Bear. She wants to dance for us. Honey, you can dance for me anytime you like. Shut up, Steve. Don't you listen to him, sugar. He paused, eyeing me with round, bloodshot eyes, then spoke in a lower voice. How much you charging? He'd washed over my face and it took all of my focus not to kick him in his shin and leave. But that didn't stop me from helping him understand that I wasn't a prostitute and that I hadn't offered him a lap dance. On the floor, you buffoon. What if he wasn't the right man? A friend told me I should dance with a man called Bear. Either you're that man, in which case I would like to dance with you, or you're not, and I can leave you to your beer. His smile softened, but he didn't immediately acknowledge that he was in fact the Bear. My patience was all but gone. I'd gotten the note and followed what I thought were the instructions. Either there was a bear in the bar or there wasn't. I looked up and saw the whole room was now watching our exchange. Is anyone else here called the Bear? They all just stared at me, some grinning, either pleased with my show of chutzpah or embarrassed for me. No one. Not a soul spoke up. I turned back to the hairy man. That leaves you. Now either you want to dance with me or you don't. Your call. He nodded, tongue poking against the inside of his cheek. Sure, sugar. Can you please not call me that? Beside him, Steve stifled a laugh. You wanna dance? Then let's dance. Bear started. You sure you're the bear? I am for you, sweet cakes. Don't call me that either, I said. He loomed over me, belly out like the nose of a submarine, and gave me half a bow. If it'll get me a dance. To one of the men behind the bar, give us something romantic, Harry. Foreigner or something. You sure you're bear? I asked again, needing to be sure. Don't worry, sugar, you found your man. The music stopped mid-song and then started with the intro to I Want to Know What Love Is. Satisfied, he pulled his oversized jeans up by the belt and walked out onto the dance floor. Spreading his legs, he waved his arms like a belly dancer and began gyrating his hips. Hoots and whistles filled the bar. Swing those hips, Big Bear. That's right. Show her what you got, Bill. I stood like a fence post, suddenly terrified by what I had gotten myself into. But this was exactly what Sicko wanted. He was testing me, leading me down a path to see if I would break. Dancing with Bear was the least of my concerns. I walked out to Bear and stood 3 feet from him as he moved to the music. My jackknife was in my pocket. I could have it out in 2 seconds if he started slobbering in my ear. The wire was under my jeans, but I couldn't see jumping on his back and strangling him out here on the dance floor. But I was overthinking the situation. He only wanted to dance. Come on, sugar, dance with the bear. Show me what you got. I was tempted to slap him, but I didn't. Instead, I began to shift my weight to the beat of the music as the chorus swelled. That's it, baby. Ooh, yeah, show me what you got. Shut up, I said, loud enough for only him to hear over the music. He moved closer and reached for my hand. Move that skinny little butt like you want it, baby. That was it. I stopped. Okay, I've danced with you, now what? You call that a dance? I don't think so. You show me what you have or you don't get what I have. So you do have something for me. Him take my hand and went through a few motions with his bulbous belly pressed against me. Slow now. That's it. That's the way you dance with the Papa Bear. He pulled me closer and whispered into my ear. I have what you want but not out here. Follow me after the song. He pulled back, lifted both hands above his head, and swayed to the music. More whistles and catcalls. I could barely hear the music over the surge of encouragement. But I now knew I'd found the right man, and I played my part, offering a forced smile for the benefit of the onlookers. The song began to wind down and Bear took my hand. Come with me, darling. He led me toward the hall and the bar began to settle behind us, punctuated with a holler from Steve. Bill's gonna get himself some. I assumed Bear was simply leading me into the hall so that he could give me whatever he'd been paid to give me. But I was wrong. He waddled down the hall and entered the women's bathroom. Left with no clear option, I followed him in. The woman who'd occupied the stall earlier was gone. I was alone with the hairy and now sweaty Bear, and with the smells of a badly cleaned bathroom. I got what you want, sugar, Bear said, eyeing me as if I were a piece of candy. But it is not going to be that easy. He was making no attempt to hide his interest and my thoughts flashed to the knife in my pocket, then to the wire around my waist. But if I pulled either out now, he would only pull out whatever hidden weapon he had, and I would either leave empty-handed or not at all. He drew one hand through his beard. How about a little kiss? How about you give me what you were paid to give me? I danced with you, didn't I? Oh, yeah, you sure did. But that wasn't the deal. Well, that was my deal, so please, just give me whatever you have for me and no one gets hurt. Bear chuckled. Is that what you think you're going to do to me? You gonna hurt me? He shouldn't have said that. Is that what you want? My stomach turned. I placed a hand on his chest, then gave him a gentle shove. And how do I know you have what I'm looking for? I asked in the same tone. I closed the space, leaving only 6 inches between us. How do I know you're not just an imposter trying to step in on another man's fun? Because I have it, he said. Have what? The note. Show me. He hesitated, then reached for his jeans without removing his eyes from mine. Wearing a coy smile, he slowly pulled the leading edge of a folded note out of his pocket. See, it's right here. I smiled and slowly slipped my hand up his thigh toward the note while I leaned in and gazed into his eyes. Every nerve in my body was on fire, but not in the way he hoped. Good, I purred, and then I closed my fingers around the note and brought my knee up into his groin with enough force to break a watermelon in half. He gasped and I let my rage get the better of me. I slapped him across his face. Hard. Shame on you. Bear roared in pain, more from my knee than from my slap, I guessed, but I didn't hang around for clarity. With the note firmly in my left hand, I flew to the door, ducked out, took one deep breath, and headed back out to the bar. I have no idea what the patrons thought I'd accomplished in such a short time. Alone with Bear, but a few of them whistled and called out their congratulations. I simply smiled courteously and walked past them all without a backward glance. The moment the door swung closed behind me, I was running for my car. I can't lie, I felt a strange euphoria. The kind you might feel after narrowly escaping a rushing rhino. What was more, I'd maybe helped Bear gain a new appreciation for women, especially those who were a third his size. For a moment there, I came close to whooping and pumping a fist above my head. I had the note. I was alive. Danny was safe. Victory. But a few other words quickly pushed the thought of victory from my mind. I'm serious as the devil in hell. I turned into the parking lot and pulled up, breathing hard. This was just the beginning, wasn't it? And Danny, my heart broke thinking about him. Danny had no clue. If he knew, his body parts into the ocean. In that moment, standing alone 10 yards from my Toyota, I wanted Danny to do just that. I wanted it with all of my 13. Deep meditation. Prisons were not simply constructed at the whim of one man, but subject to committees, reviews for approval, always under the scrutiny and guidelines established by the Corrections Standards Authority. In the Basel case, Warden Marshall Pape had been involved prior to the prison's construction, but he answered to a director in the Division of Adult Institutions, who in turn answered to the Chief Deputy Secretary of Adult Operations, who answered to the man at the top, the Secretary of the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation, appointed by the Governor of California to his cabinet. The entire system was closely watched by the Office of the Inspector General, the equivalent of an internal affairs watchdog. Scrutiny, and even more scrutiny. The question that first presented itself to Danny when he was led into the bowels of the prison was how the section Bostich called deep meditation could have possibly been constructed under so much scrutiny. The answer was plain. It couldn't have. The room had initially served some other purpose, only to be modified after the prison was opened. And it was likely done so with the knowledge of the director in the Division of Adult Institutions, perhaps also with the agreement of someone in the Inspector General's office. Surely nothing short of such cooperation would have allowed the warden to create, much less operate, deep meditation with impunity. The man might be a tyrant, but he wasn't stupid. Rigorous control of the staff, the inmates, and the flow of information in and out of the prison was critical. The captain and a CO named Mitchell Young had placed a spit hood over Danny's head. typically used to keep prisoners from spitting on corrections officers, as the name implied. Then cuffed his wrists, chained his ankles, tied both into a strap around his waist, and led him from the administrative holding room to a flight of stairs. Where the flight of stairs was, he didn't know, because they walked some distance before descending. It was steep, like the stairwell that led to the meditation wing where he'd spent his first few days. It led to a second door, which creaked on its hinges and opened to a much cooler room. They took 2 right-angle turns, then stopped. Bostich demanded he stand still, then proceeded to open an entrance that required a full minute and included scraping and pounding not associated with the simple opening and closing of locked gates or doors. Hold still. It took only a moment for them to cut through his clothing, strip him bare, and remove his shoes. They led Danny through the entrance into an even colder space before suggesting he watch his step because they were going down. The leg irons allowed him just enough movement to negotiate the concrete steps. Only when they passed through yet one more door, which they closed behind them, did Bostich remove Danny's hood. A single caged bulb shed very dim light on the room. The bare concrete space was perhaps 15 feet to a side and may have once been used for storage or as a cistern. A single wooden table that held a small crate sat against the wall to his right. He could see no doors, but the back wall was nearly obscured by darkness. "What's a matter? You were expecting worse." Danny blinked, allowing his eyes to adjust to the darkness. "I asked you a question." "I didn't have any expectation," Danny said. The red-faced man wore a sneer. "You will. We reserve deep meditation for the worst of the worst, and you're about to learn why. There's 2 ways to do this. We can either knock you out, or you can go willingly. Either way, you're going. Clear." Going to where? Danny had no idea. Yes. But then the restraints on the back wall emerged from the shadows and he did know. They were going to strap him up on the wall. The captain saw his stare and smiled. They never see it when they first come in. It's a pain getting you up there when you're out cold, but it is your choice. "I'll go willingly," Danny said. "We'll see. One wrong move and you get a taser in the neck, you hear? I'm gonna take off your restraints, but Mitchell's quick on the trigger. Keep that in mind. No sudden moves. Adjusted to fit varying body sizes." He turned around a couple feet from the stained concrete wall. The CO named Mitchell, a rail-thin man with a long face that held 2 big eyes, stood with his legs spread and taser ready, as if he was facing off with a bear. "Don't move," he snapped. Bostich approached, holding a single strap in his left hand. He reached behind Danny, tied the restraint at his waist off to an inset eye hook, and cinched him tight against the wall. He released the irons on Danny's wrists and ankles before stepping back. "Sit tight." The man retreated to the crate on the table and withdrew a fistful of cables with leather cuffs. In less than 2 minutes each of Danny's wrists, knees and ankles were snugged firmly in padded, 3-inch leather restraints. Each of these 6 cuffs were then hooked into cables that latched into the sliding eye hooks on the wall. Working now in silence but for their heavy breathing, Bostich and Mitchell pulled first his arms, then his feet, then his knees wide into a spread eagle on the wall. They returned to the arm cables one at a time and stretched him wider. They repeated the same exercise on his legs, pulling them up off the ground and away from each other. Danny said nothing. All of his attention was on pressure in his joints and tendons. He was a strong man, but Bostich seemed determined to mitigate any advantage Danny might have. As of yet, he felt no pain, but he knew that would soon change. When they were done, the facilitators stepped back and studied their handiwork. "Good enough," Mitchell said. Bostich smiled. "Oh, yeah, 2 things you should know," he said to Danny. 1, you're in here for 48 hours. Don't you worry, we'll check on you and give you water. You're going to need it. 2. This is just for fun. Every second you're on that wall, you remember one thing. It can get worse. Much worse. Danny just stared at the man. Evidently satisfied, they turned their backs on him, turned off the light, exited. The only thing he could see was inky darkness. The only thing he could hear was his own breathing. The only things he could feel were the stretching of his muscles and his naked skin, which had already started to shiver as a means of generating body heat to ward off the cold. But these weren't the most unnerving to him. The fact that he was even in such a predicament reserved that place in his mind. And the fact that such a place even existed in a free country that despised abuse. The fact that word of this room would bring 1,000 human rights advocates and their fully armed attorneys running. The fact that no human being deserved this kind of treatment, much less a simple-minded boy like Peter. And yet here Danny was, strapped to a wall in Basil's bowels. If the warden inflicted such punishment on the members, it was only because he could. How? Danny wasn't entirely sure, but his adversary was far more organized than even Danny had imagined. No one of Pape's intelligence would dare open the doors to this place without taking every precaution to mitigate fallout that might threaten either him or his precious sanctuary. Any objection from any member subjected to such treatment would likely bear terrible consequences or death, the threat of which would follow them into their old age. Corrections and rehabilitation at its finest, a shining example for the rest of the world. California's prison system was being fixed by someone who thought himself far wiser than the politicians who ran society, all to one end: the salvation of that society. Punishment and reward, as it had been demonstrated throughout history. Basil. Heaven and hell in one building. The first half hour was quite tolerable. The next was less, forcing him to use more of the muscles in his arms and shoulders to take the weight off his burning calves and quads. During the second hour, his strength began to fail. His weight shifted from his muscles to his tendons and joints, which increased his pain. And then Danny began to lose his sense of time, because every minute seemed to stretch far beyond its capacity. It was cold, but he was sweating. His muscles were toned and strong, but he was trembling like a frail reed. His intelligence and stoic reasoning had served him through the worst of human experiences, but now they began to fade. Danny shut down his pain to the best of his ability and hung on the wall. Naked, stripped of all thoughts but the worst of all. What were they doing to Renee? 14. Brady's Diner was a hole in the wall 3 blocks from the biker bar, nearly empty when Keith and I got there at 10:15 that night. We sat in an isolated corner booth with 2 cups of coffee, having assured a waitress in an orange dress that we wanted nothing else. Nothing at all. You need him in the groin? Keith asked. You couldn't have just grabbed the note and run, and risk him coming after me? Not likely in a place like that. Besides, you did what was asked. The man's job was done. He'd have no reason to come after you. He was a pervert. Keith couldn't quite suppress his grin. You really can handle yourself, can't you? I shrugged. I suppose, if I have to. Just keep in mind that we aren't in this to teach perverts a lesson. We do what we need to do and nothing more that might draw attention to ourselves. That includes physically assaulting a pervert. We have more immediate concerns, right? Right. Although I can't say I blame you. Let me see it. I checked the restaurant, saw that the waitress was clear across the joint, gabbing with a cook, and pulled out the bear's note. It was on lined yellow paper, same as the first note, folded over 8 times. Keith opened it carefully and smoothed it out on the blue formica table. We sat side by side, staring at Sicko's third message. Good girl. Nausea swept through my gut. The idea of being anybody's good girl jerked me back to the days when I had stooped far too low to please others and suffered abuse at their hands. For a moment I lingered on those 2 words, terrified that I was being drawn back into a similar place. It had started with Cyrus Kaufman, who pulled me into the world of drugs and tried to kill me when I refused to prostitute myself to make good on a debt. Danny had saved me from that, but what if Sicko was about to resurrect my old self? We all have memories of darker days pushed back into the corners of our minds, but mine were sucked up to the surface with those two words. Good girl. Heath slid his hand over the note. You okay? I nodded. He put his hand on mine. Look, sometimes things look bad, but we get through them. The truth is, you're a free person. You could probably fold up shop and go on the run now, never look back. It would probably be your safest course of action. Frankly, half of me thinks that's just what you should do. Then you don't know me. Actually, I'm getting to know you better. That's what I'm saying. You could do it, but you won't because you love a man that society has all but thrown away. A knot gathered in my throat. I nodded. So you're doing this for love. Me, I'm sitting here for far less noble reasons. Self-preservation. The fact is, my own past is catching up to me. By making an enemy in Randell. I looked across the diner again. We were alone now except for one old couple on the far side. He nodded. But I did the right thing. I put him behind bars for the right reason, and now it is coming back on me. You try to do the right thing and sometimes you pay a price. You could walk away. Heath lifted his hand from mine. I've been telling myself that all afternoon. But the truth is, I can't any more than you can. If Randell's working with someone who can do this to you, they can do it me. Are doing it to me. This goes deeper than either of us can guess. They could probably find a way to reach out and crush me anytime they wanted. We're in this together, period. Okay. He was trying to ease my mind, and after my little episode with Bear, I needed him too. Okay. You should know that what Danny did, he did with a noble heart. He hurt some people, but only those who deserved it. No different from what you did. Maybe. No, not maybe. He confessed and now he's paying a price. But to be honest, I love him even more for it. I dipped my head, pinched the edge of the yellow paper, and slid it out from under Keith's hand. Sicko's note stared up at me. Good girl. There's an old warehouse at the end of Sherman Road, Morongo Valley. You will be there Saturday night at 8 o'clock. I'm watching. If you go to the police, I will know. If you go to the prison, I will know. If you deviate in even one detail, I will know. Do what you're told, Renee. The priest is suffering but he's alive. Don't make me kill him. Set him free. There was no salutation, no name. Only the blatant assurance that whoever had written the note had all of the strings in his fingers and was eager to pull the ones that would end Danny's life. Heath turned the note over, then flipped it back. That's it. Saturday. We're supposed to just sit around for 2 days. Keep it down. I danced with that pervert for this. Why didn't he just say this in his first note? Because that's the way it works. He playing with our minds, knowing that you would react exactly the way you are. So don't. We can't just do nothing. Something's not right. Nothing's right. That's the whole point. We've got to find out what's happening to Danny. I can't just sit on my hands for 2 days. Slow down. That's exactly what he'll expect. What? You doing something crazy. Going to the cops. Finding an attorney. Trying to contact the warden. Anything and everything he's said not to. If we do that, this guy's going to carry through. So, what? We're just his puppets now. No. Seeing the waitress headed their way, Keith folded the note and slipped it into his pocket. Hold on. The smiling server with stringy mud blonde hair held out the pot. Need a freshen up. She smiled wide, bearing as her face fell at my retort that Keith was right. This was exactly what Sicko wanted. But could I help it? I didn't think so. In fact, if it were only me, I'd probably run into the bathroom, lock the stall, and have a good cry. No, thank you, I said, as she walked away. She flashed a faint smile over her shoulder. Sorry. No, it is fine. I'm not suggesting we do nothing. Then what? We have 2 days to think, to research, to try to figure something out. Then, we go do what he says. Other than that, we go dark. Dark. He's watching. We don't react the way he expects us to. In fact, we do the opposite. We don't break his protocol, but we don't panic. I understood immediately. Play his game. Play his game. Try to shake him. Make him second guess us. That's right. We go about our lives as if nothing's happened. We get a beer. We shop. We go to work. Do you work? No. And my routine is pretty simple. Fine. We assume he's listening to our phone calls, so we don't talk on the phone. Only outside, in a park, on the beach, out of earshot. But we don't act concerned or panicked. Seems like a pretty weak play. It's a start. It'll at least make him wonder. More importantly, it gives us some control. And trust me, honey, we need some. I took a sip of coffee, black, the only way I can force the stuff down. 1 cup, and I'd be up all night, but I doubted I'd do much sleeping anyway. The next 48 hours were going to be screaming torture. Sicko's whole point. Still, the thought of doing nothing without knowing what was going on with Danny was going to double me in half. I'd have to visit my therapist. Okay. Trust me, it will drive him nuts. Take consolation in that. Nuts, I said, nodding. We'll drive him nuts. Bananas. Bananas. But all I wanted to do at that point. 15. Saturday. 2 days could be a lifetime. This is what Danny already knew but learned once more as he hung from the wall in the bowels of Basel. The human body was an incredibly durable vessel. This is what he had learned too many times in Bosnia and never wanted to learn again. When the body was subjected to an overload of pain, it tended to spare the mind prolonged duress by shutting down. Unconscious, it does not shiver uncontrollably or feel pain or scream. Danny was comforted only by the thought that he'd likely spent at least half of his time in that oblivious state before his body rebooted in darkness and flared with agony. Conscious, he also had to live with his thoughts and his emotions, which flogged him just as relentlessly. Strapped to the wall, he was acutely aware that his thoughts and emotions, though only temporal things, could affect as much pain in him as harm to the body could. Through the years he had willed himself to live in simple consciousness, stripped of the thoughts and emotions that dragged him into suffering. The brief periods of time in which he succeeded filled him with peace and clarity. He'd often wondered if such a place of clarity was the closest thing to heaven to be found on earth. Finding it this time proved more difficult than before because of his incessant fear for Renee's safety and his empathy for Peter's circumstance. Some advocated surrender as the path to peace, but Danny had always known that his mind was too strong to surrender to anything. Instead, he controlled it with raw determination and willpower, a process that sometimes worked better than others. He'd once been taken captive by the Serbian Christians in Bosnia and, because he was suspected of numerous infiltration into their strongholds, was questioned over a 2-week period before he managed to escape. Their interrogation methods had become increasingly forceful. It was the first time he'd been forced to endure tremendous amounts of carefully directed pain. Marshall Pape's version of hell did not match that torture, but the pain of deep meditation was severe enough that a boy like Peter would likely never survive a second encounter. And wasn't that the purpose of the warden's sanctuary? To scare the wayward straight by subjecting them to the threat of extreme punishment. Doing his best to ignore the pain in his nerves, his thoughts, and the torment inflicted by his emotion, Danny sought the stillness beyond, peering into the darkness, searching for awareness of God's love and beauty in his own spirit. It wasn't easy to find. Bostich did not come with water as promised. No one did. No one came at all. The promise of water was only a hope deferred to make the heart sick, one little twist of the knife to increase his suffering. Without any food or water, his body might have shut down completely had they not come for him after 48 hours. When Bostich and Mitchell did come, they came with a hose, which they used to wash him down while he still hung on the wall. He sucked in as much of the water as he could. They finally released him from his restraints, a process that heaped pain upon pain, then stood back as he collapsed in a heap. Get yourself together. We'll be back. Bostich left a neat pile of folded clothes on the table and left Danny to recover, this time with the light on. It took him an hour to get to his feet, work out enough of the aches in his joints to dress, and compose himself. I'd like to see the warden, he said when they returned. Well, you're in luck, 'cause he wants to see you too. Several minutes later, Danny sat in the same chair he'd first used outside the warden's office, waiting for an audience. The clock on the wall read 7:26. Saturday evening, if he guessed correctly. He'd been at Basel for a mere 6 days that overshadowed his entire 3 years at Ironwood. And yet he wasn't disheartened. His resolve had not been compromised. He was only glad that he and not Peter had endured deep meditation. As for his own reward, he expected to be presented with an opportunity to determine what the warden might or might not know about Renee. If his suspicions were confirmed, Danny would set his mind on discovering a way to warn her. Confined as he was by both prison and his resolution never to resort to violence, his options would be limited, but there were always options. There had to be. Renee was all that mattered to him now. Renee and, to a lesser extent, Peter, the boy who was as innocent as she herself once had been. Renee and Peter and those trampled underfoot by society's failures. And yet his determination to defend the weak had proven pointless once. He could not save Peter by killing Pape. Nor could he sit by while Peter suffered. Two compulsions in conflict. The disparity threatened to fracture his mind. Something was askew in his worldview. The warden's door swung open and Pape's familiar form emerged, smiling. There you are. All cleaned up and ready to join a more reasonable world, I trust. Danny got to his feet slowly. The pain in his joints had already begun to fade. But he knew it would return with a vengeance after a night's sleep. Need some help? No thank you. I'll manage. The notion that he was more pathetic than noble whispered through his mind. What kind of weakness would prompt a man to say no, thank you to a man like Pape in a moment like this? Please come in. Danny entered the office and sat. The warden picked up a black pen and tapped it on a form before him. For a few long moments he watched Danny, expressionless. You're a strong man, I'll give you that. Unfortunately, it only means I have to work harder to get through to you. It's only my job, you must realize that. Danny was here for Renee's sake, not his own, so he kept his mouth shut. I'm sure you feel that my methods are extreme. That's understandable. But, as I pointed out in the dining hall, they are no more extreme than other methods condoned by your God. After another moment of silence, the warden continued. Although I admire your mental strength, I need you to respond so that I can determine your progress. Is that fair? The man seemed more gentle somehow. Amenable even. I'll do my best. Good. Then you do understand that harsher methods than mine were at one. Must we really go through this again? Innocent of what? Rape. And is rape more or less deviant than other expressions of deviant behavior? Everyone is guilty of some infraction of the law, Danny. Everyone breaks the law. It's my job to correct those deviants, once and for all. Murderers, for example. The warden studied him with knowing eyes. You know about murder, don't you? He tapped his pen on the surface of the desk. Why did you kill them, Danny? Kill who? Please, I know you killed more than the 2 men you confessed to as a part of your plea bargain. The question is, why? There's no clear motivation cited. I was foolish enough to think I could change the world. By what? Setting a few of the wayward straight. As I said, then we're the same, aren't we? You see people in need and you rush to their defense. I see society in need and I rush to its defense. In a way, I admire you for attempting to do outside the law what society has failed to do within that law. Isn't that why you killed? A few years ago, I would have agreed. But not now. No. The man watched him for a long moment, then stood and approached the family portraits on the wall, hands behind his back. Maybe it would help if you understood my own motivation. He nodded at the picture of himself with his wife, his daughter, and his son. The daughter was perhaps 15, a younger reflection of her mother apart from her hair, which was straighter than the wife's fluffy curls. Both had bright blue eyes, the same sharp nose, rosy cheeks, and small mouths. Both were beautiful and wore red dresses. The son looked more like his mother than the warden as well. He wore a crew cut and was perhaps 2 years younger than his sister. Pape pointed to his daughter. This is Emily. She was 14 when this picture was taken. Nate, my son, was 11. Everyone says they both look like my wife, Betty. Wouldn't you agree? Very similar. Yes. The warden glowed with pride. Nothing about his pleasure seemed remotely disingenuous. Reconciling Marshall Pape the warden with Marshall Pape. Marshall Pape was first of all a human being, in the same way that the inmates under his thumb were. Really, none of them was a monster. They were all just trying to make sense of their world in this subculture called prison. They're now 6 years older, Pape said. Emily's studying medicine at UCLA. Nate's the starting quarterback on his high school football team, quite a player at only 17. He faced Danny, still smiling. Perhaps one day you'll father a child, Danny. I can assure you, there's nothing more rewarding than watching a child grow through the years. Nothing. There was a heaviness in the warden's voice that forecasted the frown that slowly overtook his face. He looked at the photograph again. But who am I kidding? Those are only my dreams. Unfortunately, I'll never see Nate or Emily grow up. In truth, this is the last picture taken of them before they were killed. 10 days after we sat for this photograph, actually. Danny recoiled at the revelation. Marshall Pape faced him. They were both at a convenience store in Santa Monica when a paroled felon named Jake Williams came in with only drugs and money on his mind. The store owner had a gun, and in the ensuing face-off, Nate was killed by the felon. Emily was accidentally hit in the head by a bullet from the storekeeper's handgun. They both died at the scene. The warden had suddenly and dramatically become a victim along with his children. Danny could not ignore his empathy for the man. I'm sorry. I can't imagine how you must have felt. The store owner received a 2-year sentence for involuntary manslaughter. The felon was killed. My wife suffered a mental breakdown and left me a year later. She still blames my sons and daughters' deaths on me. Do you know why? Because you are a warden, responsible for keeping people like Jake behind bars. Pape forced a smile. Very good. It's a stretch, don't you think? But she had a point, Danny. He held up 2 fingers. Jake Williams had 2 previous convictions for robbery. He did his time in one of those monster factories only to be paroled, unchanged at his core. So you see, the system failed my son, and weak gun laws failed my daughter. His eyes were glassy, misted with tears. Would a single soul under my supervision rejoin society without first being completely changed from the inside out? 3 years later, I became the first warden of Basel. This was Marshall Pape's religion, to help deviants become new men. Transformed by the renewing of their minds, a noble pursuit to say the least. He was just going about it wrong. I can understand your ambition, Danny said. Yes, I suppose you could. Is that why you killed? To help men see the light. Yes. And then he said something he was sure the warden couldn't know. My mother and my 2 sisters were raped and killed in Bosnia. The warden's eyes held on him, wide. Then you do understand. God's love and grace are the path to healing. Not condemnation or punishment. Then your world is full of naive idealism, Pape said. Grace is only a word. That masks a new kind of law. Like I told you before, true grace doesn't even exist. He who offers it still demands adherence to some kind of behavior. A new law. There is no free ride. And breaking the law always comes at a cost. There must remain the very real threat of punishment and torture. I'm surprised you don't seem to understand that, being a priest. Danny remained silent. The warden's argument, however uniquely put, represented the conundrum that faced all religions and institutions that sought to modify behavior for greater good. From Pape's perspective, Basil made perfect sense. In the end, the quality of life is always about some kind of law. You would think I'd be agreeable to a man gunning down the murderer of my son and daughter before he had the chance to kill them, wouldn't you? The warden said. They were on dangerous ground. Pape was describing Danny. But you would be wrong, Pape continued. That would be illegal. The law is in place as it stands for good reason, tested by centuries of trial and error. I lost my family because both a well-meaning man and a felon deviated from the law. The law, my friend. No one must break the law. Ever. Everything I do at Basil is geared toward this one end. You may not like my ways, but I do it for the millions of Nates and Emilys who only want to go to the convenience store for an ice cream sandwich. I am their protector. He returned to his chair, eased himself down. No. So you would not cut off a man's penis to stop him from abusing an innocent boy, is that it? Danny. The air went still. There was no mistaking Pape's reference to the pedophile that Danny had first killed. Roman Thompson, son of Judge Franklin Thompson. How could the warden know? Who else had known? Renee. And a handful of victims he'd shared the detail with as a means of motivation. Renee would never share the knowledge, that much he knew. Which left those victims he'd shared the episode with, all of whom he was sure were dead. Or were they? So you see how closely our worlds are entwined, the warden said. I know more about you than you might have guessed. I have powerful friends who can change lives with the stroke of a pen. But you're wondering how I know about Roman Thompson, the pedophile you killed. Am I right? At least the pedophile's death in no way implicated Renee. He'd killed the man years before she'd come into his life. I'm not sure I know what you're talking about, Danny said. Then let me refresh your memory. The warden sat forward and rested his elbows on the desk. The man you killed had a father. A judge named Franklin Thompson. Surely you know that much. What you can't possibly know is that the Honorable Franklin Thompson knows more than you think he knows. He has no physical evidence, of course, you were too good for that, but he isn't without his means. So that's what this is all about. Forcing a confession out of me. No. Pape leaned back in his chair, comfortably smug. No, I doubt I could ever manage that. My objective is to help you see who you really are, so that you can truly repent and be whole. And to that end, I will now confess that there's more to Peter's story. How do you think a young man like Peter ended up in Basil? The facts lined up in Danny's mind like crows on a high wire. A ghost had come out of his past to haunt him. The father of his first victim had found a way to send an innocent boy accused of rape to Basil, not to teach Peter a lesson but to destroy Danny. They intended to push Danny to his end. So, now you think you know. An eye for an eye. How far will you go to protect Peter? Me, I think you would kill again. That your vow of nonviolence is only an empty promise to appease your guilt. I intend to find out if you still have self-righteousness in you. And I promise to push until you do. Randall isn't my wolf, Danny. Danny let the judgment sink in, aware even as he sat across from the warden, that he now faced a world of impossible choices. Already the heat of familiar rage was spreading up through his chest and face. How about Renee? The warden said. How far would you go to save your precious wife? Danny's mind went dark, then brightened with panic. But he didn't dare reveal his terror at those words. He couldn't allow any focus to linger on Renee. She's not my wife, he said, bringing all of his resolve to mind. No, she isn't. You'd better prove that you've changed, Danny. You'd better come clean and tell me everything and show me that you're a fully rehabilitated man no longer willing to deviate from the law. Each of my children is unique, each with his own rehabilitation plan. But you're special. You're a man of the cloth. You should have known better. Then deal with me on my own. Don't subject Peter to punishment to teach me. Let me prove myself to you on my own terms. The warden drew his hand across his mouth to dry his lips. The man was still reeling from his own tragedy. Well, my friend, as it turns out, I'm one step ahead of you. I always will be. Remember that. In this case, I've already had Peter transferred to the privileged wing as a sign of good faith. The boys suffered enough for the time being. As the good book says, there's a time for peace and there's a time for war. But know that I'm watching you. If you slip, if you allow your ugly, violent nature to emerge without my express direction or permission, then it is war. Fair enough. Danny hesitated, then nodded. Thank you. You see, I am a reasonable man. I only want to know that you've truly changed, Danny. Punishment will haunt those who do not confess their sins and embrace a new life at my mercy. Are we clear? He stuck out his hand. Friends. Danny had little choice but to take the man's hand. Again, thank you for showing the boy some kindness. Grace, my friend. As the good book says, it is through grace that you are saved. No need to boast, but I feel good about myself in moments like this. Don't you? Danny felt a measure of relief that Peter had earned himself some good. One last thing and I'll let you go. Like I said, I have friends, many more outside these walls than inside. Breathe a word about deep meditation to a soul, now or ever, and I will have you hunted down and killed. Am I clear? Yes. Good. He pressed the intercom. Send Mitchell in. The prisoner's ready. The gaunt facilitator with big eyes came in, restraints in hand. No need for chains. Pape waved them off. We have an understanding. Yes, sir. Take him to the hard yard as we discussed. I'm sure the man would appreciate some exercise before 16. Keith's suggestion that we go about our business as if nothing in the world was wrong was fine. I got it. I really did. If we were being watched. And we were. The reports that found their way back to Sicko would needle him, which was in and of itself a small advantage. He was obviously as interested in manipulating me as he was in achieving whatever end he hoped for. He needed to feel his power over me, Keith said. It was why he insisted I play his game. Not rewarding him with the satisfaction of seeing me cower was our only hope of pushing him off his own game. That was probably why he was making a stew for 48 hours, he said. Either that or he needed the time to set up whatever awaited us. It all made perfect sense, it really did. It also felt impossible. We had nearly 48 hours before we could go to the warehouse to learn what twisted fate awaited us, and we spent only 5 of them together, at Hartwell Park off of Carson Street, rehearsing every possibility and angle a dozen times, but doing it like 2 free-spirited hippies burning up time. Long but only a block wide, the park offered an open line of sight from either Carson or Parkcrest, and we expected to be seen lounging on benches, strolling with hands in pockets, or carelessly kicking chunks of bark along the grass, arms folded. Under the facade, my heart refused to slow down, and my skin felt sticky. Yet, with each passing hour, the realization that any other course of action would only bring tragic consequences became more certain. Still, we rehearsed them all, more for Keith's sake than mine, because I already knew what was going to happen. We were going to play Sicko's game. The fact was, someone certainly knew I had killed 2 men, and they knew Danny had killed more than 2. And if they knew, they could talk. I had to get to that person, end of story. It was the only way to protect both of us. But Keith didn't know that. He'd suggested we play the game, but like a good lawman, his mind was always looking for the angles, the alternatives, the way out with the least amount of risk. For the sake of argument, he said, we could still involve one of my old contacts at the sheriff's department and get him to make inquiries into Basil, just enough to put the prison on notice. We'd have to assume Sicko would find out, I said, my tingling hands stuffed in my jeans. There are ways. Like what? Meet in the dead of night in a park like this one. We don't know who we can trust or who's watching. The first call into the prison would alert them that someone's leaked something. If someone on the inside is in on this, they'll carry out their threat. Keith glanced around nonchalantly, scanning for a driver or pedestrian watching us. He was always looking, always observant. There's got to be someone who can find out what's happening in there without tipping them off. Yesterday you said no. Now you think there is. How? Probably not without tipping them off. No. Not in the time we have. And you don't think the warden's involved, I said. It would be a stretch. This whole thing's a stretch. You made the calls, right? Like you said, Pape keeps the place quieter than a corpse in Siberia. Why? Maybe this is all his doing. Possible, but not likely. Going around the law isn't as easy as it may seem. Unless you're Danny, I thought. Either way, I'm not willing to take that chance, I said. This is Danny's life we're talking about here. Fine. But if the warden's involved, and I doubt he is, then we're screwed. This is news. No, but I mean really screwed. Like I said, this is news. He nodded and tapped a small stone to the side with his foot. The fact of the matter was, Keith couldn't have the same motivation I had to protect and save Danny. He could only help me. God knew I needed his help, but at what cost to him? Maybe I should do this alone, I said, crossing my arms. Really? It's too late for that, he interrupted. People smart enough to use Randall are smart enough to tie up loose ends. I know way too much now to let go. A very good man. I couldn't help wondering what it would have been like to meet a man like Keith before Danny came into my life. Now there was only Danny. Forever. I'm sorry, I said. Don't be. I was meant to be here. No, I came to you. Only because I put Randall behind bars and you were smart enough to find me. Frankly, whoever is behind this may have wanted you to find me. Seriously. Why not? I could verify the validity of Randall's threat. It was probably at Randall's request. You're not the only one who has enemies. This is what he gets out of it. What if I hadn't come to you? Keith shrugged. He'd probably have found another way to get me involved. Doesn't matter now, we're here. Let's walk. We moved on, and my mind returned to Danny. A question that had ridden my mind through the previous night served me again. What would Danny do? We could go through a judge, I said. Take them at gunpoint and force them to shut the prison down. You know one who could do that, don't you? He considered the question. Nope. Not even if we told them the whole thing. Showed them the notes. Without corroborating evidence, what would stop a judge from thinking you wrote those notes as a way to get to Danny? and that corroborating evidence would have to come from inside the prison. I said, I knew all of this, but for both of our sakes I had to get it out one more time, if only to line things up again, like checking a lock on a door 3 times just to be sure. Basel's a self-contained city with its own rules, he said. Same with the Inspector General's office. OIG would be our safest best, but it would still take way too much time and require an investigation that would probably be leaked to whoever's monitoring communications. What would Danny do? Then we go straight to the warden, I said. Not out. The note said no warden. It also said I would have to kill someone. The wind was blowing my hair in my face and I was too distracted to care. You think Sicko's just going to let us walk when this is over? Nope. That was quick. But you think we can find a way out before it gets to that point, I said. He's gotta keep pulling a lot of strings to make this happen, so yeah. There's a good chance he'll slip up sooner or later. Sooner. I hope. So do I. Like you said, until then we're screwed. I nodded and swallowed. Don't worry. I'm good at playing games. But I was lying, wasn't I? A gun I could handle. Bedbugs I could starve to death. But games drove me crazy, and I was already too crazy. The hours crawled by, and the millions of people around us went about their business, oblivious to the stakes we faced. I spent the 3 hours prior to our journey to Morongo Valley pacing my home, repacking my kit, then checking and rechecking my 9mm with an unsteady hand. Then I cleaned the gun and checked it yet again, because 3 years had passed since I'd used it, and in my shaken state, I wasn't sure I'd done everything right, even though I knew I had, if that makes any sense. It was 5 minutes before 8 when I turned off my headlights and rolled the Toyota to a stop on Sherman Road, where we'd been directed by the note. I had suggested taking Keith's truck because the route was a gravel road way out in the middle of nowhere, but he dismissed the idea out of hand. Whoever was watching would want to see me driving my car. Glowing haze from the city to the west hid the moon, and there were only a few stars visible above us even though it was dark. The old warehouse 100 yards ahead rose into the night sky like a massive ancient tomb. The car's engine barely purred. The air conditioning vents whispered. I sat, with both my hands on the steering wheel, staring at the darkened building, mind filled with ghosts and dead bodies. You sure you're up for this? He asked. I can see why he picked this place. There's not a soul within 10 miles but us. And whoever's watching. I don't either, he said. Just don't panic. We sat in silence for a beat. Keith's plan had all seemed so simple. We'd both go in together, armed. The note hadn't said anything about me coming alone this time, just without authorities. Sicko needed us alive, Keith insisted. There wouldn't be a threatening confrontation here, probably only more nonsense, but I knew he was saying some of that for my benefit. Nonsense wasn't in Sicko's vocabulary. He liked to communicate with bloodied body parts in shoe boxes and perverted bears in biker bars. Looking at the dark warehouse, a terrible fear gripped my mind. Despite Keith's warning, cries of panic told me to throw the car into reverse and roar away under full power before it was too late. But the panic lasted only a few seconds before anger shut it down. If we were going in, we were going without hesitation. I snapped on the headlights, shifted my foot off the brake, and floored the accelerator. The tires spun on the gravel, found some traction, and hurled us forward. Whoa, hold on. The rings of my headlights expanded on the warehouse's old gray sides. Keith gripped the dashboard. What are you doing? There was a door, dead center and closed. There was a knob on it. My eyes centered on that knob, as if it was the only thing that stood between me and Danny. As if this was Danny's prison and I was here to bust him out. Slow down. I released the gas pedal and braked hard. The car slid for 20 yards and came to a lurching halt a dozen paces from the door. Dust roiled around us, drifting through the shafts of light from the headlamps. Okay. That's one way to do it, Keith said. Keep the lights on. He pulled out his handgun, chambered around, and eased his door open. I'd lost my cool, collected self there for a moment, I knew, but that was okay. The note had instructed us to come, and we'd come. And now here we were. What would Danny do? He wouldn't have come in like a bat out of hell. He probably would have scoped the place out first, found all the exits, all the windows, surveyed the surrounding landscape. Heck, he probably would have counted the number of shingles on the roof. There was a reason why he never got caught until he turned himself in, and it was in part because he didn't come roaring up to his enemies in a Toyota spewing dust and gravel for the whole world to see. I shoved the stick. Keith had 2 feet on the ground. Staring at that warehouse, it had all became very plain to me. Keith was right. Sicko needed me. I was the key to their money. I was their leverage. I was their subject of torment. Without me, there was no game. I was also Danny's only hope. So without waiting, I walked through the illuminated dust, straight for the door, both hands snugged on the butt of my gun. Keith cut in front of me, one hand raised to hold me back, eyes on that knob. He put his hand on it, glanced back, and gave me a nod. Easy, follow me. He twisted the silver knob and pushed the door open. Darkness. Keith slipped a small black flashlight from the pocket of his jeans, snapped it on, and shone it through the gap as I peered around him. Empty space. Concrete floor. Shoulder against the door frame. Keith poked his head in quickly, then pulled it back. What do you see? I whispered. He gave me a sharp look that pretty much said shut up, waited a count of 3, then spun in and pulled up, wrists crossed so that both his handgun and the flashlight were pointed forward. Anything. He still wasn't moving, so I stepped up beside him and saw the dim interior. With a single glance, the warehouse looked like any empty warehouse, except for what appeared to be clothes heaped in the far left corner. Dirty floor, cobwebs on the sloping wood ceiling, 3 windows on each side all covered up by brown paper. Nothing else that I could see. My eyes skipped back to the heap of clothes. Only it wasn't a heap of clothes. A dark-haired head protruded from the top. 2 arms to the sides. And 2 legs. Keith ran forward, light twisting wildly in the dark. The image jerked around my field of vision as I ran, but I began to piece together what I saw. What I had mistaken for clothing in the flashlight's farthest reaches appeared to be the slumped form of a young man or woman with short dark hair, chin resting on a blue Bruin sweater. Asleep, unconscious, or dead. A gray blanket was heaped over the person's torso, and from it protruded 2 legs in jeans, doubled back to one side so that only the knees showed. Each arm was chained to the wooden framing on either side. Keith dropped to one knee beside what I now saw was a teenage boy, maybe 16 or 17. I felt sick. Is he alive? Keith pressed his hand on the boy's neck to check for a pulse, but it was as far he got. The boy's head jerked up, eyes wide. No, 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 it is okay. Keith removed the light from the boy's eyes. We're here to help you. It's okay. To me. Get his hands free. No. The boy's frantic cry echoed in the vacant warehouse. No, you can't. His frantic eyes darted from Keith to me and then to his right hand. He cut off my finger. I saw the bloodied hand. 3 fingers. The index digit was missing, cut off at the base. An image of the shoe box filled my mind and I swallowed against the nausea rising from my gut. The boy stared up at me with the wildest, bluest eyes I had ever seen. Tears trailed through dust on his face. He cut off my finger. I lowered myself to both knees next to him and rested my hand on his shoulder. I'm so sorry. We're here to help you. What's your name? But the boy was too overwhelmed to answer. It occurred to me that nearly a week had passed since I received the shoebox. If the finger sent to me belonged to this boy, he was moved here, Keith said. There's no blood on the floor. The wound was cauterized. Did they hurt you anywhere else? The boy began to cry. He shook his head. Do you have a name? I asked again. I had to know. I had to know because, in my mind's eye, this was Danny. And he was me. At the very least, the boy was here because of me. Jeremy, the boy said. My hand on his shoulder was shaking. Why can't we take the restraints off, Jeremy? Keith asked. He said the letter first. The boy was so distraught that his words came out jumbled. It's under here. You have to read it first. Keith glanced at me, then pulled the blanket off the boy. His jeans were stained where he'd wet himself. In his lap lay yellow paper folded down to a 2-inch square. There was no food or water around that I could see. Keith picked up the note, shoved the flashlight under his chin, and quickly unfolded the paper. I took a calming breath and gently rubbed the boy's shoulder. When did they take you? Do you remember what day it was? He stared up at me again, eyes pleading. Sunday. From where? Pasadena, he said. You live in Pasadena. But he only lowered his head and began to cry silently. Something in my mind began to break. Not because Pasadena meant anything to me, but because Jeremy was an innocent boy who lived in Pasadena and was abducted on Sunday so that Sicko could use his finger to make sure I got the message. Jeremy would suffer the rest of his life on my account. I felt faint. He needed water, and I had water in the car, but for a few moments. I couldn't move, and then I was up and running for the door. Slipping on the gravel outside, dust flying. Lunging into the car for the water. When I burst back into the warehouse, Keith was standing with both arms at his sides like a zombie, staring down at Jeremy, Sicko's note in one hand, flashlight in the other, pointed at the ground. The sound of the car's engine faded behind me, replaced by the pounding of my feet on the concrete. What is it? Keith didn't respond. Why can't we get him out of those things? I demanded. The poor kid's been in here for a week. You should read this, Keith said. His voice didn't sound right. The boy's chin was on his chest again, passed out again. Poor boy, I dropped to my knee and tilted his chin up. Wake up, Jeremy. His eyes slowly opened as I pressed the water bottle to his mouth. He drank thirstily, gulping like a bird. Water spilled down his chin, soaking his shirt. When he finally shifted his mouth from the bottle, he was already fading. I set the bottle down. We'll get you out of here, I promise. You're going home, Jeremy, okay. You'll be home soon, I promise. Keith took my elbow and led me to the side. Just read it. So I did, taking the flashlight from Keith to illuminate the note myself. Good girl. If you would have been 1 minute late, the boy would already be dead. At midnight Monday night you will go to an address I will give you. You will force a full confession from the owner of the house and learn where he put the money. If he refuses, you will kill him and, for my instructions, either way, you will kill the man. If he's alive in 4 days, both Danny and that scumbag you're with are dead. He crossed the wrong man. Be a good girl and do what you're told. P.S. Cut off another one of the boy's fingers. Remind him that if he tells anyone about what happened to him, 17. Danny was escorted from the warden's office clean, dressed in the blue slacks and tan shirt of the general population, bearing no mark or sign that he'd just spent 2 days in hell. The hub was half full of convicts playing checkers, watching television, wasting time an hour before lockdown. Hustles were going down, bets were being made, arguments unfolding, scores settled, gossip passed, all with the warden's approval. And only with it. Evidently, if a member proved his loyalty, he was allowed certain lenience. It would take some time to understand what limits could be pushed without reprisal. Danny had no intention of exploring those boundaries. Mitchell led him past the cafeteria, past a door that led to the infirmary, to a short hall that opened to a gymnasium. "Stay out of trouble," the CO said, giving Danny a gentle shove through the double doors. He turned on his heels and left him standing alone. The room was roughly half the size of a typical gym, all concrete. Gray walls, cement floor, open to the night sky above except for a wire mesh. Bright lights hung from metal beams overhead. Some members were engaged in a game of pickup basketball around a netless hoop that jutted from the far wall. Pull-up bars were fastened to the adjacent walls, most in use by other members going through typical prison yard exercise routines. The hard yard. No lines on the floor to mark courts, no nets for tennis or volleyball, no bins full of balls or stacks of weights. Just one hoop, the pull-up bars, and 18 or 20 inmates. Among them, Randall, Slane, and 2 other knuckleheads he'd seen with them in the dining hall. He was briefly tempted to turn around and walk out, but the warden had specifically sent him to the hard yard, clearly for a reason. "You okay?" Danny turned and saw that Godfrey and Peter had entered behind him, the old man wearing concern, Peter oblivious to anything but his own delight. "The warden put me in the privileged wing." Peter beamed. "You like my jeans." Indeed, he was dressed in a pair of jeans at least 3 sizes too large. He'd neatly tucked a bright red t-shirt, also oversized, into the waistband. "You're looking pretty snappy there, Peter. Where do you get them?" "From the warden. He gave me my own room in the privileged wing. It's a big room and it has a pillow." "It does it? Well, I'm sure you deserve at least 3 pillows." The boy laughed, snorting once in his exuberance. "I can eat anytime I want. And they have chocolate milk. The warden is being nice to me." "Good. He said that if I'm good, he won't hurt you, Danny." Danny exchanged a quick glance with Godfrey, who forced a grin. The older man rubbed Peter's shoulder. "The Pete's living large, my friend. He's finally made it. Isn't that right, Peter?" "Yup. And I'm going to be good. I promise." "Did the doctor check you?" Danny asked. "He said I wasn't raped. I was just scared, that's all." Did the warden hurt you?" "Not too much, no. We'll be good, and everything will be good. I promise, Danny. You can come live with me if you want." The exchange could hardly have been more surreal, standing in the hard yard, talking about being good so the warden wouldn't hurt them. Such was Peter's simple understanding of Basil. It broke Danny's heart. "I would like that." The boy's eyes looked past Danny and went wide. Danny turned around to see Randall, Slane, and the 2 other cronies headed their way. "We'd better go," Godfrey said. Slane's hair was slicked back, his lips twisted. "I need to stay." Peter. When Danny turned back, the boy was gone. Godfrey stepped up next to him. "You don't need to do this, priest. Stop calling me that. And you're wrong. I do. I've seen him put a man in the hospital with 1 hit. You should leave." Randall was halfway to them, basketball under one arm, face drawn and red. Whether from the heat or from anger, Danny didn't know. Likely both. "No one's fighting. The warden set this up. Like I said, you should leave," Godfrey said. There were 3 ways to handle Randall. The first, confident he could hurt Randall enough to plant permanent doubts in his thick head. But that choice would place Peter in terrible danger. It would also land Danny back in deep meditation. The third option was the only course that made any sense to him. "Go get the others," he said to Godfrey. "Say what?" "The other members. As many as you can. Get them in here. Be quiet about it." Godfrey hesitated only a moment, then spun and hurried out. Danny walked forward, arms limp at his sides. He wouldn't hurt Randall, but he could make the man second guess himself. There were no guards that he could see. The other members had turned their collective focus on Randall marching across the concrete floor. Such an obvious schoolyard confrontation would never have gone down at a prison like Ironwood, where inmates and gangbangers tended to be more calculating, waiting for the right moment to slip a shank out of their sock and shove it into a victim's side before the guards could stop them. But this was Basel, where each member was hardly more than a piece on the warden's chessboard. Randall was approaching Danny only as intended by Marshal Pape, who was undoubtedly watching via one of the security cameras at this very moment. Danny stopped when they were 10 feet apart. "Good evening, Bruce." The man shoved the basketball at him and Danny caught it easily, then dropped it behind him. "I realize we got off on the wrong foot." "Shut up, UFNG." Danny was tempted to smile but didn't, out of respect. Instead he attempted respectful reason. "You do realize how ridiculous that sounds, my friend. Why don't you just talk to me the way you would in any other prison? I've been called many things, never an FNG. But you can't use common language in here because the warden finds it offensive. And we don't want to upset the warden, do we? We're not free men, you and I. We follow someone else's rules to avoid terrible punishment." The patter of feet announced the arrival of other members through the door behind Danny. "And so we should. As I recall, one of those rules is that we respect each other. To that end, I've given my word to the warden not." He only watched Danny, expressionless, suddenly composed. And in that unexpected calm, Danny saw Randall for what he really was, stripped of a role given to him by the warden. A more dangerous man than he'd estimated. 20 or 30 members had made their way into the hard yard and fanned out now, all watching, wary and focused. There was no taunting, no agreement or disagreement. Vocal support or outrage would undoubtedly be noted and punished. They all seemed to know that what happened here was meant to happen. It was all part of the warden's program. Danny spread his hands. "Really, Bruce, you and I are on the same side. I respect you, you respect me, we both respect the warden, no one gets hurt, we all go home early. Those are the rules. You're missing something," Randall said. "What's that?" "You're a priest." With that the man calmly walked up to Danny, balled his hand into a fist, and slugged him in the gut with enough force to shove him off his heels and back a foot. The blow didn't take his wind. He'd anticipated it. But his time on the wall had weakened him, and pain flared through his abdominal muscles. "I'm not going to fight you, Bruce," Danny said. "I only mean to show and earn respect. You should know that I'm not a priest." Randall blinked, perhaps caught off guard by Danny's unflinching resolve. He stepped up and struck Danny on his chin, a bone-crunching blow that snapped Danny's head around and dropped him to one knee. Danny's world spun, darkened for a moment, then slowly came back into view. The concrete was there, only 2 feet from his head, and he wanted to lie down. But that would only compromise his standing before them all. The confrontation would have to end as he'd expected it must. Danny slowly pushed himself to his feet. Blood trailed down his chin and dripped on smooth concrete. "I don't think you understand," he said. His jaw ached and he wondered if it was broken. "I'm not your enemy. We're all in this together." Randall's calm broke then. His face darkened and his lips pulled back in a snarl. He came at Danny like a prizefighter, thundering his rage. And Danny let him come, knowing he would have to bear only in a wicked uppercut that landed squarely on the bottom of Danny's chin. He staggered back and felt his legs start to go. "This is insane," someone muttered. It was the last thing Danny heard before Randall knocked him down with an elbow to the right side of his face. A boot smashed into his ribs. Another struck his neck. Danny lay still, bleeding on the floor, only dimly aware of his surroundings. Now, If Randall killed him, then he would die and the warden would have no further reason to punish Peter, he managed to think. And maybe then Renee would be safe. Break it up. Mitchell, the skinny guard who'd wanted to taser him in the basement, was yelling above the ringing in his head. Get out, all of you. Hot breath whispered into his good ear. 18. We stood next to the car's hood, two ghosts in the halo cast by the bright headlights. Keith paced, one hand rubbing his cheek, the other holding the note. Neither of us was quick to speak. The boy had passed out, at peace for the moment. We had to think, and the only thing I could think with any amount of clarity was that I had to find a way to end this. How? I didn't know, but I couldn't follow the letter's draconian demands. My life was caving in on itself. We can't cut off one of his fingers, I said. I know. They'll hurt Danny if we don't. I know. We can't go and kill this other person. I know. I stood still, desperate to do something, gripped by a dreadful certainty that there was nothing I could do. Who would do something like this? That's the problem, isn't it? Who? He faced me, jaw fixed. And why? What do you mean, why? Because someone you put in prison wants the money. Keith stared at me and I knew he wasn't satisfied. And because someone's after Danny, I added. I know that, but there's more to it, isn't there? If he only knew. There was much more, like the fact that Danny had taken the fall for me, like the fact that Danny wasn't the only one with enemies. But I wasn't free to tell Keith that. Like you said, I said. Randall's working with someone who wants to hurt Danny using me. And now that person's demanding we cut off an innocent boy's finger, he said. We can't do that. And that we kill Randall's partner to get to his money. We're not doing that either. I know we aren't. On the outside, and that means I need to know anything you know. I told you, I don't know Danny's enemies. And that was the truth. A judge, maybe, but even if it is a judge, I don't have a clue who. Think. There has to be something Danny said. Some mention of someone. Please, Renee, you have to think. I told you, the pedo. I stopped short, realizing I'd said too much. The pedophile. What pedophile? I hesitated. I don't know. Just something he said. Danny has a thing against pedophiles, but who doesn't? Okay. That's a start. He killed a pedophile. I told you, I don't know any specifics. You'd have to ask him. Well, that's not possible, is it? I said what at the time seemed the most obvious thing in the world to me. So, we break him out. Keith blinked once. Crazy. Not a chance. Which pedophile? I don't know, assuming he even killed one. Keith lifted one hand shoulder high in a sign of surrender and turned away. All right, fine. I accept that, but you do understand what kind of predicament this places us in. The same one we've been in since the beginning. He glanced sideways at me, face strung with worry. For the first time, he'd been directly threatened by Sicko, and he didn't like that. All right, he was nodding again, pacing. All right, let's just take a deep breath and think this through. The way I see it, we have 2 days to figure out who's behind this. We could start with judges. Maybe a judge connected to a pedophile. We could also run through all of Randall's known associates on the outside, but I've already picked through them a dozen times. He stared out into the darkness and continued, talking to himself as much as to me. If we come up with nothing, on Monday we could still go to the address we're given. Use that as a starting point. Whoever Randall wants us to kill has to know more than where this pile of money is. With any luck, we catch a break with him. One way or another we have to start flushing out names and contacts that might lead us to Sicko. I walked from one headlight to the other, then back, eyes on my black boots, which were now coated with a film of dust. Somewhere in the back of my mind I was telling myself I had to polish them the second I got them off. And wash my socks. And he stared off into the darkness, then shook his head and shrugged his shoulders. Obviously Randall is only part of the equation, but he's a piece we actually know about. Okay. And Danny's in the equation too. He has information we need. I nodded slowly. And they're both inside the prison. He was rethinking breaking in. Now that he was directly threatened, his horizons were broadening. I thought you said breaking in would be impossible. You could figure out how to get us in. I said crazy. Illegal. He dismissed the idea again with a wave of his hand. It's pointless. Even if I could get us in, we'd never make it back out. And what do you call this? I shoved a finger toward the warehouse. If we could get to Randall, their leverage would fall apart. You're right, everything we need's inside Basil. Randall's in there. Danny's in there. I don't know what I was thinking. It's a federal crime. Like I said, plain crazy. So we do what? Cut off the boy's finger. Not a chance. I'm sure that fits somewhere in the crazy federal crimes thing as well. We take him home to his family, Keith said. Sicko will know. That's a chance we have to take. And then what? Kill this guy Randall wants us to kill. No. Keith paused, staring at me. Not unless we have to. His willingness to consider it surprised me. But then it didn't. Not really. It depended on who the guy was, what he'd done, what he would do. For all we knew, he was a John Gacy with a dozen bodies in his basement. Again, what would Danny do? Danny wouldn't kill anyone, period. Not anymore. If we have to kill anyone, I vote for Randall, I said. He's the man on the inside. Without him, Sicko's leverage goes away, and we can bring in the cops. Randall isn't controlling this. Then we force a confession from him. Keith let out a long breath and began to pace again. Keith glanced up at me. You're sure? You're sure? Those two words sliced through my mind. Sure. Sure about what? I wasn't sure about anything anymore except that I had to do whatever was necessary to save Danny, but even that was getting foggy. My mind flashed back to a memory of Danny holding my hand, telling me that he'd decided to turn himself in and take the fall for me. His life of violence was over. He'd made a terrible mistake and now he had to pay his debt to society. Me too, I'd said, but he'd flatly refused. Now I'd been sucked back into that place of desperation and violence. And I hated it. Like you said, what alternative do we have? We go to the cops, we're screwed. We go to the warden, we're screwed. We go to the media, we're screwed. We go to the prison, we're screwed. All that's left is playing along. Keith saw the despair in my eyes. Renee, I turned toward the warehouse door and took 2 steps, then stopped. Smothered by a sense of hopelessness. A knot clogged my throat. Renee, he'd walked up behind me. I'm sorry, I know how much you care for Danny. Images of Danny spun through my mind. Whips and chains and knives and blood. His enemies would hurt him now, I was sure of that. What if they cut off Danny's arm? Or his foot? What if they cut out his tongue? Sometimes my mind seemed incapable of turning itself off. Keith put his arm around my shoulder. I know he was trying to comfort me, but I almost resented him for it because really, it should have been Danny standing next to me, not Keith. He was a good man, the broken cop, but I wanted my broken priest. What would Danny do? He would lay down his life if he had to, and that was what scared me most. I couldn't break down. Jeremy was waiting. So I swallowed the pain in my throat, took a deep breath, breathed a prayer, and put my hope in Danny, which was the best I could do in that moment. Danny's a strong man, I finally said. 19. Monday. The infirmary at the Basil Institute of Corrections and Rehabilitation was large, considering the size of the prison. Nothing less than a top-notch facility that met the highest standards for professional medical care, in or out of prison. Danny wasn't a stranger to hospitals. He'd spent time healing in several during the Bosnian War and even more time visiting patients as a priest. The level of sophistication at Basel surprised him. Certainly it was a far cry from the more clinical atmosphere at Ironwood. He'd awakened in the ward 8 hours after taking his beating in the hard yard, his head splitting with pain, still groggy from whatever medications they'd injected into his system, but otherwise sound. His lip was cut and swollen, and his ear had required several stitches, but none of his wounds prohibited his return to the commons. The warden's orders, however, did. It was for his own safety, the nurse had informed him. Basil's policy was to segregate injured members long enough for the warden to stabilize the situation. The infirmary was laid out like an emergency room, with 6 spaces separated by drawn blue curtains, each of which contained a hospital bed, an IV stand, and a sealed rolling cart that housed various instruments, none of which were pertinent in Danny's case. 12 recovery rooms housed longer-term patients on both sides of the hall outside the primary care facility. In most prisons, patients who needed critical care were transported to hospitals and then returned upon recovery, but with the high quality of care available at Basel, only members with more serious medical conditions were transferred. It was yet one more way the warden limited his members' contact with the outside world. Danny learned that a doctor had inspected him and sewn up his ear, but otherwise the only human contact Danny had was with a male nurse, Garden Kilburn, a large fellow with unflinching eyes, few words, and no evident emotions. "Looks like you'll be fine," the man said after a cursory inspection of Danny's wounds on the first day. He wore blue scrubs over a white shirt and carried a stethoscope around his neck. The nurse checked the leather restraints that tethered Danny by the wrists and ankles to the bed's steel rails, standard operating procedure following a fight. Danny lifted his right arm as far as the bindings would allow, no more than 6 inches. "I think it would be best if I moved around a bit, don't you think? My joints could use some loosening up." The man offered him a curt nod and left him without a word, his version of whatever. Danny was their property and would be allowed to move around when they determined him either fit or deserving. In Danny's case, that was 2 days later, in the evening, long after his joints had all but frozen in place following his time on the wall and his subsequent beating. During those 2 days, he'd spoken only to Garden Kilburn and only on 3 occasions. None of the conversations had proven more inspiring than the first. The man's function was evidently limited to delivering trays of food 3 times each day, freeing Danny of all but one restraint so that he could use a commode rolled in twice each day, and changing the bandage on his ear twice before removing it altogether. Considering the nature of deep meditation, the medical staff likely attended to inmates whose bruising would raise the most eyebrows. They, as much as the correctional officers who knew about deep meditation, would have earned the warden's trust. Connecting with their patients in a personal way that might test that trust was obviously not part of the program. Odd, how being property of the state changed a person's outlook on freedom and identity, Danny thought. 3 years earlier, accepting this kind of treatment would have been inconceivable. The war in Bosnia had filled him with a profound need to protect the abused, and that need had extended to protecting his own life. But he'd walked into the hard yard and let Randell hit him without raising a finger to protect himself. Not once but 3 or 4 times, with enough power to kill most men. Why? To what end? Was he less of a man now than when he'd taken up a gun at age 15 and avenged his family's deaths? Was he weak in the face of Peter's suffering? He'd taken a vow of nonviolence and he intended to stand by it. Judge not lest you be judged. Turn the other cheek. Love your enemy, rather than rebel against the authorities who strip path, begging for help. But, no, he couldn't go down that path again. It was precisely that kind of questioning that had led him to violence in defense of the helpless. A correctional officer came for him on the second night after dinner. Danny's muscles still ached, his joints were stiff, a dull ache still hung in his head like an iron weight. Once again he was led through the hub. Once again he climbed the stairs to the second tier in the Commons wing. Once again he was ushered into his cell. There was a change in the others this time, he thought. The member in the hub watched him with more than just mild curiosity. They wore uncertain faces, either confused by or genuinely interested in him, perhaps a little of both. The prisoners along the tier moved back from the railing without being told to. This didn't mean they'd found more respect for him. In all likelihood, word of his beating solidified his reputation as a weak prisoner. He was prey for the predators, the kind of man who could not stand up and defend himself or his brother. A punk. It didn't matter. He wasn't in prison to win approval, only to do his time. Peter was in the cell with Godfrey, waiting for Danny. This was surprising, considering the danger that he might find in the Commons now as a resident of the privileged wing. Clearly, the boy saw him as his savior. Danny, the boy blurted, bolting off the lower bunk. Peter bumped his head on the frame, but the blow didn't discourage him from stumbling forward and throwing his arms around Danny. "Hello, Peter. You're back." "I am." Danny patted the boy on the back, shifting to maintain his balance. Peter's tight hug aggravated the pain in Danny's ribs, and he was thankful when the boy released him of his own accord. Godfrey grinned, one hand on the bunk, the other in his pocket. "Anybody who can take a beating like that and walk out of the grave 3 days later as a priest in my book," Godfrey said. "It's been 2 days. Either way, Simon says you're a strong man and that I should thank God I have a strong man on my side," Pete said. Danny offered the boy a slight smile, but he wanted none of the conversation. "Not now." Pete stared at his stitched ear. "Why did you let him beat you up, Danny?" Once again, Danny was confounded by the irony of innocence held captive in such a brutal environment. The boy was guilty of deviating and was paying his price without really understanding either the rules or the price. "You crazy man." Carney had walked up behind Danny and leaned on the door, bright eyes twinkling. "And you still walkin'?" "Not crazy. No, I just don't like fighting." "Don't worry, Danny," Peter said, beaming. "It's not like that in the privileged wing. It's nice." Danny grinned at the boy and rubbed his head. "Well, I'm glad for you. They're treating you well then. I have chocolate milk in my room. And last night I had a steak. That thick." He pinched an inch of air with his thumb and forefinger. "It was juicy." "Steak," Godfrey said. "Now there's something I would be willing to spend a day in the hole for." "You can come," Peter exclaimed, eyes darting between them. "You can both come. If you're good, you can have all the steak you want. And I have a new friend. His name is Jack." "Seriously, why do you do it, priest?" Carney asked. Danny walked to the sink and turned the water on. "Like I said, I don't like to fight. Yeah, but to get your butt whooped like that they sayin' we got a half-baked priest here." He splashed water on his face. There was nothing more that needed saying. Maybe he was half-baked. Silence filled the cell behind him. He glanced over his shoulder and saw that they were watching him. "They take you deep?" Godfrey asked, voice softer now. Danny grabbed a towel from the top of his locker and shook it open. The warden had made it clear that no discussion about deep meditation was allowed. For all Danny knew, his mention of the experience would find its way back to Pape, and all 4 of them, including Peter, would pay a price. He shoved his head into the towel and dried his face. "I'm fine. Just a bit tired." "What time is it?" No one responded. Danny pulled the towel from his face and turned toward the door. Carney, standing there only a moment ago, was gone. In his place stood Warden Marshal Pape, watching Danny, one hand in his pocket fiddling with keys or coins, the other limp at the bottom of his black suit jacket. "It's almost 8, Danny," the warden said. "Time for Peter to leave us." The warden stood aside and indicated the walkway with an open palm. "It's okay, boy, run along." Peter hurried past him, turned down the tier, and was gone. Pape stepped into the cell. "I hear you took quite a beating," he said in a gentle voice. "I'll be fine. Of that I have no doubt. You've proven to be quite a stubborn man, I've got to hand it to you." The soothing tone of his voice would have come across as disingenuous before their most recent discussion, but now Danny knew the truth about this man. Marshal Pape was just like the rest of them. A wounded man who was doing what he knew to cope with difficult circumstances. At his core, the warden was a gentle man. His motives were as pure as any father who'd suffered the loss of his family. He, like so many well-meaning religious types, truly thought he was doing the right thing. "You know, at times I worry that some people are too strong," Pape said. "They refuse to own up to their own inadequacies. It bothers me, but I have to believe that good can come from even the most vile situations. And I think that maybe you'll show us all a more perfect way, Danny. I don't think I've ever seen anyone face punishment with so much courage. It's inspiring." Danny nodded. "I suppose every man has his limits. I can only pray I never find mine." "Well said. I'm sure you're still sore. The nurse informs me that he neglected to give you any medication before you left the infirmary." The warden pulled his hand out of his pocket and held out 2 white capsules. "Normally, we don't allow narcotics in the wings, but I think the situation warrants it. Maybe this will help you sleep." Danny looked at the capsules. "I'm fine, really, I insist. It's the least I can do." Alarm bells were ringing in Danny's head, warning him that taking the medication, whatever it might be, would end badly. But he also was sure that not taking them would be considered. He left Danny standing, clueless to his intentions. But that wasn't entirely true, was it? The warden had already made his intentions perfectly clear. He was well-meaning, but he was also hopelessly deceived. He was going to help Danny see the light. 20. The man that sicko wanted us to kill lived at 1227 Sunrise Street in Beverly Hills. That was all we learned from the distorted male voice that called my home phone at 10 o'clock Monday night. 2 days of dread hadn't brought Keith or me any closer to a better understanding of the note he'd left with the boy Jeremy, the words of which were permanently inscribed in my fractured brain. "You will kill the man. If he's alive in 4 days, both Danny and that scumbag you're with are dead. He crossed the wrong man. P.S. Cut off another one of the boy's fingers. Remind him that if he tells anyone about what happened to him, we will kill his mother." We knew we were being watched, but we hadn't cut off another one of the boy's fingers. On this point we felt compelled to call Sicko's bluff. We freed Jeremy from the warehouse, helped him into the backseat of my car, and drove him to Santa Monica. He'd leaned against the door, silent and numb for most of the ride, and all I could do was rest my hand on his knee and promise him that he was safe now. "We would find who did this and make him pay," I said. "We were this devil's victims too. I was so very, very sorry." None of what I said did anything to settle my mind, because the fact was, Jeremy had lost more than his finger. He'd lost a part of his innocence through abuse, just like I had before Danny had saved me. As we drove, Keith was the one who finally brought up the threat in the note. "I know this has all been a nightmare, Jeremy, but I need to know if there's anything else you can tell us about this man." The boy sat mute, staring absently at his hand, which we'd wrapped in a clean white rag from my trunk. "Anything at all?" Keith pressed. "Besides the fact that he wore a ski mask and gloves. What kind of car he drove, maybe." "He put a bag over my head," Jeremy said. "I couldn't see." I felt nauseated. His abductors had evidently chosen him at random, and easy.